3, 2.
Okay, I think we're live, but now we got to start our Economics Monday. Well, I think we're live. Welcome everybody to Economics Monday, and with today program we have Ankit Khandelwal from India, who actually is the IBM TV director in India, Kim Calhoun, who's in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina, and our very special guest, Dennis Stearns, who is a certified financial planner. Don't want to forget that, Dennis. Also is the founder of Stearns Financial Group, a $1.4 billion asset under management group, and he's got a presentation on this very special day, International Day of Peace. So I'm basically going to turn it over to you, Dennis, since you got to press the magic button to share screen.
Will do. Thank you, Nick.
Welcome, Dennis. It's great to see you again.
Good to see you too.
We're going to add some of our other people. Boing. There's Sasha Starr, who runs Investing with Sasha. And also we have Ben Coates, who's from the United Kingdom. And we have Shaquille Latmer from Australia.
So can you see my screen?
You got to press share screen, then we'll be able to see it.
Nope.
And we'll put you in the hot seat too while we're at it. There you go. I always like the middle seat, you know.
Well, if he's going to share the screen, he might need to be in your square.
Oh, really? Here we go.
Square.
There we go. Now you're in the driver's seat. So go ahead and press share screen, and maybe it'll work.
Okay. Well, it tried to work.
Ben, good day.
Hi, Kimberly. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Yes, we're in a different position in the UK. There's a lot changing by the minute at the moment. We potentially a big statement from the Prime Minister tomorrow. So possibly another lockdown coming on. I think there's been exclusive in the last 10 minutes that our pubs are shutting at 10 o'clock of a night. Not quite sure on the difference that makes, to be honest, if it makes much of a difference to the virus. But I don't think we're going to be able to mix in households from later this week. So interesting times. But I'm just really glad that the way I was introduced today has been from the United Kingdom and not the normal Great Britain. It must be Day of Peace or something. I don't know.
You get 1 day off. You get 1 day off a year, Ben. That's about it. So you'll be from the United Kingdom today, and great. We won't talk about that other place that you reportedly are from. So, Dennis, are you able to get share screen to work?
So Nick, it did not work the way it did on our rehearsal. So maybe we'll just talk about some of the slides that I had.
Oh,
so
that could be good.
Real quick, we technically troubleshoot online on purpose so that people know there are problems, and this is how you fix them. Well, so what you would do is, do you have the application up on your computer?
I do.
Okay, so then if you would share screen, click on share screen.
Okay.
All right, and then you're going to have a section with, at the top, it's going to have applications or what's on your computer now, or Chrome or something like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so if it's an application window, click on application.
Okay, it's a PowerPoint, so
that's fine.
Do you see a PowerPoint there somewhere?
Yeah, so I have application window up.
So then you click on the application that you want. So if you see your PowerPoint, then you click on the PowerPoint that you want, and it should pull that up.
Yeah, so I don't see that actually.
So Dennis, have you opened a PowerPoint on your system right now? Is it open on your system right now?
It is open.
and you can't see that PowerPoint file name on the application window. Is it open as an application or as a web file?
Shows it's open, but it's not showing up.
I think Ankit would.
Is it open on a browser or an application?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Say again.
Is it open on a browser or an application?
Is it on your computer or is it online somewhere that you're opening it?
No, it's on my computer.
Okay. So you should if it's opened on your computer, you should, when you do share screen, you'll have 3 choices. Select application window so that it's blue, and then select from one of, you should see it. You might have to scroll down. Maybe you have several applications open, but it should be the very first one. Usually the one that you just opened should be the very first one.
Okay, so I'm seeing StreamYard, Google. I'm seeing something for our CRM logon, which isn't it, and I'm seeing something for Inbox.
Right. So go at the big window, go over to, oh, you're reading your application windows?
I'm on application window.
I think if Dennis can email us, we can pull that off.
Yeah, if you can email us your PowerPoint, we'll play it for you.
Email it to ankit@IBM TV.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Say that again, Nick.
Email it to ankit@IBM TV. ANKIT@IBM TV.
Got it.
Okay.
Just while he's doing that, Nick, how's your markets open up today? It's been quite dramatic. Yeah, it is. 4% we've lost today in the FTSE, below 6,000 for the seriously below 6,000 for the first time in a while. Kimberly, I take it from your reaction, it's opened up poorly in the States as well.
I think so. I was listening to Sasha's report this morning. So,
the markets are opened down quite substantially, but listen, it's a panic about nothing, really. I mean, the stocks are overpriced for a long time now. And whether they're overpriced 100% or 92% or even 46.5%, it's immaterial. We all know that all the stocks highly overpriced. However, you don't want to leave money on the table, so you're buying stocks and you're buying high and you're trying to sell even higher. But sometimes some people will be caught, and depends on their staying power, they will be taken to cleaners. So those people who are buying stocks like Nikola Corporation, and they're using margin and so on, we know the end of the story. They will be taken to cleaners. They will lose 100% of their money. And it's happening over and over again every year, every month, every week. So we cannot help in these cases, unfortunately.
I was actually going to put Dennis on the hot seat since he has to manage $1.4 billion in assets. What do you do today when the interest rates are low, the market is high, the fundamentals are bad, and you're sitting on a lot of cash? I mean, what do you do?
Well, first you try to get the presentation to Ankit, at which point I will show a slide that says things are not as bad as they look.
Well, then I need to get Ankit. Did you get the presentation? Because these are very important. You didn't get it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, it's got to be shipped all the way to India, but usually with this high-speed internet lines, it doesn't take that long to get to New Delhi. So as soon as it gets to New Delhi, then we'll be able to broadcast it. So it does take some time. I do notice when I get an email from my office in Salt Lake, it usually takes, it can take a good minute or so to get the email over there. But I think these are the questions that people are having right now because we're living in a very difficult time in terms of finance. In other words, economics and finance today, I think Dennis is, it's pretty challenging, and challenging for a lot of people that are out there. In other words, what should they do in these difficult times? Yeah.
Yeah. So So one of the things that, I go back to Bill Gates' favorite quote about that people underestimate the change that will happen over 10 years, but they overestimate the change that will happen in the next 2 years. And today we have a period of unprecedented change going on in all different areas. It was happening pre-pandemic with the super trends colliding, technology accelerators, globalization, the global age wave, and urbanization. Those four areas are all beyond mega trends. They're into super trend territory, colliding, creating effects that we have not seen in our generation. And we are seeing an acceleration of that in the pandemic. And so take a company like Alphabet, Google. And so, the traditional way that you value their stock is looking ahead for the next 10 years. Some people use less, some people use more, but let's call it 10 years of what we think earnings are going to be. The uncertainty of earnings in some companies is higher than it's been since the Great Recession of 08, 09. So you have to have a range of scenarios for those earnings. And in those future earnings of Google, the current fiscal year represents less than 5% of that 10-year number. So everybody said, oh my goodness, Google's earnings are down X amount, and they're not actually down that much. It's actually a fraction of that future. The next thing you do is you discount those earnings to today's value based on whatever your discount rate is. Now, since we're talking to a lot of different countries around the world, everybody's got their own discount rate in terms of risk-free rate or inflation or whatever. But the fact is, here in the United States, we have some of the lowest interest rates and lowest inflation that the Federal Reserve in the United States just telegraphed are probably going to stay low for a while. So you look at that 10-year earnings track discounted back to today, it's discounted at a lower number, and suddenly it doesn't look nearly as bad as it might have looked 3 months ago. And then the next thing you have to say is, okay, what's the COVID in game and what's the post game show look like? Well, Goldman Sachs came out last week and gave us a glimpse of that. And Powell at the Federal Reserve has said Goldman's probably got more horsepower in this area than just about anybody, including maybe the Fed. And they basically said, we think the US economy and the global economy are going to be back to pre-COVID levels a quarter sooner than we thought before. And they did say they think it's in 2021. So if your in-game show, if your in-game scenario is, this is going to get worse. We've got countries all around the world having problems with additional pandemic, up spikes in infection and hospitalizations. If your in-game show is that it's really not 2021, then okay, that discounts, going back to Alphabet, their earnings additionally in 2021 and 2022. Well, guess what? Goldman did that. And Goldman looked at the next 3 years, did multi-scenario factor analysis on it, and they determined that the downside is not as dramatic as we might think. Now, that begs the issue of companies like Apple that 4 weeks ago, Morningstar anyway, had them at an 85% overvaluation. And, I lived through 1998, 99, the dot-com boom. And I'm sorry, Apple deserves a premium for the future. The things that they're doing in the future of healthcare are, I think, going to be phenomenal, but not 85%. Well, the correction of the last 3 to 4 weeks has brought them down. And now they're only considered overvalued by 52%. So, I'm not touching Apple today. But if you've got a long-term time horizon and don't mind a little bit of volatility in the next year or two, Apple's going to be a good holding longer term. They have got some amazing things going on that go way beyond what their next iPhone looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess we have the presentation up here, and we're going to look at the COVID-19 investment endgame scenarios going through the chartered waters. let's see. Can we go ahead and look at the next screen, Ankit?
Yeah, and we'll
It's a bit small on the screen, so it might be a bit small for our viewers as well.
Yeah, I'm going to see if we can get this higher, that we can see more of it. Just a minute.
Just while you.
There we go. That's better. Oh,
Yeah.
that's worse. As I say, when you're looking at your glasses, that's better. That's worse. That's better. Okay.
So this is just a reminder. This quote or versions of it are attributed to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, but the reality is it's attributed for thousands of years to sailors from Africa and England and a variety of other places. And it's just a good reminder of what we're in right now. You know, people don't like change. They don't like rough seas, but you really need to be a pretty darn good sailor. And so you should view these uncertain times as another way to learn, just like 08, 09 was another way to learn. Because, you know, all the work that I do in Super Trends with some of the top folks around the world, this is just starting. Now, I'm not saying the pandemics are just starting. Here you have the rebound from pandemic shutdowns. Again, you know, will we be seeing tremendous upticks in this? We already are seeing a few, remains to be seen. But I am encouraged, the infectious disease folks that I talk to virtually every day who are, you know, working on not only treatments, but also vaccines, I'm pretty encouraged. Our probability of 2021 having a reasonable COVID endgame is 70-30, 70% that we will have a positive COVID endgame in 2021, which syncs up nicely to that Goldman Sachs research that was released last week. And but that, you know, again, keep in mind, if you were in Las Vegas or some other gambling spot around the world, Monte Carlo, Macau, you would, you know, if you could play 70-30 over and over again, you would own the casino, but 30% is still a daunting amount to have as an uncertainty factor of not so good scenarios. And again, not surprisingly, we think the COVID-19 endgame is the greatest single driver of future economic scenarios, despite all the other China versus U.S. trade war and other issues that are out there, including our own presidential race here in the United States. Go to the next slide. So this just describes why we think the recovery from COVID in the United States and to a large extent around the world may be the most uneven in history. And I say that with all due reverence to the fact that recession recoveries are often uneven. But this chart says a lot about, you know, you look at TSA traveler traffic, that's our own air traffic in the United States, and it's been trying to move up. It has moved up off the bottom, but boy, it's still down there quite a bit. But the purple line is really the key one. Consumer debit credit transactions now are almost back to where they were pre-COVID. This would not have happened 10 years ago because we have e-commerce today, and it allows for better ability of folks to shop online. Now, that doesn't change the fact that if you're in the leisure industry or the restaurant industry, you're probably in big trouble at this point, or definitely not making your profit projections for 2020. You go to the next slide. This is that some of those forecasts that I mentioned and what it looked like for the G10. So this is more of a global recovery, and the previous forecast for recovery to pre-COVID levels was the fourth quarter of 2021. You will note now this is moved back to the third quarter of 2021. And now this is Morgan Stanley research, so this is different than the Goldman Sachs, but actually they are agreeing on a lot of things now. And then you compare that to the Great Recession, which is that yellow line. And the Great Recession actually came back faster than a lot of people predicted, but you'll note that the pandemic is projected to come back even faster than the Great Recession. So again, I think that's part of our 70-30 belief that things are going to get better, but they're going to be very, very messy in the process of getting better. Go to the next slide. So this is from Bank Credit Analysts, their future forecasts and for different investment classes. And you'll note here that those lines crossed out, those were revisions that they made recently, early September. And so the US, they actually downgraded to a bearish or underweight view, not just for 3 months, but also for 12 months and for 10 years. And so that actually syncs up with some of our, what we actually do with our billion plus. We have been underweight US here in the last 3 months. We have been trying to take chips off the table in some of those things that have been going crazy, including the technology area, large cap growth, which has been, we've actually been overweight large cap growth in our firm for the last 8 years. And so it became even more overweight given the pandemic. And so we've moved to a more defensive posture. Now, the correction that's been going on, including today in the US markets, you know, maybe that'll change this to more of a neutral stance. It's interesting that Bank Credit Analysts, anyway, has shown the rest of the world, actually back on that prior slide, has shown the rest of the world as being something that you would want to overweight, including emerging markets. Emerging markets on the 10-year scale is the only one you see that's at a 5. And that syncs up with Mercer and other entities we work with, some of these literally trillion-dollar pension managers, where they think that the #1 return, not return for risk, because there's a lot of risk in some of those markets, but return area could easily be emerging markets. So then we can go on to the next slide. Ideal portfolio is likely not ideal in September of 2019, ideally not ideal in 2020. Again, that was the BlackRock CEO last week saying that, no surprise. Next slide. And so this is the, you know, what we've been dealing with, where the S&P 500, the 5 top stocks, Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and Facebook, represent that dark line over the last 5 years, and the other 495 stocks represent the light green line. And so this does remind many of us of 1999 and some of the tech stocks getting ahead of their skis. But again, I would say the difference here is in 1999, we were in the frenzy stage of the techno-industrial revolution. Today, we're in the deployment stage. The deployment stage of techno-industrial revolutions historically has been where the big money's been made, and it's real earnings. It's not fake earnings. It's not smoke and mirror earnings, much of which we had in 1999. And so again, back to my Google analogy, again, I don't know that Google deserves a 50% premium, but it's actually, based on Morningstar and Zacks and some others, not that overvalued today, and deserves a premium for where it will be in the techno-industrial revolution 10 years from now. And then if you go to the next slide, corporate profits, again, I think this tells the story on the left, the blue lines, that corporate profits are predicted to go back. Now, this is JP Morgan in this case, so a third research entity, projected to go back above pre-COVID levels and do it pretty nicely in the next couple of years. Then you go to the next slide. So this is a long-term trend analysis, and it is real return over inflation. And it is something that when you look at the distance from trend, if you get too far above trend, chances are you'll go back to trend. So again, that 6.4% trend line, you have to think of that with inflation added on to get to the 9 to 10% long-term return in US stocks, US large cap stocks. Now, if you go to the next slide, Now, this is in US dollars, and so it adjusts a little bit if you're in different currencies. But in US dollars, we're now looking at international stocks, not emerging markets. These are mostly blue chip in the Europe, Australia, Far East Index at 47% below trend. And so that is a fairly significant disconnect. And so, one of the things I would certainly agree with Bank Credit Analyst on in that previous chart that we saw is that if I'm looking out over 5 to 10 years, this is where more money is likely to be made than the S&P 500. Now, we're not terribly bearish on the S&P 500, but we're not particularly bullish either. We're bullish on sectors of the S&P. And then the next slide. This is something that we have been doing for a while in the alternatives area. And this particular slide shows private real estate, private infrastructure, private farmland, and private timberland. And it shows it in high inflation and lower inflation environments. But you can see that the return numbers over a long period of time have been reasonably good, even depending on what your view of inflation is. And so, there's an old saying on Wall Street: if you don't like the game, don't play the game. And so, if you don't like the U.S. stock market game, if you don't like some of the uncertainty in the future, there are now more options than ever before for individuals as well as institutions to be able to do things like we're looking at on the screen. We personally, we work a lot in the venture capital area. We're doing a lot in healthcare venture right now, private equity, and many of those areas are becoming democratized. And so, it used to be a game for the ultra rich, and now some of those things have come down to, folks with $1 million net worth can play at the same level as somebody at a $10 or $20 million net worth. And so, again, these alternatives are something that, depending on circumstances, people ought to consider. And then you go to the next slide. And this is just some of the rent collections tracked monthly for some of those different sectors. And again, maybe this surprises people. Now, this is mostly A grade real estate. Okay, this is not C grade real estate. But you will note here that the rent collections in office, multifamily, industrial, all doing pretty good. Lifestyle retail, not so good back in April, but certainly have recovered to reasonable numbers now. Retail grocery, not surprisingly, over 90%. And then some of the other areas all doing well except for hotels. If you're a real contrarian investor, maybe you invest in hotels. I can tell you we're not doing that at this point, even for aggressive growth folks. Let's go to the next slide. And so, this is our key pandemic endgame, is do conservative strategic rebalancing. Now, if this correction continues, maybe we're not maintaining quite as high or cash balances, cash reserves, but at least for the time being, we feel like larger cash reserves are warranted. We think rebalancing U.S. growth versus value. Yes, I'm a believer in the techno-industrial revolution. Yes, things will be happening the next 10 years that will knock all of our socks off in terms of the new technologies, the deflationary trends coming out of some of those technologies, including in healthcare. But value still matters. The valuations still matter. And so taking some chips off of growth, moving them more towards value, again, we think is a good thing. Consider select U.S. sectors that have been beaten up more. And the so-called dividend aristocrats are now at better prices and getting cheaper every day. Those are companies that have raised their dividends for 25 straight years or more. And so, again, in a lower return environment, those dividends will become more important. Consider if your international stock weighting is too low. For those of you in many of the countries where this is broadcasting, I suspect from the recent numbers I looked at that home bias has you with a significant overweight in your local markets. So you're probably already overweight your local market. But again, I think it's been good for anyone, whether they're in Singapore or the United States, to reconsider their weightings relative to currency considerations and relative to valuations. And then I mentioned alternatives, and really consider them carefully, because there's a lot of ones that probably deserve to go in the circular file, the wastebasket, to broaden diversification. And one of the things that I think is helpful for mental health in this environment is a core versus explore approach. And what we mean by that is whatever your speculative money is, or your higher growth money, if you want to invest in future tech, we love genomics, we love robotics, we love artificial intelligence. We're doing things with some of the top players in the country on those and around the world. However, some of those are more explore. And so maybe one of our clients will have a 10% or 20% in explore, and they'll have 80 or 90% in core, and they're not playing the higher risk, higher volatility areas. And by doing that in the pandemic environment, you are hedging your bets on your money that you're going to want to retire on someday. You're hedging your bets on that, and you're allowing your mental process to think, okay, I got this money over in Explorer, and oops, it just went down 20%. That's okay, because it's Explorer, maybe I can lean into it. It's harder to do that in the core side. And then finally, again, for the day we're celebrating today, International Day of Peace, consider the environmental social governance theme. And that has reached a tipping point in 2019, expected to explode higher in 2020 and beyond. I just finished a couple of days with folks in the ESG area. It is amazing the amount of research and money and other things that are moving into that arena. And the tipping point piece here in the United States was 2019, the Business Roundtable, 181 CEOs signed an agreement. Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan is the chairman of that entity, and it broadens the mandate beyond just making profit as a stockholder. And so, that was the old concept of we make a profit, number one, and everything else is secondary. And they broadened the view to community and the communities they serve, the environment in general, their social policies. And so this is a serious movement both here and around the world. And I would definitely recommend, if we go a few more slides in, we've got some ESG. Yeah, so there's the 181 CEOs. Let's go another one. So I thought this was interesting. Again, Jamie Dimon, American Dream is alive but fraying. And so this really gets to the heart, and it's not just Jamie Dimon, it's the head of Salesforce, it's the head of many major companies are now taking this position that this has to be an economy that serves all Americans. And many countries overseas are taking the approach. Some of them are ahead, some of them are behind the United States, that the country itself should serve all the populace. Now, some of you are listening in countries where the government is taking things into its own hands that may not always be in the best interests of the populace. And unfortunately, that's going to be one of the big push and pulls of the next 2 decades, maybe even well beyond there. If you go to the next page, this is some of the things that you can avoid if you want to try to avoid them in your portfolio. We've got clients who only want to avoid a few things. We have some that want to avoid most of them, and we have a few that want to actually say, I like sin stocks, and give me some sin stocks. So again, this is one size fits one in terms of how you think about this. Let's go to the next slide.
Just quickly, Dennis, I actually talked about the sin stocks, mostly to do with adult entertainment, drinking, alcohol, gambling stocks, those sorts of things, and tobacco. And a study was done many years ago. I don't know if it still holds true now, but the sin stocks tend to outperform the market in a downturn. presumably because people drink and smoke more. I assume so. I'm not sure if that still holds
Well,
valid, but it's
so
very interesting
it
to
is.
see.
It is interesting. And again, the pandemic downturn. I would not draw any conclusions from what happened back in March and April, because this downturn has been unlike most others I've seen in my career and the ones I've studied, 100 years before that. So usually in downturns, value stocks paying dividends, were cushioned and didn't go down as much as tech stocks. Well, this time it was exactly the opposite. And so many of the ESG companies, now again, depends on how you define ESG. You can define Facebook as a problem in ESG, but if you were leaned into technology in March, April, you were in really good shape. In terms of
It was interesting to see that the dogs of the Dow, didn't actually seem to do that well, which is what you would ordinarily expect comparative to the rest of the Dow.
Exactly.
So.
And again, I think drinking, all the stats I've seen are drinking is up. So good. Can you lean into responsible drinking?
In Australia, responsible drinking is drinking a lot, I think, and then not driving. So you catch an Uber, and it keeps the economy going.
Yeah, it's funny. I every time I've been at national or international conferences with friends of mine from Australia, I don't remember some of those evenings afterwards. So I think I get it. So this is a very interesting have your cake and eat it too approach you see on the screen. So this was available, but it was difficult to pull off 20 years ago. You had to do a lot of machinations. Today, you can do it pretty easily where you get all three of these in one package. You focus on ESG themes, and you focus on factors like high quality and dividend appreciation to try to avoid some of the areas that are overvalued. And you use continuous tax loss harvesting, which historically has added 0.5% to 2% a year in after-tax return. Well, if the stock market's making 10% or 12%, it's like, okay, that's nice, but it's no big deal. Well, in a lower return environment, and the fact that some of the folks in this, what's called the tax alpha area, believe that volatility will make this move towards the 2% a year, suddenly 2% a year on what you keep versus what you make actually means a lot. And so you actually have platforms now where you can choose one of these three things or all three combined into one package, custom designed for the individual. And so that's the wonderful thing. And you don't have to be a multi-gazillionaire to be able to lean into this. And that's the wonderful thing of our current environment is you have a lot of choice. That's probably also the main curse of the current environment is you have a lot of choice. And the more choices, there've been a lot of research studies that show more choices you have, the more confusing it can get. So again, I would say that, be a good sailor, do your homework, do your research, don't get too carried away with any particular trend or theme. Always have a good uncle who you can bounce things off of, who has good common sense, so you don't make any major stupid decisions, and you'll be fine coming out of this environment. Oh, and I should mention, particularly with our international audience, that my partner, Holly Madasser, her book, Women on Top, is a international bestseller on Amazon now, and it's all around ESG and women. So definitely a recommended read, and clearly actually getting more traction overseas than in the United States, which is interesting.
No, that does look good, and I'm always into books. But I just want to do some quick introductions for people who've just joined us. We're welcoming Dennis Stearns as our special guest. Dennis is a certified financial planner, founder of the Stearns Financial Group, which manages 1.4 billion in assets. I don't know how you do that, Dennis, because moving that amount of capital around on a daily basis has got to be a real pain. But that's your problem, I guess. We also have Ankit Kandlewar, who's our director of IBM TV in New Delhi. Sasha Starr, who runs investments with Sasha in Toronto, Canada, and also lived in Russia. Ben Coates from the United Kingdom, because we have to have our representative across the pond. Shaquille Latmer, who manages another $2 billion of assets. I don't know how he does that either. Out of Singapore and Liechtenstein. And our special guest, Jeff Brown, who's the Dean of the University of Illinois College of Business, the Guile School of the College of Business at University of Illinois. And of course, Dennis was bringing up the ESG stocks, which, or ESG, maybe they have funds today, which I think are quite interesting for younger people. Jeff, what is University of Illinois? Are they looking at this stuff at all? Or,
yeah, actually, the University
ESGs?
of Illinois Foundation announced earlier this year an agreement with BlackRock to set up a special ESG type fund for some of the endowment investments. So I think a lot of universities are looking at this. You know, universities are places where levels of sort of social consciousness that tend to be very high, both among faculty as well as students. I also serve on the board at TIAA, which has long been a leader in the ESG space, and also has some specific funds set up in that area. So it really is an area where we've seen a really rapid evolution in the products and the definitions and in the companies that are out there tracking the various metrics, as well as in investor interest. So I definitely think it's something that's here to stay.
Mm-hmm. Dennis, do you guys have your own ESG funds over there at Stearns Financial Group? What are you doing in that area, Dennis?
No, we do not. So we take advantage of BlackRock and a whole variety of other pre-packaged platform exchange traded funds. And, you know, for example, GMO actually has a very nice climate change fund. And we also then do more custom work, like I was showing previously. That is not a fund, that is actually a customized portfolio where you're making decisions on each one of the levels, the tax alpha level, the ESG level, and also the factor level in terms of quality, dividends, and that sort of thing, to come up with a customized portfolio. And again, I think it's just incredible. I mean, we've been doing socially responsible investing for a while, but it's incredible the explosion in the last 10 years. And as I mentioned earlier, the tipping point. This is getting to the point where CEOs of major companies that I talk to say, okay, we're paying attention, and maybe we weren't paying attention before. And, you know, where will this be 10 years from now? I can't even guess, other than to guess that it's going to be powerful.
Yeah.
Very interesting that you mentioned about ETFs. You know, back in my very cocky and arrogant days, I had a very negative view of ETFs. My view was, if you're a professional investment fund manager, how dare you charge your clients fees and then go out and buy ETFs? You should be able to replicate the index. But I haven't changed my mind about that. I think that they're another derivative that you can use. It depends on how you're using them. They can get you some great exposure. And certainly for the everyday retail person, you know, you can't go and buy the Dow. And a lot of people are going to be quite scared of buying, you know, things like, you know, futures contracts and that sort of stuff, but they can get an ETF, and they can actually get ETFs that will give them exposure to things that'll be very difficult even for professionals to get exposure to, such as emerging market debt. Very difficult to get that. And you raise a very good point when it comes to things like, you know, socially responsible investing. It's oftentimes a case where actually investing into an ETF is going to give you an easier way into the market than doing it yourself, even as a professional investor. So, you know, there's been leaps, and you know, the ETF market has gone forward in leaps and bounds. At the moment, you're talking about $800 billion top of book liquidity in the ETF universe. So there's, you know, it's not like you're going to be stuck in an illiquid instrument. You know, if you're a young person looking to invest, this is a reasonable place to investigate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you make a really good point. So being an old individual stock picker from way back, you got to know what's under the hood of whatever it is you're buying, and the ETFs are no different. And you have to really be careful. For example, in the ESG space, many of the funds, Tesla is their number one holding. And, you know, Elon Musk, okay, he's the Thomas Edison of our times. I love him from that viewpoint. The company is priced as if he's already on Mars and mining precious minerals from asteroids. So I'm sorry, you know, this Tesla's going to probably do fine at the company, but the stock itself now recently went down 25% and has been kind of sort of in a range. So maybe it's going to get to a better valuation. But if that's the number one holding in your ESG fund, you ought to know that, and you ought to know what the valuation is on what you're buying, and otherwise you may not like what you're buying.
I think as well, people need to have a look at and see whether or not the funds are there. The ETFs, if we're talking about ETFs, are they passive? Are they active? You know, what actually is the fees or the fee structure that they've got? And you're right, you know, what's the weighting? And some ETFs won't actually tell you what they've got. You know, some of them are hidden. Most of them will actually show you what they've got. It depends on the jurisdiction that you're in and where they're listed. But yeah, those things all make a big difference, of course. The other stuff that I would like to personally see, we all know that there's an enormous amount of liquidity in interest rates and interest rate derivatives, and they generally are the most liquid parts off the market in most major countries in the world. But retail investors find that very difficult to access. And I would love to see some ETFs that just do things that we know of, you know, that those of us in finance, you know, don't sort of blink an eye at, the 5-year versus 10-year spread, or the 2-year versus the 5-year, or the 2-year versus the 30-year, or whatever you want to do. That's something that I think an ETF could take care of pretty easily, but for some reason, you know, nobody's done it yet. So perhaps, Jeff, we can get together and we can all set up an ETF that does this. What do you reckon?
Well, there are some amazing innovations coming up in ETFs. In fact, BlackRock that Jeff mentioned is spearheading a few of those. And, you know, from active management ETFs, I think are probably going to become much more popular than index ETFs here in the near future. I think that the so-called non-visible ETFs, meaning that don't have to disclose in real time what their holdings are, you know, that's going to make some people very nervous. See what's going on, but yeah. it eliminates front running and some other issues that are out there today in the flash trading world.
It makes hedge fund managers and people like myself that run similar things to hedge funds a little bit nervous, because, you know, obviously I quite enjoy the fees that I get to charge my clients. But also we're actually seeing some things that are really interesting. So there was a bit of a gimmick that came out a handful of years ago where they wanted to raise some money pretty quick for an ETF. So they actually offered a negative fee, which basically meant the ETF company would pay you to buy their ETF, right? But DWS, which is formerly part of Deutsche Bank, and they've sort of split off from Deutsche Bank now, they actually have some positive yielding ETFs, and they actually have them over the S&P 500. They also have them over the CSI 300. There's a whole list of them. I won't go through them all. And that's a pretty interesting play. I mean, the last time I checked the CSI 300, that was actually giving you the CSI 300 plus 500 points, so 5% basically in round figures, after they took their fees. So that was a pretty interesting play, and I do think there's going to be a lot of innovation there. Certainly I know that in Australia, and I believe in the United States as well, what regulators are wanting to see is that people have got more access to the markets without having to go down the path of either investing in a hedge fund or doing it through some other sort of structure, but they are being looked after, they are being managed professionally, and I think there's a big push towards that.
Yep. And it looks to me also that the legal aspects do tend to weigh into this. But Dennis, it sounds to me that you also are looking international, at least on your presentation to your investments. In other words, you're not just stuck in the United States. What are you doing in the international arena in terms of investing?
Well, yeah, so we, as I mentioned, are pretty positive about international returns, particularly where we think the US dollar will go, but just in general. And international, you know, if you look across the board at international companies like that are in the index, the EAFE index, they tend to be very low weight technology. And so when you parse that out, it's no surprise that the last few years, I showed those top 5 technology companies in the United States. Amazon's actually not classified as technology, interestingly enough, but I showed those top 5 companies, and so they're just taking off and driving the index, and you haven't had as much of that in the international space. Well, that's changing, and that's going to change, we think, big time in the next 10 years. The cure for cancer, or at least make it a chronic disease, may come out of U.S. pharma, but we think there's an equal chance it'll come out of international pharma and maybe even Chinese pharma. So you start thinking about where some of the trends are going, the emerging middle class around the world. There's some just amazing benefits. Now, I will say that we have been shifting away from indexes on international. So we've had, ever since the Great Recession, we've had more of an index orientation. We now are moving a little bit more towards the stock pickers, the ones who are willing to go in and underweight the popular one, and they're willing to overweight the unpopular or to do particular sector bets. And our suspicion is that is going to be very important in the post-COVID environment. And as we've talked to international managers, pretty much every country in the developed world around the world and some of the developing emerging markets, we're hearing things that sort of support that. So, passive indexing has been such a huge trend, probably will continue to be a huge trend in the future, but active, I think, has become more interesting because of all the dislocations going on.
Yeah, we'll just go straight to the basics. The U.S. is only about 50% of global stock market capitalization, so there's really no reason at all that one should be so heavily concentrated in the U.S. only.
Yeah, and I'm going to just do some quick introductions because we have a new guest who's just arrived. We have Jeff Brown he's the Dean of University of Illinois School of Business that also works internationally. Dennis Stearns, who's the founder of the Stearns Financial Group, a certified financial planner who manages $1.4 billion in assets here in the United States. Shaquille Latmer, who's actually a money manager overseas who works with $2 billion of assets in Singapore and Liechtenstein. Sasha Starr, who heads investing with Sasha Wednesday at IBM TV, and he's out of Toronto, Canada. And then Ben Coates, who's at the United Kingdom, who's joined us, who runs Moguls Media, and another guest who's been on before, Carla Pratt, who's the Dean of the Washburn University School of Law and my nominee for the next Supreme Court Justice place. So that Carla, you'd have to leave Washburn University and go to Washington, D.C. to be an associate justice. I don't know if that's something you really want to do
anymore then, right?
Yeah. Oh, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. We're in La La Land. We're up in we're in the Supreme Court now, so that would be quite a change. But the law makes a big difference as to the rules, as Shaquille has said, because if they make the rules, they could make it easier on investing and harder on investing, right? So the Supreme Court seems to make the rules, don't they, Carla?
Well, most of the rules are made by legislators, right, at both the state and the federal level. So the Supreme Court really should be making very little law in our system here in the U.S., but the Supreme Court certainly does have the power to influence markets as well as the power to influence our lived experiences as individuals in some really monumental ways. And so it has a lot of power for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they have the power to interpret the law, and that
Yes.
gives them what I would say is a tremendous, powerful position. And unfortunately, it does seem to permeate through the financial community as to what they can invest in, how they can invest. Because Dennis, you were saying that the private equity market is pretty hot right now. Would you say that, Dennis?
Yeah, private equity is very hot. But it has grown also in the last decade, and used to be that there were, up and down the food chain, there were a few firms, and now there's firms almost everywhere on the food chain. And same for venture capital, and same in between venture capital and private equity, which again, that's a huge, probably should have an investing show where we just talk about the fact that so many companies get a lot of their return before they ever go public now.
Oh, really? Wow.
That is
Yeah.
a huge shift. Huge shift.
But it looks like also we're entering a new world because ExxonMobil, which we discussed on one of our earlier shows, ExxonMobil got delisted from the Dow. I mean, that's pretty big, don't you think, Dennis?
Well, yes and no. I mean, again, Exxon, I'm sure, well, maybe I'm not sure, will be able to pivot into the new world. Everybody forgets Berkshire Hathaway started off in life as a textile company and then had to pivot several times to its current model. And so the question is, can Exxon pivot? You know, and so many companies have had difficulty pivoting to the new world. And so I'm suspecting that Exxon could be one of them, but I'm not sure I'd count them out yet.
Like Neiman Marcus, Brooks Brothers. If you start buying the brands, Neiman Marcus and Brooks Brothers, you may be buying into the wrong thing today. J.C. Penney, all of them look like not the way to go. And so how do investors even know what to choose today?
But I think if along the lines of what Dennis was saying with ExxonMobil is, yeah, of course, you know, they've got a large amount of money, they've got a large amount of financial resources. So it would make sense that they would start to invest in different things. We know that BP, for example, did actually start to invest in renewable energy. And it would make sense that energy companies would invest in energy infrastructure. Philip Morris, the tobacco company, people don't really talk about them very much, but they've actually got a pretty good dividend yield. But what a lot of people don't know or don't realize about Philip Morris as a company is they actually invest quite heavily. Last time I checked, it's been a few years now, they actually invest quite a lot in pharmaceuticals, and they invest a bit in medical research and, you know, a few different things like that. So a lot of these companies, they do actually move across to other things. Talking about oil specifically, we know that a lot of Middle Eastern countries now are investing in tech and they're investing in renewable energy. So, you know, they know that oil demand will probably go down over time as there is more and more growth within the renewable energy sphere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's one thing I wanted to ask you, Dennis, is that you said that there was becoming more and more choice and more variety. Is it not a case of it's a changing of the guard? The actual choices, the amount's the same, it's just different choices these days.
Yeah, so changing of the guard is a good way to talk about it. And there's so many cases of that in history, but also just today. I mean, you look at some of the old tech companies here in the United States, like Cisco Systems, IBM. You look at Intel. So, you know, recently we did a podcast with one of the people from Intel's 5G Internet of Things business to business unit. You know, most people think of Internet of Things as your refrigerator talking to your toaster or something. The B2B area is just unbelievable, and Intel's a fairly major player in it, along with some new types of companies. Well, the new companies, they're all getting bid to the sky. Intel right now is a dog, and you know, it's still down year to date. Cisco's down year to date. Cisco Systems, many people don't know, they are doing some amazing things in digital security. That's going to be huge in the future, and yet they don't get the kind of premium that some of the digital security newbies get. So this is very typical of, again, a techno-industrial revolution. If you go back to, you know, ones that have happened in the past, people will love the bright, shiny object. They will discard the thing that's not so hot. But sometimes discarding the thing that's not so hot is the right way to go. You know, I still remember 20 years ago, I was part of a major think tank around globalization, and it was a lot of the major textile companies. They identified over 80% of the trends that have actually happened. 80% of the trends that have actually happened. And yet the number one company in that think tank, their headquarters is now a P.F. Chang's and Fleming, which for those of you overseas who don't know what I'm talking about, those are two restaurants. So effectively that company has imploded, you know, just like Eastman Kodak imploded after inventing the digital camera. And so, you know, the real question is, okay, are those value traps with Intel and Cisco systems, or are they going to be able to pivot into the new world? And IBM, again, is fighting some major competitors today, whether it's Amazon or Microsoft or you name it. And that's going to be one of the fascinating things to watch, I think. And I don't completely count some of those old tech out. I don't just say, oh, yeah, they're all going to become Eastman Kodak. I think a few of them are actually going to make the pivot.
So the rest, can they morph like American Express and Wells Fargo? Because Wells Fargo, they just drove carriages across the Western United States, and so did American Express. I mean, now all of a sudden they're in a whole different area. For those who've just joined us, we have Dennis Stearns, certified financial planner, head of the Stearns Financial Group out of North Carolina, who manages about $1.4 billion in assets. We have Ben Coates, who with Mogul Media in the United Kingdom. Carla Pratt, who's the dean of Washburn University School of Law in Topeka, Kansas, which some famous cases come out of, by the way. Shaquille Latmer out of Singapore, who's a multi-billion-dollar fund manager in Singapore. Actually, he's in Australia now, but he manages his funds in Singapore and Switzerland or Liechtenstein, overseas somewhere. Sasha Starr in Canada, who's also overseas, runs investment with Sasha out of, and he's in Canada now, not Russia, was from there. And then Sharif, who's runs the Sharif School of Economics on IBM TV, PhD scholar in Malaysia, of all places, which is a very fast, what I would say, emerging market space. So Sharif, what is going on in Malaysia when it comes to investing and ESG, which Dennis mentioned, the environmentally, socially good companies? Are you guys looking at that, or is it drill baby drill over in Malaysia?
Okay, Malaysia, at present situation, Malaysia actually trying to overcome from the economical challenges. And most important thing is that in terms of what I understand from the policy wise, Malaysian trying to taking initiative, especially, that Malaysia as a Singapore is not too much of advance in agricultural and other things. So beside the healthcare system, even they're losing many business in tourism industries and these things. So that's why they are more focusing right now agricultural and other things. And investment wise, I think Shakil, he has an investment in Singapore, right? He's running some good business from Singapore. So I think then he can try from Malaysia. Maybe Malaysia is a much more bigger country, more people, so he can try some investment in Malaysia by this way.
Away from Singapore and go to Kuala Lumpur, right?
Yeah, not so far. Not so far. I think.
Good try, sure.
Yes, I don't know why Shakil doing it in Singapore. Actually, Singapore peoples, they are running business in Malaysia, so maybe he can transfer his fund in Malaysia.
Well, the answer to that question, Sharif, is because of people like Nick and Carla. You see, as we've said before,
regulation
here in Australia, I personally am not allowed to invest in the funds that I run because I'm not sophisticated enough to understand the risks being taken on by the fund manager, which is me. So the government has to step in and protect me from myself. And I just have that anti-government opinion that, look, if my mother cannot tell me not to do something, I don't think government should be able to. But the reality is that, unfortunately, regulations are so complex and so complicated here in Australia that I actually had to leave. And so the first place I went to was Switzerland/Liechtenstein, and the second place I went to was Singapore, which is passported into Australia under the financial regulations. But I would find it, now that I'm a bit bigger, it'd be easier for me to set one up in Australia, but it's just too much heartache and too much headache, so I just left.
But we need regulations, right, Carla? You're the dean of Washburn University School of Law. Defend our wonderful legal system and having to regulate these people overseas and around the United States.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest scandals in the U.S. was the Bernie Madoff scandal, right, where we saw the harm that could be done to people by unscrupulous, fund managers. And so I think we definitely need regulation. Sometimes regulators don't catch bad actors in time to save people. But a lot of times regulations are very effective at protecting investors from malicious actors, and also from people who will engage in self-dealing if they have, for example, some insider information that would give them an advantage in the marketplace while investing. So yes, we need some regulation.
Yeah, and there's a great book called $1 Billion Whale. It's about Malaysia. Oops, I won't go any further. Sharif, you're totally familiar with Jahid and Lowe and what happened over in Malaysia with so we need the regulations to keep the bad actors out of the market and keep the good actors in, like Thomas Schuman, who's just arrived from Thomas Schuman Capital. Tell us, Tom, a little bit about your company, because you're in more of the socially good type of investments. Tell us about what you do.
Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Thomas Schuman. My firm, Thomas Schuman Capital, is the leading solutions provider for responsible investing and water security. I created the Thomas Schuman Water Risk Index, which is the world's first benchmark equity index that offers investors, financial institutions, asset and wealth managers long-term sustainable returns and social and environmental impact. Our indices substantially outperform both the S&P 500 in the US and the Euro Stoxx 50 in Europe, while advancing United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 6, which is water security. I was born and raised in Frankfurt, Germany. In 2000, Frankfurt made the commitment to become the most sustainable city on the planet. In 2015, Frankfurt was named the most sustainable city in the Sustainable Cities Index. So my birthplace and my path always has been about sustainability, equity, social environment responsibility. And I think the last question Nick asked me is what peace means to me. So being a little bit biased and prejudiced towards water, I would say water can be a pathway to peace.
Yeah. Yeah, and investing in water could be a good way to go, as Dennis was talking about the socially responsible ESG fund, or ESG. That's quite an interesting area. With that, speaking about socially responsible person, David Cay Johnston has just arrived. David is a Pulitzer Prize, New York Times bestseller, also teaches law at Syracuse University. As a matter of fact, just for your arrival here, I tell you what, not only does he write really good books, I have them on my shelf. David Cay Johnston books. There it is. Perfectly Legal. That got me started on being a David Cay Johnston addict. Oh, Carla, if you haven't read that book, this is a great book. He won the Pulitzer Prize, but not because of this book, it's because of some other things. But he won a Pulitzer Prize, New York Times bestseller, and this is one of his great books. And I knew a lot of the actors.
That did win the Investigative Book of the Year award from Investigative Reporters and Editors.
Yes,
you did. Right. And here's his other one, The Making of Donald Trump. Whoa, that was a good one. Okay, but he has a new one, I think, coming out also as well.
I ordered some books from you on Amazon, so I can get. I have ordered.
But David is quite a writer. I mean, the thing is, he woke me up because I know some of the people that were in that book, Perfectly Legal, and some of the stuff that they purportedly have done, which is quite interesting. Anyway, thank you for showing up. This is Economics Monday going late because we've been co-opted with the International Day of Peace, which is today, which celebrate all over the world and highly mentioned in all our media in the United States. I'm sure you saw it on television. It was on ABC, CBS, NBC. Everywhere. It wasn't even right, David. Wasn't even mentioned.
It was on IB.
Yeah, it got zero attention, just like lots of important issues: child labor, slave labor. You know, they're not on the agenda, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. All right. So apparently peace today is not on the agenda. So the thing is, it got like no press at all in the United States. We're running it all day here on IBM TV, which I think is quite interesting because when Paul called me out of New York and goes, well, what about International Peace Day? You heard of it? Never heard of it. You know, he goes, 1.6 billion people know about it. I said, there's 7.8 billion in the world. And I'm one of those people that never heard of it. So, but I thought it would be a pretty good deal to talk about International Day of Peace. And Dennis brought in to economic, what do I call it, the social investing trend that's existing, which I think is pretty cool. And Thomas just happens to be right on the tip of that. trend right now with his water index. Is that a water index fund you have, Thomas?
No, I developed 2 index strategies for the US and for Europe. They will be complemented by an APEC and global version. And next step is obviously to collaborate and partner up with product issuers, ETF and ETP issuers, who then together with whom we would launch specific funds to track these indices in their respective regions. That's the longer term goal.
Yeah, because water is an issue. The thing is, a lot of people do not get clean water, and it becomes a big problem. Carla, we could write a law, right, that says everybody gets clean water. It's as a right of life, right of passage, or something like that. But I'm not sure. Even the United States,
a dispute in Indian country here in the U.S. in particular. West of Kansas, water becomes a big issue. I think on the East Coast, not so much, but out west, a big issue.
Yeah, and Carla, as you know, is the dean of Washburn University School of Law in Topeka, Kansas, where Bob Dole graduated from law school, and she is my nominee for the Supreme Court of the United States. So the thing is, I'm not sure how far that's going to go, because I think that they want you to sit on the Court of Appeals before you go to the Supreme Court. But maybe you'll have to segue your way through like RBG. Well, she taught at Rutgers. Now all of a sudden, poof.
She did.
I know she did.
But she went to the appellate court after that.
Yeah, then she went to the appellate court, and from the appellate court you go to the Supreme Court. You kind of have to weave your way up to the Supreme Court of the United States. So we do have an opening, and that's going to be, I think, pretty big. Even though they don't make the law, they get to interpret the law. That's a pretty powerful position to be in.
If I can drag you back to water for a minute, Nick.
Oh yeah, let's
drag you back to water.
Okay, yeah, I like to drink water.
White males born in the United States in the year 1900 had a life expectancy of less than 50 years. Those born in the year 2000 had a life expectancy of almost 80 years. That's a 60% improvement, and it is overwhelmingly due to 2 things, both related to water. Develop clean water systems where we filter water through sand, and we use chlorine and other things, and sewage systems so that we don't go back and dump raw sewage. 60% increase in lifespan, not from fancy medical interventions, although they save lives, and at my age, I'm certainly never going to argue against them, but clean water and cleaning up water are the single biggest life extenders human beings have developed. And in ancient Roman times, they had 3 water systems. One for the very rich, which was very pristine and pure, one for the sort of middle class, upper middle class, and then one for the poor with predictable results as to people's general health.
Thank you.
I think we still see remnants of that today, right? With Flint.
Oh, yeah.
Poor people don't have access to clean water.
In fact, Flint had been using water from out in deep in Lake Huron. There was a tunnel built. It was one of my last big investigation when I was at the Detroit Free Press. It was about the Port Huron tunnel disaster, where they were creating this, I think it was 30-foot wide or 48-foot wide, a tunnel through the mud underneath Lake Huron. Methane gas exploded. There was an electric locomotive they were using. It was thrown a couple hundred feet. It just pulverized, jellified a bunch of workers. And I proved that despite all the headlines to the country, no investigation ever took place. No witness was ever interviewed. It was a huge cover-up, and reporters were taken in on it. And that purpose was to bring better water to Detroit. And Flint was part of that. And then the state government took over the Flint and said, no, we're going to get rid of that well-known clean water, which led to all the disaster. But we're finding out cities all over the country have contaminants people didn't pay attention to. For example, I grew up in Santa Cruz, California. Redwood forest, some of which is recently burned in the watershed above Santa Cruz, they're finding industrial chemicals. There's no industry up in the redwood forest that would produce these, so no one quite knows why they're there, but they're showing up in the water that flows down out of the redwood forest into what's called the San Lorenzo Valley, in the little towns of Boulder Creek and Felton and Ben Lomond. there are lots of industrial pollutants in our water that we need to pay more attention to. And I believe that the fracking in this country, apart from the economics of it, will come under severe review the first time we have not a farmer or a couple of houses, but an entire city that wakes up and is told you can't drink your water for another 50 years.
So David, I would agree with you that there are things out there that we don't even know, or we don't know the extent. And so I'm a partner in a technology business accelerator that's affiliated with our Nanotechnology Center. And we're doing a lot of really groundbreaking research on environmental water remediation, but also PFAS. And for those of you who don't know PFAS, it is the stuff in nonstick pans and a whole variety of other things that PFAS has infiltrated its way into our water supply. And the fact of the matter is there are companies, back to the investing theme, there are companies that should be doing a lot better today, like 3M, 3M, cutting edge of personal protective gear, masks. They've now got a partnership with Harvard on some of the new COVID testing devices that'll be available in your drugstore or by mail. I mean, they should be selling at a big premium. Well, why not? They've got massive multi-billion-dollar problems with PFAS. So we have got to be thinking about some of these things, because they are going, we may cure cancer, or we may make it a chronic disease, but there may be other diseases coming right behind because of things that have infiltrated our water supply.
And by the way, the chemical I was specifically thinking of that's coming down out of the redwood forest in Santa Cruz County is PFAS.
Well,
why would you have measurable amounts of it coming out of a redwood forest where there's no manufacturing? There's homes out in the countryside, and people, like when I lived there, have horses. It indicates how thoroughly some of these modern chemicals that we've created are infiltrating our society. And yes, there are going to be new and different medical problems as a result of that. No doubt about it.
And that's the reason the health sector is very important, right, Dennis?
The health sector is very important, and certainly accelerated. I mean, telemedicine itself has accelerated at an amazing rate. And so, people worry about the budget deficit here in the United States, and certainly something to think about relative to the extra amount that's been spent on the pandemic. But the future projections assume business as usual with our healthcare. And business is not going to be as usual. And many of the healthcare, telemedicine, and other trends are deflationary, not inflationary. And so 10 years from now, will the greatest cost of Medicare be the last 6 months of life? Probably not. And so, again, I think that it just gets back to we have huge technology potential, and no show about peace and water would be complete without a discussion of Bill Gates' new toilet for the third world, which, again, how many people actually know that's even a thing?
Yeah.
That's a huge invention. That's a huge invention for the future. I mean, it's right up there with Heliogen, which, again, up until November of last year, a lot of people didn't even know it existed. Another Bill Gates funded company that is changing the way industrial products, infrastructure products are made away from fossil fuel to some very cutting edge solar. And so you have all these tremendously positive things happening, to your point, Nick, many of which are never reported on very well. I mean, that Heliogen piece kind of came up on CNN and then completely disappeared. And the toilet piece, I don't know, has he been on the Today Show? I'm not sure. I mean,
it's one of Bill Gates' favorite topics is toilets.
Yeah, we did talk about the Helio, whatever it is, company on this show without naming it some weeks ago, because they've developed the capacity now to create sustained heat sufficient to make cement or steel. And cement making accounts for, depending on which source you look at, somewhere between 4% and 8% of carbon dioxide on the planet. And so the capacity to do that, I mean, the technology and the ability to get more energy without damaging the environment appears to be a field absolutely unlimited out there. We just have to overcome the way we think things should be done and do things in new ways. And that will create their own problems, I'm sure. I mean, I have no doubt about it. I mean, one of the interesting findings is Donald Trump keeps talking about wind turbines killing birds. They kill insignificant amounts of birds, apparently. And if you just paint one blade black, the Europeans have found bird deaths fall off to nothing. But solar farms, and I own panels in a solar farm for my house, turn out to kill a lot of birds, probably because of either the heat right above them or the reflected light somehow interfering with them. We don't know yet. But we're going to find lots of ways to be much more efficient users of energy. And hopefully we're going to figure out things like how to deal with all these microplastics that we're finding, in livers of human beings, in the fish we eat, etc. Going forward. The world will be a lot different 100 years from now than what we're experiencing right now. We're just not going to experience it.
Yeah, and the world is moving pretty rapidly. But what about the legal profession, Carla? Is the legal profession be able to keep up with the world? It seems to me we're still doing like 18th century law in the 21st century. Is there any innovations taking place in the legal profession?
There are, but law is notorious for playing catch up, right? So law is always responding to innovation in the marketplace. And so I think you're going to see that continue to happen, where regulators start to say, oh, this is a new problem, and so we need to study it and think about how we're going to address it from a regulatory perspective. So but yes, there's lots of innovation in law. And I think COVID has really brought on innovation in distance education in law, because before we were pretty much wed to the Socratic method and we thought we had to teach law in person. And then COVID forced us to think outside that box. And so we've gone to teaching law in distance education format online. And we've discovered that the world didn't end and that we can do it. So.
Yeah, and in law, you do a lot of dispute resolution, which is actually a peace making process. So my solution to international peace was to graduate more lawyers. Don't you think that would actually work? And then we'd have more peaceful people.
Of course, I'm in legal education for a reason, and that's because I think lawyers have an important role in mediating disputes and hopefully helping achieve peace in our society. And so alternative dispute resolution of, where parties can engage in mediation and settle their disputes without coming into a courtroom is becoming more and more important in our system of justice. And very few cases actually have to go to court now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nick, I teach my students that law is what distinguishes us from the jungle. Lawyers are the grease who make the engine of civilization work with as little friction as possible. And then I remind them to never forget that they're the grease.
Well, that's certainly good to know. But I also think it's pretty important that the dispute resolutions get set up internationally, because frankly, if I had to litigate with Sharif in Malaysia, I mean, that could be a real big problem, because the cost of the litigation would exceed, the air flights just to fly over there. I like you, Sharif, but I have to go all the way over there, then come all the way over here just to do a dispute. That would be a pretty difficult thing. So somewhere along the line, the dispute resolution, and I've already noticed it, that there's a lot of systems that are being designed to mitigate any of the disputes internationally. And I think we're going to see that continue. At Washburn, are you guys connected more to the international community? Because I know you're in Topeka, Kansas. All I can think of is Brown versus the Board of Education versus Topeka, Kansas. But, are you guys connected in Topeka, Kansas with the rest of the world, Carla?
We are. So some of our law professors are focused exclusively on what's going on in other parts of the world. So Craig Martin, for example, focuses on climate and does that from an international global perspective. And so I really wish you had invited Craig to speak today instead of me, because he would have been great on this topic of talking about water and climate change and, what law can do to impact the climate that we're going to leave to our children and our grandchildren. So yes, we've got quite a few people here on the faculty who focus on those issues.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, we may have to have a special just on that, because it seems to me it's a very popular topic, Carla. So we'll bring him on when we go to that. Today is supposed to be International Day of Peace Day, which doesn't get any love in the United States at all, at least from what I've seen. I get the Wall Street Journal. It wasn't in the Wall Street Journal. It wasn't in the New York Times. It's just like totally ignored. But maybe it's because we're not into, the wars are more interesting. And
peace. If it doesn't bleed, it doesn't lead, and you know that. But on IBM TV, we take a different approach. So.
Yeah. So anyway, we're sponsoring International Peace today, and it's almost like the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, which apparently is more important internationally than the International Day of Peace. In case you guys didn't know that.
I wouldn't say internationally, Nick. I wouldn't say internationally. We don't care.
Well, you guys
about
don't watch the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade in Australia?
I don't know what Macy's is. But we think Macy's is something you spray in someone's eyes.
Macy's is something you spray in person's eyes.
You guys always know. So we just think,
okay, all right. Sharif, yes. Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. Do you guys celebrate that over there in Malaysia?
Malaysia, actually, International Peace Day, yes. Basically, International Islamic University, they have Peace Research Center. So I discussed with them, Professor Dr. Ainul Jaria. Yes, they are actually celebrating, especially in between the Muslim community, especially the Middle East and the South Asian countries and the Asia Pacific. They are celebrating this Peace Day. And beside that, they are doing some interesting research on the Middle East market and other things. So yeah, Malaysia, I think more or less. And most important thing, I just want to share, let's say today, actually, I visited one of the university. It's a Lim Kok Wing University anyway. So I visit few of the professor, and interestingly, they know about IBM TV. I say, sure, yeah, they say, yes, we are observing the IBM TV and other things. So good point is that, like, I think that like how actually different countries people participating in IBM TV, I think that now it's going to be, I think it's one of the fastest growing online television right now. So this is good point. This is good points. And I'm really amazed because it's one of the largest private university, and professors are asking me. And they said, oh yeah, we can join. I say, yes, they are very open. You can join, no problem. So hopefully they will join. So, but I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed because people from different area actually now observing. It's actually, I live in Subangja. This is another city, Cyberjaya. This is actually the ICT hub, you can say. So yeah, that is good point. I think how actually IBM TV collaborating with the peoples, this is actually really interesting, and how you come up with a different topic and different way of connections with the people. So this is very interesting for.
Yeah. Okay, so you celebrate International Day of Peace. You watch IBM TV. But what about the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade?
You didn't even acknowledge it, Nick. No.
Excuse me? No Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade?
Oh, you end on, right? In my most diplomatic way, can I please inform you that Thanksgiving is an American thing? We don't have Thanksgiving in Australia, or I mean, Canada has it because they think they're American. But like, we don't have it in Australia or the UK. So just to say.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing is, people were crying over here because we had to change the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. So I thought maybe everybody overseas was following the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, not the International Day of Peace. But it seems to me that you guys are following International Day of Peace, but you don't care about Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade.
You know what I know?
I have a plan. I have a plan, actually.
So it's Thanksgiving, and that she got 70,000 dislikes because of how bad the song was. So that's what we know, because that's what we saw from America a couple of years ago.
Well, let's talk about the economic impact that we're having right now, and what do we have to be thankful for this year, Nick. Let's look at the economic situation that we're in, because one of the things I like to do, because Thanksgiving Day is coming up, as you know, I've always wanted to host the Thanksgiving.
But they don't care about Thanksgiving Day. See, that's the problem, Kim. They like the International Day of Peace, but they don't care about Thanksgiving Day. Shaquille doesn't even know what it is. He thinks Macy's is something put on your face.
It doesn't even make sense that you have turkey on Thanksgiving and then do it again on Christmas, like a month after.
Nick,
yeah.
Nick, let me make a suggestion about something that does relate to the law and to peace, and that I wish the rest of the world would think about. The Canadians do that we don't do in America. One of my children is a lawyer in Canada. She emigrated there, is now a Canadian citizen, and she does child advocacy primarily, court-appointed representation of children when there are custody disputes between parents. In Canada, if you're working class, you get lawyers in family court to represent you, or in my daughter's field, children. And it appears, and I emphasize appears because I haven't seen a real well-done study on this, that it results in less domestic violence, that we do have lawyers instead of people thrashing out, their disputes over who gets which kid after the marriage or relationship breaks up. And it's because it's funded by the provincial government of Ontario. And they don't pay lawyers big fees. I mean, my daughter makes a decent living, but she's never going to get rich from it. But it is work that she's able to do only because the government finances it, and the government does so in the belief that it leads to better outcomes for children and less domestic violence. So I think around the world, I would encourage people who are listening to raise the question of, should we have government-funded representation, particularly for children, when there's a custody dispute between parents, whether they're married or simply cohabiting?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, but we just have a new guest who's just joined us. So I'm just do quick introductions for people who've just joined us. Kimberly Calhoun, who sits on the board, she's vice chair of the Board of Computer Science at North Carolina State University. Dennis Stearns, who's the head of Stearns Financial Group, managing $1.4 billion of assets. We have Sharif, who runs the Sharif School of Economics in Malaysia, our PhD scholar. David K. Johnson, who is a Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller. I've got his books back here, here they are. He wrote the book Perfectly Legal, a great book, and The Making of Donald Trump, another great book, plus others. You can see that. Carla Pratt, who is actually the dean of Washburn University School of Law in Topeka, Kansas. Shaquille Latmer, who is a multi-billion-dollar money manager in Singapore and Liechtenstein, and our special arrival, the Honorable David M. Walker, who is the Distinguished Visiting Professor of the U.S. Naval Academy and the former Comptroller General of the United States, author of Come Back America, but he actually was the Comptroller General also of the United States of America. David, welcome to the show. International Day of Peace is what we're discussing today on IBM TV, and I saw it was on all the major networks in the United States. They promote peace in the United States. Right, David? Did you see it everywhere?
Well, that's not really, but I'm all for peace. Even though I work at the U.S. Naval Academy, I will tell you I believe in peace through strength. But let me just say a few things. I'm trying to keep my dog Lily here quiet. She's right below me and very interested in what we're doing. Obviously, peace is critically important, but it's multidimensional. Multidimensional means peace in the world, peace in the in your country, peace in our community, with our family, with ourselves. And I hate to say this, but I believe that our risks are increasing. Our national security risks are increasing. Our domestic tranquility risks are increasing because we have growing gaps between the haves and the have-nots, which obviously is an issue that we have to come to grips with. And so I think that we all need to recognize that we need to do what we can within our span of control to try to be able to effectuate meaningful change. But the peace is not just avoiding, conflict between nations. It's also trying to be able to help make sure that we have self-preservation for ourselves and our families and others, and that we have a mechanism in place that ultimately might help us to achieve what Maslow calls self-actualization over time. And so I'm pleased to be with you. I wish I could spend more time. I'll stay on for a few minutes, but I promised you I'd come on at least and say hi. And
yeah, I know. I'm glad you're here, and I'll never forget when you're on 60 Minutes. You're talking about the national debt and the big problem that we have with the national debt, and you did a great expose on 60 Minutes. They showed it over and over again about the national debt, and then I hate to say what you think about the national debt today, because that was like 10, 15 years ago, or maybe it was 10 years ago. You were on CBS 60 Minutes.
Minutes, I think it was 2007, and then there was a critically acclaimed documentary that came out in 2008, and then my national best-selling book, Come Back America, came out in 2010. And next month, early next month, my next book will come out, which is America in 2040, still a superpower, ? And it deals with economic security and domestic security threats, not just within the United States, but also around the world. Stay tuned.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that would be pretty good. Very, very exciting topic. But it hit me when I saw that. Yeah, it was around 2007, the national debt issue, and then it just kept going like this. It's like we just don't even care about the national debt. It's like put it on the credit card, baby. Who cares? You know.
Two things I'll mention on that. One, the number they're showing you of the national debt is only the tip of the iceberg. It's about $26 to $27 trillion, but it doesn't count other liabilities, unfunded pensions, retiree health care, traditional liabilities, environmental cleanup costs. It doesn't count also the unfunded obligations that we have for Social Security and Medicare. The real number is not 26 to 27 trillion. It's over $90 trillion. And the real concern is now we have this new modern monetary theory, and it's new, it's unproven, it's contrary to history, it's contrary to longstanding economic theory, which basically says that you don't have to worry about deficits, you don't have to worry about debt until you have an inflation problem. Well, guess what? That employing that theory will cause an inflation problem in addition to a dramatic decline of the dollar over time. And if those two things happen, then you end up having serious economic problems, not just in the United States, but also around the world. So we're in challenging times. The good news is there are solutions. That's what over half the book is going to be about. And hopefully we'll actually get some leadership in this country, which is our biggest deficit, has been for, frankly, almost 20 years, to be able to come to grips with reality and start making some tough choices to create a better future.
Yes,
David. So, there's generally 4 ways that you can get out of a debt problem, including taxes. What do you think our capability of doing that is? And one of the things we talked about earlier, actually had a slide we didn't get to, JP Morgan's latest forecast, that our debt will not grow as dramatically as we might think over the next 10 years. So I'm curious what you think about that forecast, and what do you think are some of the ways out?
Well, first, I think we have to realize you have to climb your way out of a hole. You can't dig your way out of a hole, as some people say. Secondly, I don't focus on deficits and debt per se. I really focus on 2 key metrics. Debt as a percentage of the economy, because not all debt is bad. Sometimes you have to take on debt in order to find a win-armed conflicts, deal with national emergencies like pandemics. Sometimes you want to take on debt in critical infrastructure, research and development, and a number of other things that can help promote economic growth and have multi-generational benefits. Not all debt is bad, but too much debt as a percentage of the economy is, especially when you're growing the debt much faster than the economy. And by the end of next year, we will have the highest debt to GDP in the history of our country. The highest previously was right at the end of World War II. But at the end of World War II, we took steps to get it down dramatically through growing the denominator faster than the numerator. We took it from 106 to 35 by 1980. But now we're going to pass the 106, and given known demographic trends, rising healthcare costs, and other factors, it's going up, not down. We can debate how fast it's going up, but it's going up, not down. The second thing I focused on is what percentage of the budget is for interest. And right now, it's actually lower than it was back in the 80s. But part of the reason is because we don't have real interest rates right now. We are self-dealing in our own debt. The Treasury is the Federal Reserve is buying most of the new debt issuance in order to help stimulate the economy, stimulate employment, and hold down interest rates. That's short-term gain, but it increases the risk of long-term pain. And the Fed's balance sheet since 2008 has exploded. And they can do certain things that help us in the short term, but it increases risk over time. And when they start divesting of those holdings over time, it's going to have the opposite effect. So I have not read.
Perhaps a cap on government spending, David?
No, I don't think you need to cap government spend. I do advocate in the book that we need to cap how much we spend on everything but two things. But I'm not telling you what percentage of GDP that ought to be. Okay, we don't need to cap.
I'll help you out. You got to buy his book, Shaquille.
I'm buying David's book.
More reading for you, Shaquille.
Book's coming.
David K. Johnson, you had some questions.
David, let me push back. David, let me push back on you on a couple of things.
Sure.
I have the lead blurb on Stephanie Kelton's book on modern monetary theory, in which I agree with you that it is not yet been tested. But if she's right, this is the most important book on economics since Adam Smith. If her fundamental argument that you don't need to tax and then spend, the government can simply spend, and you use taxes if there's a risk of inflation to pull the money back. And we need a lot more inquiry about it, but I think that we really need to seriously examine the issues that have been raised. But you talked about these unfunded liabilities. It strikes me that it's completely unreasonable to talk about the future liabilities of, say, Social Security if you don't have everything. Our unfunded liability for military spending in this country is bigger than our unfunded liability for Social Security, particularly if we continue to pursue building World War II era weapons rather than moving to the less expensive and apparently very effective areas of cyber warfare and things like that. I mean, we always have these future unfunded liabilities. It's called life. And I also agree with you that we should be using debt strategically, which we generally have not been doing. And finally, the reason I believe that we have such low interest rates, the lowest interest rates in history. A couple of years ago, I was saying in 700 years, it's now the lowest interest rates in history, is partly because of what government's been doing, but this was true beforehand. The blended average federal borrowing rate pre-pandemic was a little over 2 percentage points. And I think part of the reason for that is that supply side economics has been so successful that we have vast amounts of cash held by people who cannot profitably invest it. We need demand side economics. And here's a number that will explain that. I just calculated for a introduction to a book that I wrote pro bono. It'll be out in a couple of months. For every dollar of increased real income since 1981, for the bottom 90% of Americans, the top 1% of the top 1% got $662,000. One for me, $662,000 for somebody else. And when you get to the end of the period from 1981 to 2018, the bottom 90% got a real average increase of less than $1,600. It's basically 2 cents an hour each year, more real pay. And the people at the very top got an increase of $28 million. And whose tax rate fell? The people getting the $28 million who are allowed to defer into the future and not pay, which is an interest-free loan from the government, who pay lower rates than workers do in many cases, and who don't pay payroll taxes to any significant degree. If you're making $35 million a year, payroll taxes are an irrelevancy.
Several things real quick. Number one, I started out with growing gaps. There are growing gaps on income, there are growing gaps on wealth, and there are growing gaps on education. Quite frankly, feed the latter. Okay. Secondly, I'm for defense transformation and fundamental restructuring. I don't think that ought to be off the table at all. All right. Number three, it's unfunded obligations, not unfunded liabilities. Okay. It's the difference between the promises that we have and the dedicated revenues that we have to meet those promises. And I also talk about a number of tax reforms designed to be able to raise more revenue in an equitable, sustainable way, and to make the tax system more progressive than it is right now, because as you know, the payroll tax is very regressive. And so that's not something you want to raise. So I think you'd find we probably agree a lot more than we disagree. But the real problem,
I agree, David. And I have great respect for your work.
The real problem,
which I'm very familiar with.
Right now, we're doing nothing, and making it worse.
Well, that could be true. We're not doing very much here, but
I agree. What do we do to change that? I mean, what do you need our voices to do? I know we each need to take that. Oh, Nick, come back, Nick. Come back, Nick. Not come back, America. So what I'm just curious about is when you say we're not doing anything, as people, we have a tendency of just saying, let our leaders take care of this. And we don't really know what we can do, what steps we can take. So maybe that could be a show in itself where somebody's kind of giving us those suggestions of what we can do, because, we don't know what to do. I mean, there's so much not being done. And now that, a great person who took care of us, who took care of all human rights, has passed away. She was a very powerful voice. Who do we have to defend the minorities and to raise the voices of the things that need to be done?
Well, when you talk about what needs to be done, you have to divide it up between different divisions of responsibility. Okay, some of the things can be done by the executive branch without legislation. Some things are going to require legislation, and some things are going to require constitutional amendments. The book is very thorough in that it addresses all of those different dimensions. And the first thing we need to do is we need to try to make sure that we get leaders who end up telling us the truth, are willing to make tough choices. Frankly, and that doesn't have anything to do with the political party, because I am a political independent, and I'm going to vote based upon character and based upon policies. We do need checks and balances in this country, because there's such a huge difference between who controls the Republican Party right now, meaning ideologically, and who controls the Democratic Party, that we need checks and balances, because I'm afraid if we don't have checks and balances, things could be worse.
Yeah, and here's his book, Come Back America, David M. Walker,
Well,
former Comptroller General of the United States, and also The Making of Donald Trump for Pulitzer Prize winner David Johnson, and they're both on the same show at IBM TV. So good to have you guys both here on National Day of Peace, and we keep people from warring each other, I guess. And then, of course, I like other David Johnson books, Perfectly Illegal. If you haven't got that one, great book. So
I think that we need to do a show on specifically naming the elements that we need to do, and get that show going so that we can start doing the right things as the people of the United States. So maybe that's something we can do as an action item, and work towards that, putting together the elements that we need to take, maybe get people to take call for action in their states, and then we build it back together again, because rebuilding America or the world, right now we're talking about the world, not just America, it's going to take a unified actions. It's not just one person. And David's right. We need to start taking action.
Well, the way I think you can do it, and then I have to leave, I apologize, is we're talking about a very big topic, right? And so you have to bring it down into digestible portions. That's what I've tried to do in the book. Basically, I talk about the overview, and then I take about 15 different topics, drill down, and get specifically, here's where we are, here's where we're headed, here's how we compare to others, here's what the challenge is, and here are some sensible solutions. I think you could end up structuring, programs around those topics and other topics that people on this, on this Zoom call, as others may have, because one of the good things is reasonable people can and will differ, but we don't have to be disagreeable. and we need to be able to have civil conversations. We need to be able to talk, as was mentioned before, about modern monetary theory, the pros and the cons, okay? And then let people make up their mind. Frankly, we don't get that in the media now. We have too many fact-free zones. They're all about opinion. They're all about opinion. They're not about the news. They're not about journalism. They're about opinion. And that's not what we need. We can make up our own minds. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Grazie. Okay, well, that was pretty good. Good always to hear from David Walker, the former Comptroller General of the United States, who had to balance our checkbook years ago in 2007. Found out it didn't balance, not even close. It was,
I think he did this for 9 years.
I don't know how he did it. I guess I had to make him sick. But for the people who have just joined us, we have David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, also a professor at Syracuse University Law School. Dennis Stearns, the CEO of Stearns Financial Group, a $1.4 billion asset manager at Stearns Financial Group in North Carolina. Sharif, who runs, he's a PhD scholar, runs the Sharif School of Economics in Malaysia. Kimberly Calhoun, who's a director at IBM TV and also sits on the board of computer science at North Carolina State University. Shaquille Latmer, who runs a multi-billion-dollar fund in Singapore and Liechtenstein, and he right now is in Australia. He runs up and down that. And Mark Lichtwak, who's also a very famous author, and he's a professor at the University of Southern California, probably one of the best known entertainment lawyers in the world, at least that I know of. And Mark, welcome to the show. What does International Day of Peace mean to you, or does it get any love out there in California? I didn't see it on any of the major channels.
Well, people in California right now are concerned a lot with fires and air pollution and what's going on in the country politically. As you're probably aware, California is a pretty deep blue state, and people are not really happy with the current administration, to say the least. The last polls I saw were the presidential election is that Biden was up 30 points. So it's not even, it's not even much of a contest here. So I only caught the last part of your last speaker's presentation, and I think he was talking about the fact that we receive a lot of commentary and actually completely fact-free information nowadays on the internet. And one of the reasons for that is that because a lot of these startup internet companies received special treatment when they were starting up to be immune from being sued and had protections that we don't give to the New York Times and other mainstream media. And basically the platforms can spread all kinds of disinformation and lies, and they have immunity. So certainly was a rationale when they were small little companies that they could be crushed with a bunch of lawsuits when content was posted from third parties that they had nothing, that they didn't generate themselves, and to hold them liable might have squashed them. But at this point, a lot of these companies are quite large and healthy, and actually a lot of the traditional newspapers have gone out of business or are on the brink of going out of business. So part of the problem here is that it's really a kind of an unfair playing field. The newspapers have lost an enormous amount of revenue from advertising, which has gone online, and the newspapers don't have the kind of immunity from defamation lawsuits that the online platforms have. And so it's created a situation where people can go online and they can just lie and fabricate and say all kinds of ridiculous things and conspiracy theories, and they can't be held accountable. The platform can't be held accountable. The person
I'm taking notes on that because I kind of like having immunity on IBM TV, and also
the government
wrote
has
this book,
as well.
Contracts, Films, and he wrote some other books. I got a lot of his books. There he is, Mark Litwack. This is Contracts, Film for the film industry, and he teaches at University of Southern California. But what he told me, he always makes me feel good when he says the online platforms have immunity. I like that idea, but I guess other people may not like that idea.
Well, one of the social problems that's grown out of this, Nick, from both what David Walker was saying and then Mark Litwack, is a lot of people conflate the serious, heavy-duty reporting at the New York Times, the LA Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, with the stuff they see on television, with the stuff they see online that is protected in the online stuff by Section 230. And it really is unfortunate. I mean, I get emails from people all the time. There's no news in the New York Times. It's just opinion. And immediately this person doesn't read the New York Times. They have no idea how fact-dense it is. And the financial problem is a really fundamental, serious problem. The New York Times, because of its unique structure, is going to do fine. But I noticed the LA Times, where I worked for many years, there's almost no ads in it, even though it's journalistically has recovered a great deal from the days when it was not doing so well under Sam Zell and other owners. But it's not recovering in the market. And this is a real problem. And it's going to be a problem at every level of government. If you're a kleptocrat at City Hall or the county or somewhere else, having weak newspapers and no reporters who come and cover your meetings is terrific. The scandal in Bell, California, this little suburb of about 35, 40,000 people, where the city manager was getting, I think, $800,000 and the police chief 500 and city council members $250,000 a year, was all done in the open because no reporter had been to a Bell city council meeting in years. And just the mere presence of people like me at a meeting is itself a policing function on the government. It's not perfect. I don't mean to suggest for it's perfect. We have plenty of corruption and wrongdoing and bad policies, but it's much different than knowing nobody's watching the store. Don't worry about it.
So
that's a big concern right there.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dennis.
Oh, no, I had a comment and a question probably for David and Mark and David Walker if he was still on. So, the last comment that David Walker made was about where are the facts. And I was curious, and maybe this is a future IBM TV special you can do on this book, not one of my books, but a guy named Hans Rosling, Factfulness. And it has some pretty interesting material in it on what's really going on in the world. And, this is a guy who spoke before Davos and to the world leaders and unfortunately passed away a few years ago. And I was just curious from David and Mark's viewpoint, if they've read that book and what they think of that approach to trying to educate the populace.
I haven't. I'm not aware of that book, and I actually do read books, and I will put that on my list of.
Hold the title up again, Dennis, so we can see it clearly in the middle of the picture.
And so I'll also read what's on the top. It says, one of the most important books I've ever read, an indispensable guide to thinking clearly about the world, Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Factfulness. Okay. Factfulness. Yeah. Thank you. One of the lessons about news is that people learn better by story and entertainment from movies and songs. When I give lectures about journalism, I often say to people, okay, think about some song you like. I'm sorry if a song starts playing in all of your heads and those of the audience out there right now. But now try to remember any line written by a music critic. There were those of us who warned before the 2007 meltdown what was coming. I was one of those people. I got the byline clip in the New York Times to prove it, and I wasn't alone. But nobody listened to us. It doesn't mean, however, we shouldn't do what journalists are supposed to do. Make a record. Find out as best you can facts are, report them in a rounded way, and report them in plain English so that people understand them. I think one of the problems at especially the New York Times, and the Wall Street Journal, and the LA Times and the Washington Post, the big four of the big five, is that too much is written in almost like memos for policy wonks rather than plain English. I occasionally write for the London tabloids, and I'm always struck by how when they get through with my words, it's stuff that resonates with you because they know how to talk to people. Yeah, we need a lot more facts and a lot of digging, and it's very expensive to dig up real facts. Back in the 80s, I spent $10,000, it should be $25,000 today, the LA Times money to get one sentence and two sentences with the setup for it, because an editor wanted a particular fact. And I told him, I said, it's going to cost you. He said, I don't care. And today, to try to get $10,000 or $25,000 for a story would be difficult to say, I need to spend that much money to get a sentence. Are you kidding me? They'd laugh at you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I like the whole idea of factfulness. Seems to me that people are getting their news from Facebook, whoever posts it. In other words, where it used to be, you actually had to have your facts and you'd have to have people do research. You have to have fact checks and you had to have sources. Now it seems to me all that thrown out the door. David, it doesn't seem to be important. But as we're at the hour, I just want to do some quick introductions. David K. Johnson, Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestseller, professor at Syracuse University Law School. We have Dennis Stearns, who is, there's Kim. She moved herself, I guess. Kim, who sits on the board of the computer science at North Carolina State University. Shaquille Latimer, who's a multi-billion-dollar fund manager in Singapore and Liechtenstein. He's out of Sydney, Australia. Mark Litwack, who is an author of Contracts, Film and Television Industry, also a professor at the University of Southern California, where he specializes in entertainment law. And then we have John Power, who joined us from North Dakota, CPA out of North Dakota, who advises wealthy families all over the country. And then Mark Christian, who's a partner with Horst Carlin and Van Tryke out of fourth largest CPA firm, I believe, in the state of California, has about 700 people working there. Not in California because he's in Park City. He abandoned California to get out of those high taxes and ran to Park City. And I guess they also opened an office in Austin, Texas, right, Blake? So you're
Fort Worth.
Fort Worth. Okay, all right. So you're all over the place on that. And anyway, we're here for the International Day of Peace, and I'm going to add one more person, one of our law graduates in Washington D.C., Humera Raymond, who actually speaks. She's from India, so or the United States. She speaks Indian, Hindu, and she speaks English at the same time. So she speaks both language. And we're here for the International Day of Peace, which we've learned a lot by talking. And somebody wants else to come in. Okay, we're here for International Day of Peace. And Blake, did you hear anything on the U.S. news relating to International Day of Peace? Did you see this on ABC, CBS, NBC, or anything like that?
I have not. I've been flipping around, watching some commentary, but I did not see it. But I did see it on the web quite a bit.
Okay, Scarlett, anything on International Day of Peace in Miami, or anything in Miami at all on that? Did you see anything on that?
Yeah, no, definitely. We are actually here getting ready for the 75-year anniversary of the SDGs. So we're great. Getting involved in a lot of different things here in Miami. We're part of the United Nations Association of Miami, so it's great. We're doing a lot of different culture because Miami is very much multicultural of different ethnicities. So it's just great to overall what's happening here and giving out little shout outs and so forth. We're such a multilingual, multi-country, melting pot of beautiful people.
Mm-hmm. John, do you hear anything about International Day of Peace in Bismarck, North Dakota?
I saw it someplace, but I don't remember now where I saw it, whether it was in a newspaper or if, like Blake, I just saw something on the internet.
Okay. Yeah, all facts are given on the internet, as we well know. we found that out. All information is on Facebook today. Humera, anything about International Day of Peace out of West Virginia? Do you see anything on that?
All over the world. So I mean, like, I have friends from all over, so I just,
Okay. All right. So a little bit out of there, but yeah, I just don't see it getting a lot of coverage. In other words, in the United States at all. And I also believe is what was it that we have a real problem with the facts. In other words, that we're seeing on television and through our media. Blake, do you see that as a problem? In other words, where a lot of people are getting their political views, everything from social networking, as opposed to actually what used to be investigative reporters.
Yes, and just the being a presidential year, I think, is impacting this a bit. But we just had the Israeli peace agreement, and a lot of the coverage was downplaying it, and we should be applauding when there's any movement, especially in that region. So everything gets politicized immediately. It used to be that they would at least accept it and then beat it up a couple of weeks down the road. Now, just right out of the blocks, they're attacking everything. So it's frustrating.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. In other words, the International Day of Peace, until Paul mentioned it to me, I was going, I never even heard of it, So, but he got IBM TV to sponsor International Day of Peace because I was thinking, well, how bad can it be? Anybody object to peace? In other words, if you sat on the other side, what are you going to say? Hey, I like war, except the military-industrial complex, who may see this to be a little different because they could lose a lot of business. And let's bring a person who likes peace because he had to work in that region in from Los Angeles. He's sideways right now, but maybe he can put us. There he is, Holmes Stoner, who's the chairman of the American International Chamber of Commerce, beaming in from Los Angeles, California. Holmes, welcome to the show. Thank you for helping us with the International Day of Peace. And I guess in where you're from, in California, and that International Day of Peace, is that pretty big in Los Angeles?
Well, not so much in the U.S. Other countries, very, very much so. But in the United States, the only place that has been celebrating this at any given length is New York City. And the rest of the country is pretty dormant. Half of them don't even know what a peace day is.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. In other words, I was going, we don't seem to get too much love on the International Day of Peace. And we have one more person coming in from North Carolina, Jatovi, who runs the Gamers Den on IBM TV. Jatovi, welcome to the show. Do you get anything with the gamers on International Day of Peace, or do gamers ignore it because they're too busy playing video games?
Well, I mean, gamers are gamers. We're just going to play video games regardless of what day it is, what time it is. You can be up at 3 o'clock in the morning. But the fun thing is that all of them use games as a way of relieving stress, per se. So keeping their lives as peaceful as possible by playing video games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we've also seen a trend in that direction also, as well as the gaming industry now exceeds the entertainment industry. Do people in Los Angeles have issues with the movie and television industry being exceeded by the gaming industry in the United States and around the world? Mark?
Well, that's been happening for a while. That the gaming industry has generated the enormous amounts of revenues compared to movies and TV. So it's actually not really shocking news, because that's been going on. Just people don't really notice it.
Yeah. So the thing is, the book that is contracts for the film and television, and we should add in the gaming industry.
Well, it doesn't focus that much in the gaming industry. I mean, I don't think. I mean, video games generate a lot of money, but it's questionable how much they change people's minds or educate people. I mean, it's mostly games that certain age group play. A lot of them are sort of war games, simulated battle games. It's sometimes movies, documentaries, news programs. They can actually influence people. So, gaming on the internet is not all that different in some ways than gaming in Las Vegas. Maybe it makes a lot of money, but I don't know how much of an impact it has on people's views or opinions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Scarlett, you're moving in toward AR and VR, and I saw today that they were wearing these VR to do operations. Are you seeing a major movement toward AR and VR, artificial reality and visual reality?
Yeah, absolutely. After COVID, we're a new generation, and what that looks like is everything is going on an online platform. So VR and AR is an extension of what is possible. So as we start using this technology, we have a more immersive experience. Virtual reality, augmented reality, and mixed reality is tools that is merging more. This year, for instance, we've been utilizing VR systems to kind of showcase a little bit more of the educational side. And we create collaborative partnerships with virtual reality. What that looks like is educational platforms through VR. The SDG 360, which is the virtual reality application, uses this technology to talk about Peace Day and international and have the discussion on a virtual platform. This is an amazing tool because it's allowing collaboration on a very global scope and a more immersive experience. So can you imagine talking about United Nations in any part of the world using these type of tools and actually through a virtual reality platform as though you were there? So that immersive experience enhances the technology and the data that kids and any age group really can come together and unify these type of technology. I love this type of technology because we can really get everybody involved, and we're seeing more of it as the technology gets better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it seems to me that that's an emerging technology, the artificial reality, virtual reality, and that some of the other aspects that we're in right now, some of the other media that we're in, is going to be replaced by this artificial reality and virtual reality. Do you ever see a time when the media is replaced by AR, VR? In other words, or it becomes more of a dinosaur because people get their media through AR, VR?
Well, it's just evolution. Technology is exponential. So it actually enhances imagine having IBM TV and now an immersive space. That's exactly what's happening. As television becomes Pod TV, an example is IBM TV. Now we're having more of an immersive experience. These virtual reality platform allows you to actually have a digital twin of yourself and be represented as though you're right there. So that's really what's so exciting, because the technology is improving exponential.
Wow, yeah, because I can see that in the future we're going to have to adapt more, or we're going to be left behind if the media does. If you don't change and adapt to the new technologies, you're actually going to be left behind. And AR, VR, I just can't see that being but other than a new technology that the media is going to have to adapt at some point in time.
Yeah, no, it's really quite exciting because it's almost it's kind of like a supplement to what's happening now. And what I like about it is it's becoming more usable. Apple is getting into, Microsoft, Facebook just announced they're doing a VR addition to their platform as well. So we're going to see more of it, and it's just going to be organically part of everyday life. So get ready.
Yeah, get ready for that. Well, and what is a digital twin? You mentioned a digital twin. Talk to me. What's a digital twin?
So a digital twin is actually a digital representation on an online platform. So imagine you getting an avatar scan of yourself or a representation of yourself being on a 360 or virtual reality platform. So I could have you, right now we're like talking through a 2D platform, but 3D is like you're actually as though you were there. It's kind of representing you on a 3D platform.
Scarlett, that is really weird. Okay.
Yeah, but it's one of those things you gotta have to try it.
Have you spending way too much time in Miami? I'll tell you, you know. So the thing is, Blake, it sounds to me that we can make a digital twin of you, and then you can go visit your clients and take care of their taxes, and they won't even know the difference because it'll be a digital you. Online dating will be different, you know. Obviously, I mean that's really freaky.
How am I going to pretend to be like a 25-year-old, you know, with hair? Like,
what's scary about that is that they're actually putting those in a robot. So that's what's so interesting about. So can you imagine you being in, I don't know, Japan, for instance, and your robot kind of showcase you on a real world, but represent you on a virtual world. So that's what that looks like. So this is actually now, it's just that we're going to start seeing more of it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing is, you're going to be able to demonstrate this on IBM TV going forward,
Absolutely.
right, Scarlett? That's because I certainly like to see those new and emerging technologies that before they actually come on. And Scarlett has tentatively agreed to do an AR/VR show on IBM TV, so we can actually demonstrate these new technologies that we're going to be taken over by digital twins at some point in time. Which I thought that would make everybody on the panel feel really good about. You know?
Yes, absolutely. You know, as a lot of these conferences are being postponed or canceled, I've been very pleasure of showing this on an online platform. So, and what that looks like, you know, I just did one big event, actually a Burning Man event, where we're one of the multiverse, one of the universe, and represented that on a virtual scale. But I'm excited in terms of what's happening here with the United Nations. We're actually doing the same thing, but we're talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. So they have a whole platform on 360, and I can't wait to show everybody what that looks like and how people are getting the youth and everybody having that interaction on those virtual reality platform. So stay tuned.
Yeah.
What did you do at Burning Man? My friend said.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
Yeah, Numera.
Can you hear me?
Sound's coming in pretty weak.
Oh, it is? Okay, I don't know what's wrong there. But I was wondering, what did you do at Burning Man? Some of my friends actually went to.
So at Burning Man, since it got canceled, we did a WebGL platform. And what that looks like is a virtual reality platform, but it uses your browser. Now, that means that if you don't have a goggles, you can actually still experience virtual reality through a web-based browser. And I just so happens to be one of the multiverse, one of the universe that Burning Man utilizes. There was only 8 in total in the world. So we've got all these burners going virtual reality. So it was a very amazing experience. It's the first time Burning Man ever done anything like this. And yeah, I was able to facilitate all that.
Can I just ask you, Scarlett? I got a new Samsung phone years ago, and they had a special offer on at the time, and I got one of those like goggle things. I can't remember what it is. I don't even know where it is. But you could have like almost a virtual reality kind of experience on there. And I thought that was quite interesting. So is that the sort of technology that this would sort of work really well with, the stuff that you're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. So what's amazing about this is that you, with the goggles, and there's different variety of goggles out there, but it's also going on web-based. So what that looks like is you can actually experience a virtual reality experience using your browser. And we're starting to see more of the enterprise level going into this platform. That means that we're having online conference using virtual reality. And it's more of an immersive experience because you're actually interacting with people. And we did all different types of experiments, such as NFT, which is a non-functional token. How do you gift NFTs, like in a conference, for instance? Helping support artists, creating these digital assets using blockchain. So all that is going to make sense because once you put on those goggles or Experience 360, you're going to have that aha moment. It's just like trying to explain Google, someone who's never actually used it. So we're going to start seeing that. In late November, Apple is going to announce their Google Glass, which is an augmented reality platform. So you just literally put on these glasses that uses your cell phone as a processor. So you have everything augmented. It's just one of the additional features. So XR is definitely going to be more of utilized on a dating system. It's used for everything from gaming to enterprises, even to startups. So get ready.
It seems to be following the trend from Google Glass to Google Cardboard to Microsoft HoloLens on down the line. I mean, in the gaming world, this is kind of the way that we've been seeing things go. Dealing with the virtual, avatars and everything else, because of course in the gaming world, that's all there is, from the Mii's on the Wii to even if you create a character in Island Saver or whatever else. Yeah, it sounds pretty cool. It sounds like it's hopefully that it doesn't follow the technology within the movie or in the TV series Black Mirror. That is the way that it seems to be trending, where the ocular nerves are going to be utilized to create this AR world that we're actually going to live in, which is actually kind of neat to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in gaming, it's very, very big. Just recently, Unity was in the Wall Street. There were IPO, and Unity is one of the main platforms for gaming. It's what they're utilizing. Their stocks went 37% up. That goes to show where the market has been shifting. So, we're definitely going to start seeing everything from, more game development and how, even movies, how we experience movies. It's going to be more immersive experience. So I'm quite excited about that, because that's the integration of many different type of technology that's more immersive. So
we have a new member in our Chamber of Commerce. We took in last fall. There's a company called 4D Presence. 4D Presence. They're a holographic staging company, and they're funded by Disney, big studio down in Irvine. But, these guys, they have a library of literally thousands of characters, from Michael Jackson to Elvis Presley to Dionne Warwick, you name it, and they can perform in 1,000 nightclubs a day. So basically, you can see Dionne Warwick singing in your nightclub like she's really there, just by flipping a switch. And the hologram of her singing and performing is in multiple places at one time.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to start seeing a lot what they call the volumetric filming. So that's basically when they scan you and it looks as though you're right there. So volumetric filming, remember that word, it's going to happen a lot. So here, part of my company, we have the machines that basically body scan you, and you have these interactive experience. So imagine Star Wars in that scene when they had the hologram. So that's your digital twin, as though you were there. You just put on those Apple Glass, and then it's like, oh wow, that's Nick. And,
that would make it, wouldn't it? For like people who try to communicate from a distance with family, which a lot of us are having to do at the moment. For me, I travel a lot, so that's how I communicate with family and friends. To have that sort of more 3D immersive experience would be great if that could be done in real time, which it may not be able to be done yet, but certainly that's something that technology would probably go to naturally over time.
Speaking of Disney, and speaking of the same technology, which is really cool, they had a show on Hulu that was just recently called Upload, and basically it was a discussion about the afterlife and how to preserve one's consciousness afterwards, and it was about creating a digital replica of yourself before you passed on, but placed in a server. But in that server, of course, it's this whole virtual reality that you're going to live out the rest of eternity in. And it's kind of neat to think about, the same technology that you're talking about now could be leading to something like that, of trying to extend one's life, because we all search for Ponce de Leon's and the always living forever, or the fountain of youth. And so it's an interesting concept on the same technology.
Yeah,
as long as we can turn certain people off that we don't want to listen to.
Yeah, exactly.
But
I've got we'll talk about that.
Yeah, but just imagine being able to go to Mars, for instance, and have that feeling that as though you're actually there. So those are the sensation, that's the possibility with our current technology. And once we start hearing more of the 5G, how it's integrated in XR, that's where it's going to really enhance those experiences. So you could travel anywhere on this virtual reality platforms and have different type of conferences or gaming experience. So that's what's getting me very excited about this.
It probably doesn't bode well for the airline and hospitality industries, though.
No, actually, reverse, because we're actually working with a company that uses AI. They're using a VR to train staff on hospitality right now, because one of the biggest expense is having to travel hospitality employees and having trained them. So they're actually training that on those virtual reality platforms without having to, travel expense and so forth. So it expedites a lot of the training process.
All you want to do is strangle the airlines and hotels to death.
Yeah.
And see, I like thinking of how it all ties together, and the fun futuristic things that we thought about in the 50s, 60s, 70s on with Star Trek. Could this be the precipice of teleportation? Together, and the fun futuristic things that we thought about.
Yeah, even from IBM TV.
Wow.
Jacoby has his own digital twin.
Already, I'm loving it.
Absolutely. Wow. So that's pretty interesting they mentioned that, because we can bring back historians like Albert Einstein and replicate him and actually teach a class. And that's what's so exciting about those type of platform. And when we start utilizing this on our daily use, it's just kind of like when the iPhone first came out. We didn't quite understand the full potential until everybody had one in their hands and they realized, wow, this is more than just a phone. It's basically a mini computer. So, and essentially that's what's happening with XR, which is the word XR means the encompass of virtual reality, mixed reality, and augmented reality. So that's, there's definitely one of the key facets, and I want to go back to International Peace Day, is the historical preservation aspect. I think this is it allows more of the historical information, so you can experience a lot what's happening throughout the world on the comfort of your home. So, we could use this as more of an educational tool, so people who don't necessarily have accessibility because of geography can access the information on these virtual reality platforms.
Yeah, just a quick example. People usually associate it with entertainment, but I have a company where we convert shipping containers into housing units, and so it's a very very difficult to get people to understand the spatial elements of the container. People think, oh, how could somebody live in there? But they're actually quite roomy, and so we just take our 3D model of the unit all built out, and we'll just send a $20 set of just the cheapy VR. Actually, they're not even cheapy. Maybe they're $40 for some pretty decent ones, and then we just download it to their phone, and then they can just walk through the 40-foot container and understand how the bedroom feels and everything, and you don't have to haul a container across the country for them to experience it.
Containers are basically mini museums, and it's very used in the ANC side, architecture, engineering, construction. So what he describes is they use a Matterport to do the spatial analysis of it, and then it has like, as you could actually feel that as though you're there. So that's essentially what's happening. But containers actually could replace, museums, and we're starting to see such as zoos go more in the augmented reality aspect. So we having virtual zoos. We have several virtual zoos here in Florida. And it's just it's a better alternative than having captive animal and still have the educational experience with that.
One of the neatest things with, I guess, the technology that also led into what you're discussing as well is that, for example, the Xbox Kinect, when that first came out, doctors tried to use that to help them, with surgeries and everything else. And that Kinect was no more than a camera and a sensor. And that was way back in 2011 when they tried to start using that sensor to help them in the medical industry, which is kind of neat to think about, and how that same technology and that same mindset is what Scarlett's talking about now, how that's going to be utilized, in the future in the medical field.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going back to the iPad actually has a little sensor called LiDAR, light detection ranging. So you could actually create your own scan on the fly, and you could have that 3D image. We're called the 3D digital assets, and then you could experience what it's like to be in those spaces. It's used a lot in survey, but it could be used for any type of platform, even for gaming. You create a gamified story with those digital assets afterwards. So it's exciting. It really is. It's because there's so much. We actually see so much XR, and we don't even know it. Everything from more immersive experience in movies to health tech, which are using XR to train doctors, surgeries on a virtual platform, and also be able to understand the images more spatially. So before they even go into an operation, they actually get to practice it prior to see what is the best analysis. So that's just an example of how XR is being utilized in almost every platform, from health tech, which is what we're seeing a lot, to fintech, which is finance. They use data to see how it changes over time. And especially in gaming, of course.
Oh yeah. And Scarlett, I mean, trust me, I'm as excited as you are. I mean, you could even think about city planning being used.
Smart cities.
I mean, you could have that virtual reality city pop up right in front of you, the AR tech, moving buildings around, planning everything. Peter being in board games. Oh my goodness. Just to imagine, just right there.
Mm-hmm.
Hi guys. I have a question, everybody.
Okay,
Go ahead,
Jeff. Go for it.
I think that the technology advancement on the planet is right on schedule and very good, but I have issues with the ethics, and I have issues with the addiction. I've seen too many children live at 19 get stuck, in a loop and not carry on with their forest foraging, learning about cleaning our soil, and our global warming is not going to be helped by us focusing on Mars and not focusing on the oceans and the coral reefs and digital technology. And so pandemic has allowed us to contemplate. So I contemplate instead of meditation anymore. God sent us to our room in COVID to contemplate. And so now we have the opportunity as architects of the new order and the new world to architect this so we don't get our people and our children stuck in amazement and rooms that, I was in the beginning with Star Wars, and I was in LA when we had body scans and we had parties with them, and they were scanning the forest for Star Wars. I saw all of that, but it still took us away from our responsibility and our ethical control of healing the planet and our hearts and people that are sick, and food. How are we going to do virtual food to feed people when we're spending hours upon hours upon hours and making tons of money on something that's not going to feed? The Democracy Now! This morning said that there's more starving children now than ever, 35% more as of today on the planet. And we're not talking about that here. And today is World Peace Day. And my heart wants less VR and more forest time, more for the children to go outside, get away from the screen and the wraparounds and the games.
So Jeff, I'm a parent of 2 teenagers, and it does, I think, cuts both ways, because they are spending a lot more time on their devices and they do seem to have becoming addicted to them. But on the other side, they're very politically connected now. They hear things very quickly from their network about, did you hear that so-and-so happened in this city with, a protest, that this reporter was shot with a rubber bullet? And they know right away, because the same stream that is getting them addicted is also giving them a lot of positive information about what's happening, and they're eating it up. And my kids are super interested in helping the world. I think their generation has seen a lot of change.
Well, we need to learn and teach our children more about putting nitrogen in the soil and what we've done to deassemble the natural world and bring it into the house, bring it into the screen, bring it into what you say is right. I'm a middle school teacher. I teach art for a living. I teach Photoshop, Adobe, and Lightroom, and I want to teach people to see and to explore their world. But when I hear you say that they're more connected to the news, it's still not about putting nitrogen back in the soil and making us healthier so we don't get cancer or Alzheimer's. I believe technology can help us in the hospitals, definitely, to be in heart surgery and to see 3D, that stuff. But when we make it glamorous, I think it's going to suck more people in and get us away from healing the planet.
I guess I was thinking about the kids' values. One more thing, Scarlett, and then I'll be quiet.
That's okay.
The kids have a very green ethos that they're getting from their social connections online. And, with our terrible fires, we're in Northern California, and the kids we can't even let them outside anymore. I mean, it's clear today, but they've been so stuck on their technology between the coronavirus and now the fires that they are stuck on it, but they are becoming green, and they do want to do what's right for the planet, because that's what their friend groups are sharing with them online. So it's
I
not.
agree, and I think that's fantastic. Yes, I think that's fantastic. Scarlett?
Oh, so I want to share with you, because that's what you hit on is a very important topic. And definitely. Because today is also the 75-year anniversary for United Nations, I want to talk a little bit about the Sustainable Development Goals. And those are SDGs, and there's 17 in total. And the SDG 17 is the unification of all the goals. And those are just targeted goals to get people on the same playing field and to unify to address big world problems, such as SDG number 13, which is life on land, or climate change and so forth. So how do you unify these world big problems and get everybody engaged to be able to resolve them? So in terms of utilizing technology is a tool. And it's interesting because this was a really good topic about a documentary that came out very recently called Social Dilemma, and about the overuse of technology. There's always a balance, and it's really up to the parents' responsibility as to how much usage of technology you give to your children as well. But in terms of how to resolve these big global world problems, I personally like to use the SDGs as an example of how we can unify. And they're just that. They're just targeted goals of how we can move the needles to be able to resolve all these problems.
Jeff, and I think you bring up some excellent points, but I think there's also some middle ground where, maybe your focus or other people's focus could be they produce content for VR where they take people to Antarctica or to Patagonia, and they can kind of experience something that they would never be able to experience in real life, you know. And so anyway, I think there's always some middle ground on this area, but the addiction, I agree with you 100%. You know, I mean, there's kids that are going to be completely dysfunctional in life because they've spent too much screen time.
Well,
But
when you see it, you really realize I'm a proponent of helping the prisoners and the war veterans to learn about PTSD, and opiates are super addicting. So is tobacco. I just lost a friend to cigarettes, and he was a brilliant soul. He taught flow and magic, you know, at the UNLV, and he was happy, but he had 2 cigarettes a day, you know. So the addiction part of things, we have to, as elders, as we learn what has torn us apart from the earth, and our children, when you're seeing it, when you know what it is, then Scarlett, you're right. The parents have the responsibility as the elders to tell them the story, to keep them away from it for, you know, I mean, have a time limit and share with them. Now we're going to do 2 hours a day in the garden.
But we also, I think, because I think both Blake, Peter, Scarlett, everybody's hit on some great points. But I also think we have to come at it from, you know, an empathetic standpoint as well as an educated standpoint, and not say that everyone's going to get addicted to video games. Because if you take a look at the percentages, there's over 250, you know, million people playing video games plus. Just brought up it says 2.5 billion active players around the globe. Only 0.3%, between 0.3 to 1% or have any video game addiction. So that's a very small percentage. So we cannot really jump too heavy to that video game addiction if somebody's playing a video game.
They must be all my friends, because I know a lot of people, and I'm just one person that have it.
On the whole balance portion, and if we can stay balanced in our approach to the kids playing these video games and understanding where they're coming from and what they're wanting to do, I think that we can be effective at touching on what Scarlett's talking about with all those points that would be great for us to focus on. So I think that could be helpful.
Pokemon Go is a perfect example where it forced the kids outside, you know, and I know there were some other problems with that, but you know, I can see that kind of thing happening on the environmental side, or you get them politically active, you know, through some of this technology. They film the events. There's a lot of ways to go with it. So, you know, all of this stuff always has problems at the beginning, and you pointed out some really good ones, Jeff. But I think it'll all sort out in the long run. I've got to go, but great talking to all of you.
Thank you so much, Blake. It's
Thank
always
you, Blake.
great to see you. Hope to see you again. Happy International Peace Day. Did you share what peace means to you?
Yeah, you know, I've got 3 quick ones, if it's okay. So from Tolstoy, War and Peace. The strongest of all warriors are these 2, time and patience, which I thought was great. Albert Einstein, peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. And then my favorite of all time, Martin Luther King, darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. So powerful stuff.
Wow.
Good. You know, we all need, we all need to be nicer to each other, open to opinions. Get some real smart people on here. Enjoyed it.
Oh, and you know, you couldn't have picked a better day for International Peace Day when we also host the economic team, which it's been fun all day. And I look forward to seeing you again. Take care.
Always fun. Thank you.
Things. Take care.
Thank you, Blake.
Bye. Thank you.
So, wow, was that very powerful statements, huh? Just kind of kicks you a little bit. In talking about the games, I always felt like, in many ways, and I guess because I did a lot of work at UNC Chapel Hill when we were implementing the first fiber backbone, and there was a lot of research being done on what we now call VR and the impact that it could actually have on people. And I think some people, you can train the brain to do certain things. I mean, we know this. I just think we just have to be careful and, be mindful of what we allow our children to feed their brain, which is one of the reasons why we want to do IBM TV, smart TV, is we want to fundamentally provide inspiration to feed your brains with healthy food, right? And, but, there are a lot of violent games out there. I've always been concerned about whether they had influenced some of the mass shootings that we've had in the past, because I just never could understand how some people could just strategically come up with tactical moves like that. But at the end of the day, what if we took the gaming industry and created it to feed our minds good, healthy things, which I know I could see one of those the other day. Right, Toby? You let me play you played it, I watched, but we have some magnificent, healthy mindset games, and these are the games that we should be encouraging our children to play. But the one he showed me is very green friendly, and also about financial fiduciary. It's about making sure you pay your taxes, making sure that you clean the world, making sure that you use water properly, and that you have to earn points to get water because it's a valuable resource. So the game is very sound. I created a game to teach children financial skills, how to manage a bank book, basically. But it's a game similar to Monopoly, and I'd like to put it into a board game or a video game. But it's all about in a fun way. We test drove it with an NFL chess project we did. Scarlett was there, right? Scarlett, that's why you're nodding. Yep. And we played it with the kids that day. So there are many things we can do to be feeding our children good, healthy things as opposed to violence. And I think that's just like Jeff said, during this reset, that we've gone to our room for a while or been restricted. She's had a chance to heal, and we've had a chance to reevaluate us. And I think that's what's really, really important in the scheme of things. We've got some really interesting buzzing going on. I'm hoping my team can help me figure out what it is.
Yeah. I have to say that we talk about, limiting the children's access to technology and stuff, and it's hard with your kids because they want to play with technology, and you need a more attractive thing to get them away from the technology. And I find that with one of my children, gardening work, so we can get together and get away from technology through working in the garden. And with both my children, playing board games works to get them off their phones, to say, hey kids, let's play a game. And we'll all come together, even though one of them is now 17 and really is at a difficult, they're both teenagers, so it can be hard to really distract them, but they'll still sit down and play a board game. And that's great time together for the family. And I see that as such a positive thing. And I would recommend that to anybody who has children. It's like, how can I create a sustainable, healthy relationship with my kid that's going to last throughout their teenage years and all that? And if you can build them into a nice little nerd group playing board games around the table, then that'll continue on into their lives and get them off those.
When I was a stepdad, Peter, or step boyfriend, somebody said, don't ever think they're going to like you, man. You're not their dad. Be their best friend.
Right. And I tell you, though, I think what we need to do is just be good. Holmes, help me out here. It's not parents to everyone's child, but it's a good leader, right? A good mentor to all children out there. And providing support for all the children. Somebody once wise said, it takes a village to raise children. Today, it takes the whole world, right? Because everything that children have access to is what? It's the whole world. It's the worldwide. And I tell parents, no matter how hard you try to restrict them from something, they're going to hack into it. Kids know how to use it. I see 1-year-olds using a phone better than the parents. So what I think the better thing to do is, okay, it's okay to go in. Let's do it together. Right.
Yeah, I think that's the standpoint from what I do with mine, is that it's all a matter of education. If I can break down whatever my daughter sees at the age of 10, or my son sees at the age of 7, and I can make them understand what they're watching is entertainment and the education that was built around it, I think that helps them in the long run. And I'm with Peter, finding that extra outlet, building them into nerds. I've got my daughter right now hooked on some Japanese animated movies, but I've also got her hooked on drawing those Japanese animated characters, which is a healthy thing because now she's using her creative mindset. But it's the same thing in video games. Yes, they're violent They're violent, but there are some violent ones that are out there. But if I can take their focus away from the shooting and put it on, hey, there's this VR, AR setup where you can actually work on spatial or this whole spatial, building a city planning in this whole space and virtually do it in your mind. But now let's use the AR technology that's out there and now build it in front of you. Same thing with Minecraft. I'm taking that focus away from the shooting aspect of things and focusing them on the education side and building that out. But it's kids are going to watch the movies. Kids are going to watch the TV shows. So
I know. Eventually you got to say that they're going to know it exists, and so the best thing to do is exist with them.
Yeah.
And share with them that existence so that they understand this is part of our world. These are things that are part of our world, but they're not what you want to feed your mind with. I mean, a really smart woman one time told me, pretend like your mind is this basket that you're going to put the fruits that you pick from the garden, right? And I really started thinking about that. And she said, what are you going to fill this basket with? Right? Are you going to fill it with the rotten fruit? Are you going to fill it with this? And that stuck with me my whole life. Just, what do I fill my basket with? Of course, I want to fill it with the best fruits, right? Of course, I want to fill it with the best things. And so these are things, but we have to know that the bad things exist, right? And that they have to know that they're in the garden or that they're in our world. Otherwise, when they're approached with them, they won't know how to deal with it. All the subjects that are out there that we need to have with conversations with our children, they need to happen in a sense that these things exist. This is how you deal with it. And it's like with the teenage boys I had, they adopted, and when they came into our lives, I had several rules, right, to make life easy. But then the first rule, which I thought was interesting, they kind of, it's like, look, I know you teenagers, know you're going to get in trouble. Know you're going to go out there and drink. Don't drink and drive. Now, this is long before Uber. I'm talking long before Uber. And so I just told them no ifs, ands, or buts to always call me. I don't care what time in the morning it is. They will never get the riot act from me because I'm driving them home alive, right? I am not being visited by an officer at night to explain to me, because this is the reality. Our kids are introduced to these things. And we need to teach them how to deal with them realistically, but they can also come to us as parents and not always be punished for everything that they do. And it was interesting because guess what? I got phone calls at 3:00 in the morning. That's from my boys. So, and that to me was a bigger blessing than the alternative. And look at this beautiful child. We won't talk about this subject because that's what brought me peace, right? When I went to bed at night, that brought me a lot of peace of knowing they knew what to do, but they did it. And look at this beautiful, peaceful, wonderful child. Happy Peace Day.
he's a busybody, and yeah, like you said, these games and everything else that we're talking about, and exactly what you're talking about feeding the mind with the rotten, or having them understand the rotten, but be fed with the good. with video games, the whole fruit can be the game, and the dirt that you clean off is the rotten.
Right.
Because there's so much educational value within a lot of these games that we can't really take away. I mean, Scarlett touched on a whole bunch of the stuff that can deal with video games, and we cannot ignore these things because there's just so much good there. But yeah.
So
If I can just say, you know, obviously Holmes is the chairman of the Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce, and I'm president of that. And you know, we deal with a lot of countries, obviously in the Pacific Rim, and a lot of them are little islands, and you know, they often don't have a lot, and they're lagging us when it comes to education, other things like that. So you know, you want to be able to entertain kids. Kids all over the world, they find the same things fun. And I think that, you know, using games and using technology now will actually provide an opportunity for kids to learn something in a different way that doesn't leave them so far behind the rest of the world. And I think there's some great advancements in technology and some great advantages in using the internet and using some of these things to really be able to deliver content to young people, to be able to teach them something which is more in line with what we're teaching in wealthier countries.
Wow. So yeah, that's a good point. And thank you for that. Just to let's do a quick introduction here, seeing how we're close to the top of the hour. Welcome to IBM.TV. We are celebrating International Day of Peace. To the right of me is Peter from the Table Star Games. Peter, welcome to IBM TV. And I guess I don't know if you've been on Gamers Den, but we're talking about virtual reality. We have Toby, who's the producer and host of Gamers Den. I recommend everybody watching it. It's probably one of the fastest growing TV shows we have with the viewers because the games that we talk about and the issues we talk about in present time is very important. Of course, my beloved Scarlett. Hello, Scarlett, all the way from Miami. I can't list all the things she does, but let's just say if you need something done, contact Scarlett. But what her her like knowledge base is just phenomenal when it comes to VR, VX, artificial intelligence, Bitcoin, BIMs. If you want to know about it, that's the woman to call. She is heads up down there in Miami where everyone comes to her at all of these great and wonderful centers innovating this technology. Then we have none other than Holmes Toner. I think he even wrote a song for today, which I hope he played for us. And but Holmes is head of the International Chamber of Commerce. He's an entrepreneur, has been in the media industry. I think he's even owned a TV station before. But Holmes is, globally understands what we're going through today, and is he's got an understanding of probably what we need to be doing, and they're so quiet, peaceful. And then we have Jeff, who is the producer and host of Weed Wednesday, which to me is another way we can bring peace to our world. But what he's doing is bringing peace to the prisons and trying to release prisoners who were put behind bars for life with nonviolent crimes because of pot. And good for Jeff. He's putting in all this effort, but we need to help him, right? Jeff can't do this alone. So if you get a chance to join Weed Wednesday and learn more about what we can do to help out with that mission, I think it's very important because we should clean out the prisons with nonviolent criminals and leave them open for the violent ones. And then, of course, there is down from under Australia, Shaq, who I guess Nick does this better, but he runs a multi-million billion-dollar, is it stock trading?
I do something like that. Yeah, I move lots of money around. That's
yeah. He moves it around a lot, and he seems to enjoy it because he'll be in and out, and I know that's what he's doing. Just like Sasha, who is not here right now, but we'll catch him trading stock. And the other day when I contacted him, he goes, "Kim, it's 5 minutes before the bell rings." I go, "Oh, are we in school? No, the stock bell." And that's at a very important moment. So I have to remember not to call people 5 minutes before the bell rings. And then we have another person who has a beautiful spiritual TV show about filling the minds with good, healthy food. And that's Michael, with the producer of Mind Closet. And I don't know if any of you are aware, but when we started IBM TV's shows like these, just getting it going in March 7th, we are on our 198th day. So we'll be celebrating our 200th day in a row, nonstop. We went from 1 hour a day to 4 hours a day. And now we're running perpetually all day. We've got some air slots open, but 7 days a week. And we went from one show to 52 shows. And we are adding 3 new shows a week. And it's getting exciting. So we thank you for being a part of this. We are so excited about being part of International Day of Peace, which was, of course, founded by the UN. And wait, Holmes, can you tell us a little bit about the International Day of Peace? Because you've been a part of it for quite some time. You have to unmute.
You're muted, Holmes.
There we go. You got it. I got you.
All right. Yeah, well, we've been doing the International Peace Festival for 31 years. I do this with Paul Slakis over there in New York City, and in conjunction with our Chamber of Commerce and Business Council. We started our first one to talk about, believe it or not, Woodstock, and the times that we all went through when we were children, and how we had this dream of a perfect world that could be anything else. But we started it, and it's been going on. We have a lot of celebrities, from DiCaprio to De Niro to lots of people that wanted to contribute over the years. In 2012, I was living in Hanoi, Vietnam, and we hosted it with the city of Hanoi, paying tribute to the victims of the 10,000 Day War, right there in Peace Park in Hanoi. And it was one of the greatest experiences of my life, seeing that I had served in the army in that war. And here it was 45 years later, and there I am, Peace Park, celebrating International Peace Day. That was a very big experience for me in my life. Anyhow, next year I've written a song that called Peace to the World, and next year will be our theme song for all of our broadcasting. I believe in peace between people and human beings more than I believe in life itself. And I think without peace, there is no hope for human beings. That's pretty much my take on it.
Wow. You couldn't have said that any better. One of our videos, one of my favorite, I mean, there's so many statements in there, but, peace is love. And then a young man is standing there and he goes, peace is possible. Wow. I'm going to play this video. I mean, what beautiful statements we have had people share with us. In the past week, we were able to collect some videos, and we've got more videos coming that are going to be played later on. And but let me see if I can find that video, because it's very important based on what you just said, Holmes, and the fact that you've been a part of this mission for a very long time, that we need to consider these things, not just expect them to happen. We need to make them happen.
Peace, what does it mean to me? I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
peace is
the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
In 1981, the United Nations established the International Day of Peace on September 21st, a day for us all to pause our busy lives, take a breath, look at our neighbors, and to be at peace. A day to celebrate our differences, to hug our neighbors. A day to celebrate humanity on this vast planet. In 2020, we need this moment more than ever. A moment of respite from the fighting, conflicts, and chaos we're all going through. Join us live on IBM TV on September 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time to take a moment to celebrate our differences and join together in our virtual community for the International Day of Peace.
And there we have, such powerful messages. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody is just trying to share what peace means to them, and the messages keep growing and growing.
I'll read you the lyrics to the song that's going to be the theme song. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
Only we can make things better. Only we can shape our world. Only we can solve our problems. Peace for every boy and girl. Communication is the answer to understand each other's ways. Reaching for that common angel, we can make a perfect day. Harmony can make it happen. Together we can make the change. Open and loving heart comes right down to you and me. What's the last year is let there be peace to the world, peace to the world, peace to the world.
Wow, that's beautiful. I love it. Thank you so much. Just hearing the words sometimes is better than hearing all of the music. I've been enjoying your music, and you sent a funny song yesterday too. I thought that was kind of funny. But anyway, zoom in. Zoom in.
I just want to say you'll have to forgive me because it's getting on 6 o'clock in the morning for me over here in Australia. So I might depart for a little while. But I just want to say I was listening to Jeff while I was away. He was talking about children getting away from their screens and playing more outside. And I think it's a really interesting thing that happens. I've obviously had the wonderful privilege and opportunity to travel around the world. And when you talk to people all over the world, they care about the same things. Everybody cares about their kids, making sure that the next generation has a good life. Everybody cares about, those common things, that bind us together. And I think when we talk about peace, I think it's one of those things that we should focus on is those things that bind us together, those things that we all care about. And the fact that somebody else might be different, they might look different to you, they might come from a different country, they might have different beliefs. But underneath all of that, we're all the same. We all cry, we all laugh. We all have had some bad experiences in our lives. We're all going to have good experiences. A lot of people, they look at all the chaos in his life and they try and make some sense of it. They try and work out what's the future going to hold. Where do I go? Do I go see a clairvoyant? Do I read the Bible? Where do I get some stability and some sort of comfort in what the future is going to be? And what I say is that it's actually up to us. Our future is what we make it.
Wow, Jack, thank you so much. And I know you're up. I know, what time is it there?
6 o'clock, 8 past 6 in the morning.
Oh my gosh, you've been up all day with us.
I have.
You've been Jack has been since this morning been on the show with us. So definitely get some sleep, and we'll see.
Not yet. I haven't died yet. I'll sleep then when I'm dead. In the meantime, I'm like the Energizer Bunny. I've got video games to download to see if I can still do it.
Shaq, you're right. Sleep is overrated.
All right, thank you for having me on. I may make another appearance. Sorry, Jeff. You're muted, Jeff.
Oh, Jeff, you're muted. There you go.
We unmute me. Shaq, I have something for you. There comes a time when we need to heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the great gift of all. We can't go on, pretend day by day that someone soon will make a change. We are part of all God's great big family, and the truth, love is all we need. We are the world. We are the children. We are the ones who make a brighter day. So let's start giving. There's a choice we are making to save our own lives. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we're making a better day, just you and me. Send them your heart so they know that someone cares, and their lives will be stronger and free, as God has shown us by turning the stones to bread. And so we all must be giving a helping hand. We are the world. We are the children.
That was a powerful song, and I mean, Michael Jackson, Lionel Richie did that. They brought in all these huge artists, the biggest stars that you'd ever seen, and they all sung it together. I don't even think they got paid for it. I think they actually released that. So that's a real inspiration. It's something that I think that we can do again.
On Peace Day.
On Peace Day. And thank you for sharing the hashtag. And we're going to see you in a little bit, right?
In a little bit. I'll be back. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good morning.
Good.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. I love Bill Tresevitt. He's just like I'm his biggest fan on every morning when he gives the Washington Report. I can't wait to hear him. And look who we have all the way from South Africa, Miss Alexandra May.
Hey, it's good to be here this evening, morning, afternoon, wherever y'all are at.
How was Day of Peace for you in your neck of the woods?
I don't know if we don't really celebrate. I'm just looking at my calendar. It's not really a celebrated like holiday for us. What we do have is next week we actually have Heritage Day, which has to do with all the cultures of South Africa. So I think that ours perhaps was just slightly delayed, or we just changed ours to like sort of be with the theme. But we still do observe it in a way, but it's not like it's a public holiday for us, which is a little bit sad. It would be nice to have the day off. but obviously the world's in a weird place right now, but it's nice to have a little bit of hope, It's nice to have a little bit of hope in these weird times. So yeah, positive thoughts, positive thinking on this side.
I think that you're right. We need to have that light, that ray of light. We're so many crises right now, and for a day and time of how old human race is, you would think that we would be behaving just a little bit better. So Mother Nature kind of sent us to our room with this pandemic situation, right? But we've got to still stay united, reset what we're thinking and doing and saying, and try to unite, I think, globally. There's so much that we can be doing just individually, right? And when we do these things individually, it spreads. Just like a smile, right? When you smile at someone, they might be having a really bad day, and you smile, they smile back, and it spreads. And I just think that there's a lot to be said. I wish this was a worldwide holiday, right? It should be. The UN started this, and we should be sharing this. That's right. There we go. What is that?
It's hempcrete. It's made from hemp.
Okay.
And it can build houses, and we don't have to cut trees anymore. We need to get smart, everybody, on the planet. That's my peaceful international idea. Let's make more hemp homes.
And what kind of material is it? Can you bang on it and let us hear what it sounds like?
Here is my microphone. Yeah, here it's.
Is it as strong as rock?
So as strong as
it's very strong, and it has an R value that's unlike concrete or gypsum, and it's made with cement and hemp, and so it's the fibers from the hemp, and they're building. It's ancient, so how dare they keep it illegal on the planet to grow industrial hemp, which we could make hemp toilet paper. That would be $1 billion industry, and we could make. Yeah. No, we don't. The paper's not rough.
Okay.
What I'm just saying is that the fibers are incredible, and it's time that we expose all the options. Buckminster Fuller said we're going to run out of resources in 1930. He would talk for 12 hours on a video, and he made the geodesic dome, and Bucky said his most important message was, we're going to run out of resources. So that grows like a weed. It's marijuana, it's cannabis, it's industrial. There is no THC in that plant, so we can have farmers, a new industry, and it can be $1 billion industry. The toilet paper alone.
Wow. I mean, and that's something to be thinking about, that we could actually even just make paper out of it, grow and make paper. And you've got clothes made out of hemp. I've seen them. So
Yeah.
You got to think about these things, right? I mean,
We have to walk the walk.
right. But we're humans. We can do this. What are your thoughts, Alexandra?
On using hemp or finding alternative ways?
Both. Build a house with solar. There you go.
Yeah, well, actually, interestingly enough, so I feel like South Africa is like a totally, Africa in itself is a beautiful continent, right? And then I love South Africa, but I spend a lot of time in the States, spend a lot of time in the UK. So I'm sort of exposed, which I'm very privileged and blessed to be exposed to other parts of the world. And what we have in South Africa, not many people know this, is a wonderful thing called load shedding. And load shedding is not a great thing, as complete sarcasm, because it is where the government literally switches off power because of whatever's happening in the government, and they don't have enough fuel, energy, or whatever it is to supply enough electricity around South Africa. And I live in Gauteng, Johannesburg, so we get load shedding every now and then, which sucks. But because of that, and it's amazing how it's pushed us. We've had load shedding for literally my entire life. It's just the way it is. But what we've started to do as a family is we live on like a plot, like a piece of land, a bit of like a small farm, small holding. And we are actually going solar now. We have lined the entire office. My dad has his business on the property. The entire office is off the grid. We're completely off the grid. We have borehole water. So we have our own supply of water from the ground, which is beautiful water. And it's amazing and we've got our own veggie garden now as well, at the top as well. So we literally are going, we're getting chickens soon. I'm so excited. So we're going off the grid, which is so cool to be doing that in this space. I'm 24 and I'm like, I'm going off the grid. I'm living the millennial life, which I think we should all be looking at alternative ways. So I think you're totally right, Jeff, to look at more alternative, seeing longevity in things. In South Africa, we don't necessarily build with wood. We actually build with bricks. We build houses with bricks and everything. I'm not too sure why we don't, or why you guys do. I don't know why, but we're sort of using, I guess, whatever the bricks are made out of, depending on where you're getting them from. You might be
It's so much
using different
better
materials.
to not use wood, because look at the fires. What just happened? What's happening? with
Exactly.
fires? Look at
But
Australia.
that is so true, and exactly. And actually, the scary thing is my grandparents, they live down by the coast, and they live in a beautiful town called St. Francis. It's Jeffreys Bay is 20 minutes away. It's like the place to go surfing. If you're a surfer, go to Jeffreys Bay in South Africa. It's beautiful. And just down the road is a beautiful little quaint town called St. Francis. And my grandparents live there. It's a bit of a holiday place. But on the canals, most of the houses are built with thatched roofs. And like you just see the problem with that. As soon as it catches fire, everything's gone and people lose everything. So we experience what you guys in the States also experience, where people just lose everything. And fortunately, with like more houses in our areas, they're built with bricks. There are, I think there's also fire breaks, within the structure. So yeah, maybe it's I don't know if it's a better alternative.
If we can go to Mars and build an electric car, we should be able to build a house that doesn't burn.
You'd think, right? You'd
Right,
think, hey?
And that's not toxic. Let's build a house that doesn't burn, or get more of those containers, those metal containers that guy is building houses out of. Whatever.
Those are so cool. Those are so cool. They're the biggest trend.
Burn.
There's those, speaking of those containers, Jeff, they're the biggest trend right now. There's a little spot. Again, y'all just come to South Africa because I'll just be a little tour guide. I mean, I know all the spots. Come on over. But there's a little spot called 27 Boxes, and it's just half down the road from me, and it's built completely out of containers. 27 boxes, called 27 Boxes, built out of 27 boxes, and they're beautiful. They're beautiful, bold colors, so it's great for hashtag photo shoots, photo op. But like honestly, it's so beautiful, and all the restaurants, the designers are all firstly local people. They support local artists, they support local produce and everything, and these guys are all usually sustainable. They're using reusable bags, they're using all these reusable sustainable things, and it's such a great little space to be in, and we need to find more spaces like that. Again, it's like it's hashtag world peace. We need more places like that.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I want to share something, the fact that you were able to go off grid and the government doesn't seem to punish you for that. In the United States, many of the states will punish you if you go off grid. So we're not allowed to have solar panel farms, solar panel gardens and go off grid. You can be arrested. Florida, I think, was one of the first states to do that. North Carolina, they served a lawsuit against a church for going off the grid. They didn't exactly want to. Yeah, they didn't want to arrest the pastor, but so the power company, they allowed them to become one. So years ago, federal regulation said that you cannot have less than one power utility company, and then over the years, what happened was one took over, and that became more of a monopoly. But now they have the laws in their favor of if we go and build solar power, any alternative power, and it allows us to go off grid, they can arrest us, they can fine us. And we have to do it through them. And so I know I can do it for, maybe under $20,000. I can install everything I need for the house. I can probably do it for less because I have a patented product that does it for less. But interestingly enough, when I call them in to do a quote for me, right, to do exactly the same thing I was going to do is $85,000.
Wow. Where we live, if we do electric solar, we can put it back into the grid, and the electric company pays us.
Yeah, and you can do that everywhere, but you have to pay for it to be installed. Now, do you think they're going to pay you back $85,000 worth in the next 5 years?
Yeah, no. Well, actually, we like to, as our thing as a family, if we invest, we love this. If we invest in something, it has to pay it off. So a very small, I know, like Kim, I know you and me, we're like on the same boat. We're on the same, text group. Like we've got the same idea. So what we did as a family, just as like a small example, and this is why we're doing the solar. We as a family love takeaway coffee, going like everyone does, going to a coffee shop and paying let me just think, $50 is about like 50 rand is about $2, I think. I don't know what the exchange rate is, but I'll end up spending 100 rand, which is equivalent to like a $5 thing a week, for coffee on the way to church, which is quite a bit in our exchange rate. It's quite a bit. 100 rand a week is quite a bit here. And it adds up. It adds up to like $400 a month, which is ridiculous. And so we then bought we thought we want to invest in a really good coffee machine that's quick, easy, and that we can also do takeaways. And so we bought an espresso machine, like the George Clooney machine. We're like, it's George Clooney, of course we're going to get this. We bought an espresso machine. The pods cost X amount, and you can take the pods back, which they then get recycled. And we bought our own takeaway cups, so we're not using any materials. We're using our own takeaway cups that are reusable. And we paid off that machine within a couple of months because of the amount of times we were using it. So that's how we like to think. So when it comes to the solar, if we look at what we're paying the government per month for our electricity bill, it's literally we're gonna pay it off within 3 years.
Wow. See, and I'll tell you that, you know, we're talking about being economically sound and eco sound all together, and that's what's very, very important. And I think my boss is in the house, Nick Palaveda. Welcome.
Hey, how you doing?
International Day of Peace. We've got Mike, which we haven't heard from yet. Mike has joined us. Look at the beautiful fully dress he has joined us with. Mike, welcome from Mind Closet. You want to share with us? And then we've got two other guests. We have Michelle from Henning's tribe. Michelle is all the way from California joining us. And we've got Miriam, who's also joining us. And I think Miriam is putting together a TV show here that I can't wait to see. But anyway, Nick, Mike, share with us what peace is to you, where you're from. Share with everyone here with the group.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Well, peace is love here. And well, in Nigeria, actually it's not a public holiday, but most of us in Nigeria really recognize this day, and we're kind of celebrating it, let's say in a quiet mode, but we're grateful for the peace in Nigeria because we've been having crisis for the past, let's say, more than 8 years now, and we're grateful that we have peace, because if there's no peace, the war would have broke out, and probably I'll not be here in Lagos talking. I'll probably be in my state, Anambra State, and that's the eastern part of Nigeria, because there's this fraction between the east, the north, and the west. But peace has really tried and really held us together. After the coronavirus, I was expecting us to have this division, but I'm grateful. And we Nigerians are grateful that we all took it calm, and at the end of the day, you know, we're here again. So peace is actually love, and we Nigerians, we love each other. Despite we have our religious and tribalistic differences, but we love each other. Well, I think that's what I can say from how actually. Talking about houses, yeah. I agree with Alexandra. We use cement here, cement and sand to build our houses. So there is a kind of bricks, but ours is called blocks. And although it's fire can really bring it down, to say, but I think it's better here. That's all I can say for that.
Well, that's pretty good. Yes, and for those who Friday, Bro is on IBM TV Friday morning from Lagos, Nigeria. So if you haven't seen the show, you certainly should see his show on Friday. So that's good. And of course, Alexander May, you're on Sunday on IBM TV. And you guys are both in Africa. You're in South Africa and he's in Nigeria. So you guys know each other, right?
Sure. So I actually want to ask you, Mike, is your full name Noachina Melo?
Well, actually, my full name is Okechukwu. You understand? But Noachina Melo is like a stage name, and it's an Igbo name that means a child that God works for. That's a child that's favored in the presence of God. So
Yes.
things really get easy for me when, you know. So that's the name.
Yeah.
But actually, my stage name, because I have a podcast called 3 Minutes with Jesus, and I started with that. But because of it's difficult for people to really pronounce Noachina Melo, so I prefer you call me Michael.
It just makes it easier for us people that are trying to pronounce his name, you know, because it's difficult.
Oh no, I totally get that. I totally get that. I mean, Mike, I'm raised. I don't know how much you know about like South. In South Africa we have 11 official languages, excluding sign language, which is really strange. So we don't sign language isn't included in that, which is bizarre. But we've got 11 official, and I make being 24, growing up in South Africa's new space. I'm pretty sure in Nigeria you know a little bit about our history as well. I've sort of make it a habit, becoming more aware of the world and everything. Coming into oneself. I like to honor one's culture, and so if you would like me to call you by your true name, I like to be polite and make sure. Just it's all.
But honestly, I'll say you did well in pronouncing it. At least first one I really pronounced it properly. I don't really get it. You did well by calling it watching it. Like you did it well. So
okay, thanks. Good. But I'll go with Michael because I'll definitely pronounce that right.
That would be great then.
I didn't know you have 11 languages, official languages, Alexander, in South Africa. I mean, I'm having a hard problem with one called English. We have to take it over and over again because we don't know it. Now, Michael, do you guys have 11 languages, or are you making it easy so there's like one?
Actually, we have about 300 languages. And, but it's 3 major languages. It's Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. And then we have the English, which is kind of general. Then we have, just recently, I think they are trying to make it, but we just automatically agreed that Pidgin English is another language that should be included into our major languages, because everybody speaks Pidgin, and Pidgin is kind of a broken of the English language. Like it's well spoken in West Africa, like Senegal, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Benin Republic, kind of speak more of Pidgin, and Pidgin is kind of a central language which is easily understood if spoken. So I'll tell you the truth. Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, English, and Pidgin. 5, but we have 300 different languages in Nigeria.
300 languages in Nigeria.
Yeah, and their communities are really, really that small. Too small.
Oh,
small.
Man.
Like I think the state has about 65 or 70, can't remember. But I know there's a particular state that has about 65 languages. And the state's not that big, so the communities are really that small. But because of the majority, like Northern Parts, the Northern Parts has about, let's say 200 or 300. That's 200, yes, 200. While the Southern has different states as well. So that's it.
Wow. I mean, that's I would have no idea that you had 300 languages. Alexander has like 11 languages. I have to learn 311 languages just to go over to Africa.
You know what the thing is, that and like I'm sure Michael would also agree that it's general to what is easy for all of us to communicate in. So the problem is, Michael, I don't know about Nigeria. This is very sad. I don't know like enough about the rest of Africa, which is quite sad. But in school, we are taught Afrikaans and Zulu. And I'm half Afrikaans and half English, so I've got the mixture of the two. But it's very sad that in school we're not like, oh, there's Venda, Xhosa, and Sotho, and there's so many different languages that we're not actually taught, which is really sad, because I mean, I think it's out of respect to greet someone in their language, or at least in that culture, whatever is polite to speak to, like someone in Afrikaans. If you speak to a gentleman, you would say goeiemôre oom, or goeiemôre tannie for a woman. And in Zulu, you say gogo for a grandma, and that's just out of respect. So I think even if you can't learn all the languages, Nick, you can learn the greetings, like, goeiemôre or siyabonga, just like those are just greetings. And I think it's again, it promotes that world peace. It creates that unity, that I know enough about you to greet you in your language, In America, right. Y'all say howdy, right?
Yeah, howdy is all we do here in America. We just go howdy. Right, Jatuzi? Jatuzi, we just go howdy, right?
You got to do yeehaw.
Right, because of good.
Hey, you guys. This is
Alexandra, ik praat Nederlands.
Nee, ek kan nie praat Nederlands. Ek praat Afrikaans. So
Ja.
Nederlands Afrikaans is a bit different. Sorry.
Klein beetje, right?
They're not exactly the same.
Two people, Joe Tovey and Peter, are going to have to depart while we route through the more groups of International Day of Peace. Thank you for joining us. Any words of peace before you go?
You know, I brought in a game I wanted to share. It's called Planet. I will probably take it over to Jatovi's show and we'll take a look at it there on another time. Beautiful game. I thought it was a nice thing for World Peace Day. It's not my game. It's just one I love. So I'll probably come over to Jatovi's show and share it there in the future.
Yeah, Gamers Den.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you should go to Gamers Den. That's
Later.
pretty popular. Yeah.
And thank you, too, for joining us today. We did want to get to that game, but unfortunately, time ran out. And Joe Tovey, do you have anything to say?
We'll definitely be playing Peter's game. I'm going to do a tease that we have the other two games that I was going to show as well. So come over to the Gamers Den for that. In terms of words for peace, everybody always says peace is love. Peace is love. However, I like to say peace is empathy and understanding. And if I can empathize with you and understand you, then we can come together as one and work together to whatever goal we need to achieve in the future. So that's my big thing, is that peace is always about empathy and understanding. And one of my last things, I always try and live life as if I am the ancillary character in my own life. So I want people to tell my story and not me tell my story. So
there you go. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. And we'll look forward to seeing you guys on Gamers Den. Take care, guys. All right. And welcome to this International Day of Peace. We have an exciting lineup of people who just keep beaming in all through the day. It's been kind of exciting. Michael, thank you for sharing everything with us. Also, let's look at, we've got Michelle. Michelle, welcome.
Hey.
About
thank you so much. Oh gosh, thank you so much. Really, so honored to be here and so privileged to be here today. And you know who I am. You know, I am a single mom, but I'm just passionate about. You know, I love working with people. I'm a heart-centered person. I just love people where they're at, and I always say I just love without judgment, but definitely with boundaries. And I'm just really just thankful that we get to celebrate, you know, International Peace Day, and what that really means to me is about love. It's about unity, and I love diversity because for me, as business coach, I work with Henning in the industry of film, and we're all about motivational, transformational, motivational content. But you know what? We learn through diversity. We learn through change by learning differences with folks. So that's what I represent. That's what I'm committed to, is just really learning people. And actually, I've had the opportunity this year when COVID kind of closed down. I was doing a lot of Zooming all over the world, and I was just so amazed how all of us as humans are just the same. We're just human beings with different causes, and I just love just to be able to interact with different people. That's what I stand for. It's just the human connection with love, and as the other gentleman said, with empathy, just trying to understand who you are as a person.
And I could not agree with you more, Michelle. And I had so much fun on y'all's film night the other night. So I want to recommend anyone, if you don't have anything really fun to do on Wednesday nights, join Henning's Tribe on film night. But we also have Miriam. And Miriam is this phenomenal exploring spirit with just her videos just spellbound me. But Miriam, share with everyone who you are and what you're doing, maybe a little bit about the show, and then talk to us about what peace means to you.
Yes, hi, Kim. Well, Mariam, I'm also African. I'm from Morocco originally, but at the moment I live in Switzerland. A very peaceful country. And so first of all, I'm very glad, I'm very happy to be part of this evening show. It's already late in the evening for us here, and to share with you some thoughts about what peace means for me. For those who doesn't know me, like I have completed last year what we call the 7th Summit, and this is about climbing the highest peak in every continent in 1 year. And I would have never completed this project if the countries where I was didn't have peace, actually. So I was like in Nepal, I was in Argentina, I was in the US, I was in Africa, in Tanzania. And the peaceful situation in those countries allowed me to fulfill my project. So I think peace is a very important variable for our lives to be able to move forward and to achieve our goals. It's about respect, as it has been said already. It's about empathy. And I think when we travel and we see other cultures, we live with other people, we realize, in fact, that peace is something which is very natural. And we are all having the same goals in life. We are all sharing the same desires, the same, let's say, hopes in life, or targets in life, more or less. And if we understand this, I think we can all live in peace. Basically, it's very simple. That was my lessons learned, basically, from this Seven Summits project. Yes.
Wow. And, that's lovely. I mean, we've got people from all over the world. I mean, just it's exciting to see all of these faces. We've got 2 more guests who have beamed in. We've got Brian Schulman. Did I pronounce that right, Brian?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Oops. And our other guests didn't make it. Some countries, and even in my own country, the bandwidth kind of gets flaky. So we just lost another guest. But welcome, Brian. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How's everybody doing?
Oh, just awesome. International Day of Peace. We have been going since very early this morning. We've had, I can't count how many guests have just beamed in. It's better than Macy's Day Parade, if you ask me. So
love it.
In fact, we have a boss beam in, and that's what he was doing, was comparing us to Macy's Day Parade.
Awesome.
So tell everyone who you are, where you're from, what you do, and what world peace means to you.
Sure. So my name is Brian Schulman. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Voice Your Vibe. If anyone knows me, I bleed blue and white. I'm on LinkedIn all the time. Have a couple LinkedIn live shows that are all about bringing people together and about love and respect and community and goodness and peace. Tell me the question again. It's been a long day.
I get it. Oh, Lordy, I'm ready for a beer. But no, as you're saying, you're bleeding the blue and white. Share a little bit about what you do with your Voice Your Vibe, and again, more about what world peace means to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I have 2 live shows on LinkedIn that literally all about bringing people together. They're weekly, about 126 episodes in each show, respectively, and it literally is all about just bringing people together across the globe and having fun together and bringing people together of all races, creeds, colors, kinds, destinations, and having fun together and sharing love. And I think at the end of the day, when I think about peace, I mean, peace all begins with love and respect. And it's something that I think John Lennon said it really well, that, it's not something that you wish for. It's something that you make, and it's something that you do, and it's something that you are, and it's something that you give away. And I think peace begins with your heart, and it's all about giving your heart away. So as I always say, it's the heart of it all that matters. And I think if we all just loved each other more, we would have a lot more peace in the world. But it is definitely a daily, weekly, monthly process. It's one of those things where, you know, I don't know. I think we need more peacemakers, right? More peacemakers and more people that blast sunshine out from their souls, and more cheerleaders and people that just you know, people that just exude love every day, because I truly do believe that love changes the world. And
what a message. And let's share a little bit about what this day is. I'm going to play a quick video, and then we've got another guest who beamed in, so just hold on.
In 1981, the United Nations established the International Day of Peace on September 21st, a day for us all to pause our busy lives, take a breath, look at our neighbors, and to be at peace. A day to celebrate our differences, to hug our neighbors. A day to celebrate humanity on this vast planet. In 2020, we need this moment more than ever. A moment of respite from the fighting, conflicts, and chaos we're all going through. Join us live on IBM TV on September 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time to take a moment to celebrate our differences and join together in our virtual community for the International Day of Peace.
Peace, what does it mean to me? I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
Peace is the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
And peace is what we're trying to find and unify globally. We lost Scarlett. One of the things I like about Scarlett is she belongs to a company called Unity. Scarlett is a VR expert, but she's an expert in just many other things down in Miami, Florida. But we also have with us Miriam, and then Michelle. I guess Michelle moved out, so maybe she'll come back. And then we have Hadassah. Did I have Patterson? Hello.
So my name is Hadassah Patterson. I'm a chef and a freelance writer, and I cover social justice as well as food justice issues. So I'm there. So I'm not going to sit too long for any questions, but I'll go ahead and answer the question of what peace means to me. And when we think about peace, it's the absence of fear, it's the absence of anxiety, the absence of worry. And when we go down the street, if I walk down the street, I need to know whether I'm safe just exercising, whether my nephew, who's also a black male chef, like Philando Castile was, whether he'll be okay if he has a random traffic stop. We need to know internationally, we need to know that we're okay with one another. And I mean, we're at the point now where this is an emergency, not just an urgency. People's lives need to mean something. Their deaths need to mean something. And I think we just need to have so much more respect for one another as human beings, not necessarily for one another, but being okay with our mutual humanness, with our fallibility. We need to know that we are safe with one another and provide environments where there's an absence of fear and an absence of worry and an absence of anxiety, and so we can really be at rest in a safe space with one another. So hopefully today being such a critical day, during such a critical time, people will really take a moment and think about how we as individuals can contribute to a society, wherever it is that we happen to be, where we are safe, where we make others feel safe, and where we are safe people ourselves and the way that we deal with one another. So hopefully everyone will enjoy this International Day of Peace and take a moment to think about the various contributions that we make to the enrichment of our lives together. I'm pretty bad in this thing. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you. And, I know that you've got a lot of things that you do that I hope that you come back and share with us on another show. But you mentioned something at the very beginning that just touched my heart because of the work I do with domestic violence victims is peace is without fear, living without fear. And when she mentioned that, it just touched my heart because I imagine in war and in communities where people have to live in fear, that's not peace. And that's a huge statement. To live without fear would be peace. And so maybe that is something. David M. Walker and David K. Johnston joined us earlier today, and two very profound leaders in our country. You don't hear about them like up at the president level, but they work very, very hard at another level, which we need those kind of leaders. And they were both saying, that we need to start taking actions to make these things that are necessary in our lives to create quality of life again. And I see Brian nodding his head. Brian, you agree?
I do. It reminds me of a quote by Eleanor Roosevelt, and she said, it isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. And it's something that we have to do together. We have to work at it. And it all starts, like I said, from the heart, and it becomes a ripple effect. So, one person truly can make a difference. I think it's sometimes we sit, especially in the times that we're in now more than ever ago, how am I going to be able to make a difference when everything is, falling apart around us, so to speak, as I think it feels that way for so many, right? And I think the reality is when you show up and when you come from your heart, you have the ability to impact other people's lives in ways that you never thought were possible. And so we have to work at it. Something we got to work at.
We do. Sometimes it's just a smile, right? Just something as simple as a smile. You can be a typical girl too. And change the world.
Well, actually, I want to hop in there if I can, Kim. I just want to hop in because what you've just said now, and I love what Brian's saying as well, and what you just said just starts with a smile. When I think about Peace Day, it's such a big sentence, like it's such a big thing, and I think it's overwhelming because what is Peace Day to you? What does it mean? What does it mean you're part of the world? What does it mean in your house? Because I think in every different country, every different continent, it's so different for so many different people. So it's not like a blanket, just a wash of paint. This is what Peace Day is. And I think if I'm just trying to dumb it down in my brain, it's like what you said, Kim. It starts at home. It starts in your house. It starts with how one of the in the video someone spoke about loving yourself. Who was it? I just saw it now. I'm not crazy. I'm sure I just saw it now. Like loving yourself and then be able to then help others and help your community, because everyone's community is different, and some of us live in better communities and perhaps poorer communities or areas around you. And I think it starts at home, and from there it's easy to do it when you start it step by step. Set those little goals. So if I could just hop onto what you guys were saying, if for anyone watching, Peace Day isn't just about saying that's peace, man. It's about starting at home.
And like Brian said, we can't just say it. We got to do it, right? We got to do it. You've got to execute it. It's something I speak about on many occasions about what it takes to be, just not just an entrepreneur, but just getting out there. Is that you have to have pride and purpose, right? And then you got to plan it, prepare, and pursue, right? Don't just sit on it. Pursue pursue these things, and then there's persistence, right? And all of these things will lead to profits and prosperity. And we have to do these things, especially plan and prepare so that we can protect ourselves. It's all these P's I got, right? So, but let's talk about what you said, Alexandria, because it's very profound. It's not just a day. What you're saying, it's very profound. Yeah. And you opened up with, why isn't this an international holiday, not just a national holiday? And maybe that's something that we can do as stewards for next year, is talk to our government so that we can unite. We have this little sign language on our TV shows, and so that we can unite together as one, right? And bring peace to the world and love. But we've got another guest who's sitting very quiet down there. Hello.
Hello. How are you? Eloise, right.
Eloise. And where are you from, Eloise?
I'm from Durham, North Carolina.
Woohoo! Right.
Everyone's from North Carolina. I feel like I'm missing out. Oh my gosh.
Well, you know what, Alexandra, next time instead of me coming to Nashville to see you, maybe you can come down and
I'll go to North Carolina
to see us.
Because there's a whole bunch of us here. I have a feeling you're a friend of Mark's. Are you a friend of Mark's?
I am a friend of Mark's, yes.
Yeah, I love Mark Lee's radio talk show on TV. So Eloise, share a little bit about who you are, what you do, and what brings you, and what does world peace mean for you?
Well, I am a Christian romance author. I write Christian romance. Wow. And to me, world peace is, I was sitting and I was thinking when Mark sent me the question, and it's like that feeling that you get on a hot summer day when you've been walking outside or working outside, and you finally go inside and you have that cool glass of water. It's that serenity and that harmony followed by that calming that you get. But it's also, to me, the love that we share with one another. And I think it was Alexandra that said, it starts at home. It starts at home. It starts with our children in our churches and schools. It's just being kind to one another. My thing is that sense of tranquility where love someday will overpower all the hearts of hatred, bitterness, jealousy, and greed toward another fellow man. I mean, that in itself, I think to me, is a priceless gift of peace.
It is, and I want to play a song that someone wrote for International Day of Peace and shared with IBM TV, and I thought it was so beautiful.
Months ago, my team and I made this next song in an effort to raise awareness towards climate change, sustainability, and world peace. Well, when COVID hit, we had to take a step back, not only as individuals, but as nations, as an entire human race. It is my aim and goal to share this song with all of you in an effort to once again remind us just how fragile life is, our planet is, our entire existence, and the generations to come. As a Canadian of Greek heritage, it pains me to see the political and geographical battles arising in my motherland once again. As a world traveler and family friend to many in the Lebanese community, it pains me to see the recent explosions and devastation. As a Canadian citizen, it pains me to see our First Nations brothers and sisters still challenged for their lands. And I can't leave out the horrendous fires in California, a place I have not been able to visit in a while, especially now as I'm quarantining in my home in Toronto. Most of all, as a global citizen, it pains me to know that we could be doing so much more to help protect and save our planet. So today, I hope we can put aside our differences, knowing that we can't agree on everything, but at least this. Please join me in solidarity, as one, worldwide, to make a change for the better, for all of humanity. Here is Be the Change.
If you could bend the hands of time, would you alter any moment in your life? If you could spin the wheel of fate, would you try to clean this mess up that we made? Tears falling, hearts cry out to anyone who'll hear them out. And if we knew then what we know now, would you carry any doubt? Why are we living our lives out this way? Why do we refuse to make any change? I keep thinking about it. Are you thinking about it? Why are we even thinking about it anymore when we can make a change? Be the change.
Wow, and we're so honored.
That's amazing.
That was amazing.
Yes.
Wow, I know they dedicated that song for us to air. I was so honored that they brought that to us. Some of the people that are on tour with her, which they had to stop the tour when COVID came, which Alexandra, you can respect that. But she was on tour with a group of people, artists, to do this, and I think International World Day of Peace was going to be part of it. And so they came together and pulled all of these videos together, and we've been playing them throughout the day. We're going to play 2 hours of them starting 7 o'clock tonight through 9 p.m. So please join us again. You'll be able to hear her. Some wonderful artists that are, they're going to pick back up. They did share with me yesterday and called me, and they were all excited. Sounds like that they're going to be able to start touring again in February, and they'll get to be back on track again. So, yay! Now, Brian and Alexandria have shared with me that they have to leave, but I've got to get. Wait, I got a guest here. Just a second. Ah, look who's here! It's Mark.
Hey, glad to see my good friends in the house. I see that Eloise has made it. Brian,
I made it.
And of course, Alexandria is here, and Jeff. Before we leave and everything, I need to have Brian have us do some social distancing on Pete's Day. That's what he's actually good at. This is the social distancing man.
Are you the fun dancer guy?
Yes, that's
No
it.
way.
That's it.
Oh my
Although
God, I have you in the studio. You are the fun dancing guy.
I am, and Mark, I don't have any music ready, and if I'd have known, I would have set my snap cam ready. But if you have some music you want to play, we can do a little social distancing together.
I'll tell you what, are you going to bring some of that to IBM TV, and Alexandra and Miriam and Jeff and Eloise, everybody will all come and join you. Alexandra, have you ever heard of fun dancing?
Neither have I.
Never in my entire life. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds fun, and I want in on it.
Alexandria, you're going to have to join Brian one of these days. And like I said, we are trying to talk him into bringing us onto our platform as well. But what he does is that he definitely, through Voice Your Vibes, which he does on Wednesdays, and one of his other things that he does on Saturdays, he has you come on, give your good news and things that you are having happening positive in your life. And then after he has that happening, you pick a song. So you can pick your own song, Alexandria. And then you have to sit down in the chair and dance to it. So like last week, I had LaChic on.
Oh, that's like a normal that's Tuesday for me. Yeah.
So definitely, like I said, so we can even do a little dance dancing right now without having the music, because we can definitely get it on the dancing vibe going on.
Yeah.
See, even just got the dancing vibe going on. So.
The story behind it, just so you guys know, is basically I heard the word social distancing when all of this started, and it didn't make any sense to me because we're physically distant, but we're socially together. And I thought, well, how do I take that and do something with that. And I thought of social distancing, and I just thought it was a great way to bring people together and have some fun and get people in better spirits, because honestly, most people are just, it's hard. It's hard for me, and I'm the happiest guy on the planet. So it's like, it's something that made me feel better, and it makes Mark feel better. It makes everybody feel better. So
well, I got something to throw in here. You guys don't know, I think Mark knows this, but Alexandra May is one of our famous singers, like music composers and everything. And maybe she can make us a fun dancing song. She just was labeled with what did you call it? Typical Girl, which I just love the song. She's got another song called Swipe Right. But she does Alexandra May Musical Cafe every Sunday afternoon. It's some great conversations.
That's
and
awesome.
I highly recommend anyone. Alexandra, tell them what time your show's on.
It's 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which apparently is 9 p.m. for me in South Africa. Time zones, got no clue. I have no idea how it works. But yeah, every Sunday, 3 p.m., that's what I do. And it's just, I just love it because I get to chat to people that are firstly like-minded, and I love the entertainment industry. Being in it, you gotta love it because it's a tough one, relative, to your industry. It's a tough industry, you gotta love it. And I get to chat to people and just, stay positive. And I think I was chatting to a friend, actually. Sorry, Kim, this is not, you've put me on a path, and I'm just going to keep talking about it. I was chatting to a friend about it the other day, and I really feel that like the arts and tourism are really going to be hit, specifically in my country. I know, and obviously, obviously in the States, Nashville has been hit by this crazy in a big way, because they depend on tourism, they depend on the entertainment industry, and it's going to take a while for us to sort of get back into the swing of things. So the reason I do the show is because I first like to unite anyone in South Africa that I know. I can unite them with someone in America or in the UK or in Sweden. And it's amazing how many friends I've made from all over the world, and sort of expose everyone to different parts of the world. So and we get to chat about music, which is amazing. So yeah.
And just really quickly, just wanted to mention something. I know Alexandra is going to leave, but and I know Brian's got to leave as well. But Brian and another guest we had, Hadasaya, actually share something together. So not only are we talking about race relations and unifying people across race and gender, but also abilities. Like, I don't like to use the term disabilities and things of that nature, but Brian actually has a disability. You can't believe that looking at him, but he actually has a disability that he has actually conquered very well. And we talked about that on his show. And Hadasaya has actually had some hearing impairment issues, but she still gave y'all that beautiful statement and everything that she shared with y'all. So we are about unifying people on many ways. So Brian, if you just want to leap in before leaping out about that disability, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, so I guess the history is I was a 1.5 pound miracle baby that wasn't supposed to live. And then I was diagnosed with a neurological disorder called Tourette syndrome, which are uncontrollable tics and twitches. And usually you're not aware that you're doing them. So I guess, again, the short version is I took some medication when I was younger, which was meant to help calm, because there's no cure. It was meant to calm the Tourette's. And at one point I decided I don't want to take these drugs anymore. I'd rather deal with the Tourette's and the side effects. And found Alexandra. I'm a musician as well. I've been a musician my whole life, and music was one of those things that took me, as you can appreciate, to another world. And it actually took me outside of the body that I was in, and gave me this kind of natural calming.
Yeah,
so
I gotta talk.
So grew up playing piano and bass. I can pretty much play everything with the exception of the winds, which my son plays. But music's always been a big part of my life, along with dancing and actually comedy. So those three things I find to be consistent across those that have Tourette's, that those are natural. They're natural calming mechanisms. And I've kind of weaved it into, well, now I think about my shows, I've weaved it into my shows. So
yeah. Well, you just like, sorry, you guys give us a minute. I'm talking. This is so cool. Like this, like Mark, this is my language. Yeah, I love what you're saying, like comedy. Like it's so funny. Like my sister is a comedian and a ventriloquist. So she was on South Africa's Got Talent, and she came second. Like so, but like I love what you're saying because it's so true, and you're so cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool. I'm gonna change your Facebook in a minute.
I want to invite all of you. All of you are welcome on my shows. They're on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesday, I'll talk Pacific time and Eastern because otherwise, I like you, Alexandra, I get screwed up. But on Wednesdays, the show is at 11 o'clock Pacific. 2 p.m. Eastern, and on Saturdays it's 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. So all you literally have to do is show up on LinkedIn, which is the place to be.
Oh, really?
And I provide the link in the comments for you guys to be able to jump in the green room and join us on the show.
Do we have to be your friend on LinkedIn in order to join you?
No, you don't. All you literally have to do is just go to my LinkedIn profile, which is linkedin.com/in/Brian Schulman, and you will see my show pop up.
That was kind of fast, Brian.
I know it was, isn't it? Here, I can't put it here. I'll put it into the.
I'm gonna see. There you go. There you see his name. There you
Here,
go.
I'm putting it into the private chat so that way you have it.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh, you're so welcome. Yes, you're so welcome.
So you're gonna have all of us on your show, Bun Dancing.
I would love to have all of you. Absolutely.
We gotta play the typical girl song there. Somebody's got to definitely play that on your show.
We can have that happening, and then all of us can come in there because, like I said, Brian is amazing that way. He loves to have people come on his show regularly. Like I said, I had the pleasure of meeting him through my friend Tim Sohn, who then introduced me to Brian, and we've become friends. So it's all part of this great global community that we have created and things of that nature. And speaking of the global community, I see that I've also got my good friend Stella Adams on the line, and I want to give her a greeting as well because she is a great activist, a housing rights activist, as well as a civil rights activist. And Kim, you'll be glad to know that as far as I'm concerned, she may disagree, but I consider her to be part of Reverend Barbara's inner circle. So definitely I know that Kim likes Reverend Barbara and things of that nature, and I know that you have had some dealings with Reverend Barbara as well. So I consider you part of his inner circle. So definitely say what you got to say about world peace and what world peace means to you.
Well, thank you first for having me. This has been so exciting. Just the few minutes that I've been on major international music, the issues that I really care about, and how music therapy is such an important part of the healing process, a natural healing process for people. So that's just really been exciting for me to hear and participate in as a viewer. And, happy International Peace Day to everybody. What it means to me, peace means to me is stability, right? You have to be secure in being able to provide ahead of your children that's safe, to be able to feed your family, to be able to control space and not fear for your life. And these are the things that peace really means to me. And as a housing advocate, I'm just so concerned about the difference that climate change and all these other things we don't have a whole lot of control over really do to disrupt our security as the people around the world. But I know that through mutual aid and through participating and holding and lifting each other up, and rather than fighting over scarce resources, really using our mutual humanity to save and protect each other. That's how we get peace and stability throughout the nation and throughout the world. So Thank y'all for having me on here, and I want to dance too. I want to coach dance, whatever that is.
Yeah, and I think Jeff has to leave, and he wants to say what world peace means to him. He's been on our show all day, and I don't think he ever had a chance to say that. But Jeff, share with us.
I know that. Thank you so much, IBM.TV, for helping us. I know Gandhi was one of my heroes. He says, "Be the change you want to see in the world," and that's really important. But I also walk with the golden rule that says, "Treat each other's and the planet as you would like to be treated yourself," and we add "and the planet." And so I just want everybody to, be mindful on this global international day of recognition of the word peace, through music, through kindness, through joy. I'm doing a fundraiser on IBM TV for 12 hours on this Saturday, everybody. And any musicians that want to join, get in touch with me. And all my information is right there. I'll throw up a link for my page. But we're making a fundraiser concert all day long from 11 to 11 with Unify TV and IBM TV for the fire victims. 3 of my friends lost their homes in their $1 million sound studios, their tablas, their instruments, their Martin guitars, their Taylors, their djembes, their soundboards, 26 channel soundboards. And I know everybody has duplicates, so we're doing a duplicate fund drive. And that's this Saturday from 11 to 11 on IBM TV and .TV. And I'm really thankful to be part of this community. And my piece is exactly, the Gandhi statement that I shared with you: be the change you want to see in the world. Thank you.
And I love that. Be the change you want to see in the world. I mean, how more impactful can you get? Thank you, Jeff. And just FYI, folks, Jeff hosts the show We Wednesday. It's a great show to listen to. It's a unique show, but what's wonderful about Jeff is his mission to help free prisoners who've been put into prison for life for nonviolent crimes.
Oh, wow.
For pot. Just because they did, it's all about pot and marijuana, and not
I've
nonviolent.
assisted 3 people to come home from 33 years, 21 years, and 17 years. We just had Craig Cecil come home last week from 17 years in prison. He's on an ankle bracelet now. And Michael Thompson, who worked with Aretha Franklin, has been in jail for 27 years. And I flew to meet him and to go into prison to be with him. And he just got out of COVID, and they're going to throw him back in prison.
These are nonviolent criminals. So if there's a mission that you want to be a part of, I think this is a really good one. Let's free up the prisons of nonviolent criminals and open them up, because they always say, "Oh, they're too full." Well, get the nonviolent criminals out. Make room for the violent ones. But anyway, Jeff, thank you so much for being with us today. And we will see you on Wednesday and Saturday for the benefits that we're hosting for the victims of the California fires. And
we got a little video. If you want to play that anytime, you can play my little video.
I've got it. I'll get to it. I promise.
Anytime. It's great. We love you so much. Thank you, everybody. Nice to meet you, Alexandria. Mark, good to see you. Eloise, Stella.
Nice to meet you.
Fantastic.
Well, I'll go do bun dancing next week.
Well, if you bun dance, you can make money because it's a bun dance.
That's Jeff for you guys. And I've got more guests beaming in. We've got Miriam came back and Dan Brook. Hello, guys.
Hey, everyone.
And we got there's Katira. Hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine. Welcome to
Good.
International Day. Let's kind of start. But before you came, Louise, and do you want to share with us who you are, Louise, and what brings you to IBM TV? Where are you located, and what's your message for world peace?
Oh, you're talking to me. Lois.
Lois. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Lois.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you for having me here today, and happy Peace Day. It's amazing we have to make it a special day. The way I look at peace is that we can really start it with ourselves, and it is very contagious, and we can change much in our world by making it our own peace. And I see peace as like an outer peace and an inner peace. And the outer peace is we stop the noise and stop the injustices that you were all talking about that are so many in our world today. But I think if we can find an inner peace, we can help change the world as well. Finding out what makes us annoyed, what makes us angry, what makes us upset. And I think if we can make that peace within ourselves from the hassles of why we are non-peaceful. But peace is our birthright. We can't make peace. We have peace. That's how I see peace. And it's for us, each one of us, to uncover the problems that are keeping us from enjoying our inner peace.
Wow.
So that's where my ministry is, helping people to mitigate their own inner peace. Because we have peace. It isn't like we got to manufacture it or we have to go to school for it or get a lecture for it. We have it. My job is to help uncover the blackness that's covering our own peace. And then peace is just there. It isn't like we made it. So I do more of the inner peace, and there's other ways to do it. The outer peace that we're all helping each other, but we also need to do the inner peace. Just take the black blanket of our peace.
Oh, that is so wonderful and for you to come and share this with us. I greatly appreciate it. Katira.
Hi.
Hi, Katira.
Katira. I'm fine.
Blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But know her so well. She comes on our shows occasionally. We're hoping to get some book shows started with her. She's a publisher, but I'm going to let you share with the world who you are, where you're at, what you're doing, what world peace means for you. And it's so great to see you.
You too. Thank you for having me again. My name is Katira Poland. I am the CEO of Love for Words, which is an establishment that engages in book editing for authors. And I'm also an author myself. I'm located in Rochester, New York, which is where I'm from. Still live here now. And world peace for me is collaboration and also unifying with each other instead of picking out all of our differences, recognizing that we are better when we work together.
Katara, what's going on in terms of peace and collaboration? It seems like Rochester's sort of in turmoil right now. What efforts are being made to kind of bring peace back into that community and to get that mutual, both the inner peace that Lois talked about, but also the community peace that is so necessary and prevalent and needed in your community? What is going on there?
Right now, we have protests. We've been having the peaceful protests every night since the community found out about the murder of Daniel Cruz. So that is one way that the community is banding together. We also have different initiatives like the Greater Rochester Black Agenda Group, which is focusing on, education, health, also entrepreneurship, economic stability within the Black community. They have declared racism as a public health crisis. So there is what's the word I'm looking for? There's
yeah,
it's not an agreement, but there is there is a form that you can sign just to say that you're on board with that and committed to making a change to the injustices that are due to racism. Also, Freedom Riders Club. It's a biking group, and they go to different areas of the city that are tied to the African American community. So there are several things that are taking place to try to unify us and overcome the struggles that we're having.
Sounds like "Be the Change" is the mantra of the hour.
It is, and she's got such a beautiful poem too. But look who we have in the house, Dan. How are you doing, Dan?
Oh, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
So share a little bit about who you are, where you're from,
Yeah.
what do you do, and also talk about what world peace means to you. And thank you for joining us.
Happy to be here. Yeah, so I'm Dan Brook, and I teach sociology at San Jose State University in California. And on this auspicious International Day of Peace, as I often am, I'm inspired by Martin Luther King, who said we should recognize that peace is not simply the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice. So we need to bring in justice. Justice shall we pursue. And that has to be based on social, political, economic, racial, ethnic, sexual, educational, environmental, health, food, and species. We need justice in all those realms. And of course, echoing with what Lois said, we need it for ourselves too. So as much as we are compassionate to other people in the world, recognize that each of us is a person in the world. And so we have to practice self-compassion. To the extent that love is necessary for peace, we also need to practice self-love. And it's not selfish to do so. In the context that we're talking about, it makes us better helpers, better reformers, better revolutionaries, better activists, better carers in the community. So we need peace with justice for all, without exception. Without exception, even for ourselves, without exception for anyone based on their identity or status or whatever else so-called clever people would come up with to weasel out of it, as they have throughout history.
You know, that's interesting you say how they weasel out of it.
Yeah.
That's
well,
beautiful.
we know, I mean, whether it's, people of color or women or people with disabilities, or whether it's been racial, ethnic, or religious minorities or sexual minorities, right? There's always been a carve out that at one time or another, those people weren't considered either citizens or humans even. So I just want to, preempt some of that when I say for all, of course. And I know my fellow panelists here, we all believe that it's for all, but we need to be even more explicit about it, anticipating potential criticism and backlash. We learn from history and we use it to make a more progressive future.
Now, you made a profound statement there, and the United States has just lost a very, very big person who has always stood up for the human rights, and that is in the justice area, which is the Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who just passed away. That she stood up for all human rights. The gender, it didn't matter. She stood up for all rights, and that's big shoes to fill. And I think that we had somebody there. I wish I had done more with her and learned more about her, but she's gone. And we're going to feel it. I think we are going to feel it. Yes, Mark.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to add is I don't know whether folks had a chance to duck out and catch the radio show, but I had Simon Tam on. Simon Tam was an Asian American musician who actually went in front of the Supreme Court, and he talked about the powerful moment he had when this small woman of small stature came up to him and basically cut through all the BS, because she was basically like, you were having an issue with this group being called the Slants because of the slanted eyes and the stereotypes. But these were all Asian Americans that came up with the name, and she came to him and basically was like, do y'all not understand where he is coming from? It was such a moving statement that it caught not just me, but also caught my other guest, Dawn Reno Langley, who, by the way, is an author and is very much interested in the book show that hopefully we'll be doing with Kadira and others. But definitely one of the things that both of them talked about is the power of activism and how we need to stop the divide. Because a lot of times what happens in the peace community, unfortunately, is that other forces might try to divide us in ways that we don't need to be divided. I know that Stella has had experience with this as well. So I would love to hear, if she's willing to share it, some of Stella's thoughts on this as well, because I do know that sometimes when we're trying to do peace work, we're oftentimes attacked for that work, and oftentimes there's too much division.
And that's well said. And I want to just break in just before you answer. We've got this lovely song, and then I want to hear her, and then this is going to be Mark's show moving forward. But I want to play this video because it's part of peace, and I think it's beautiful. And then I think we would love to hear.
Hi, I'm Eugene Drab, Dr. Drab, originally from Russia. Been living in Canada for many, many years. I've crossed out the world and met a lot of amazing people. My talent's taken me pretty much everywhere. And I've realized that the world is a much better place when we all act as one. Here's a little inspirational piece that I'm gonna improvise for you right now. Thank you.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
Amazing.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, that was beautiful and everything. Stella, I would love to hear your comments on what I mentioned about how there is sometimes division. And then after that, I heard that Dan Brooks had a comment about Dolores Horty. But definitely I want to hear from you first, Stella, about how sometimes, unfortunately, there's too much attempts at division, even within the peace movement and the progressive movement. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we tend to be a little bit self-righteous, and what we as a movement really need to go in terms of peace is we have to, and I'm guilty of this too, is listen to other opinions. What you'll find if you listen to the frustrations of people whose viewpoints may appear at first to be very different from yours is that their concerns, their underlying concerns are the same. And what we should be focusing on is solutions rather than differences. Internally in our movement, there's a lot of times where there's purity tests that lead to, we throw out people for not being too pure enough, and then we end up with things that are situations that are far worse than they should have been. We have to listen and learn and not adopt. This is the one thing I want to get out. Don't adopt language of others to define you. Define yourself, define your piece, define your movement for yourself. Don't allow people to put a label on you that and label you in any manner. Be your authentic self and be open to really hearing and listening to other voices. Don't try to shut them out. Listen to them, and be discerning about what are the good things and what's not there. And I am eager to hear from Dan because Dolores Huerta is one of my heroines and someone I admire greatly, and so I'm eager to hear his conversation around her.
But first, Stella, thank you so much for that, reminding us that we need to decolonize our minds and liberate our hearts so that we can, we can all be more free and autonomous, not just, like you say, defined by outsiders, and not just they're outsiders, but the outsiders are often oppressors, not people with our interests in mind. So thank you so much for that. So I was thinking, because of RBG, I was thinking about another amazing woman, Dolores Huerta, who's about the same age and about the same height as Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And when I saw her speak a few years ago at my university, so she's this, little woman standing in front of the room. And then, she paused for a second and she leaned into us and she said, "Do you know what happens when you don't get involved?" She waited like, well, we do, we don't. Do you know what happens? The haters win.
That's right. That's right.
We have to get involved, and we have to get other people involved. And Stella, like you said, one great way of doing it is by listening to people. When we listen to people, we don't always necessarily have to agree or condone with everything what they're saying, but we can figure out what their issues are, what their frustrations are, what their political viewpoints are. And then, like good organizers and activists and like teachers and social workers and therapists and so on, and clergy, right? Okay, we can figure out where not just where we're standing, which is important, but also where they're standing, so that we can walk together, build a better world together, because we can't do it alone.
That's very true. We have to build that better world and things of that nature. Eloise, we haven't heard from you in a while. I know you were talking before I came in, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, because you are a Christian writer, but sometimes I'm of the opinion that sometimes things that are around the religious elm sometimes are used too often to divide us. And I'm actually of the belief that most of the religions all share the same tenet, which is love thy neighbor, love thyself, and things of that nature. And we need to have that kind of understanding and even cooperation with the people that might be outside of the realm of our own faith history. And I know that that's something that we've talked before that you are doing even in your own life. So I'd love to hear you share your thoughts on that.
Yes, I want to kind of piggyback off of Stella too, because it's so important that we do listen to other people, because most of the time, if we do listen, sometimes we're saying the same things. It's just that, a lot of times we people look at people because they're different. They think what they're saying is different, and it doesn't have to be. I mean, I always remind people it's your opinion. You know, everybody has an opinion, but sometimes those opinions are the same opinions if you listen. But yes, when I look at it, I think of when I think of peace, I look at also the harmony, the individual heart. You know, what we have to do, we have to lift our heart, you know, open our heart, be receptive to God in our heart, and, you know, stop violence, you know, all this gun violence, all of that, instead of lifting up guns, you know, lift our hearts up to God, let him control our hearts for a while. You know, I just pray when this pandemic is over that, you know, everybody say they want it to be the same. I want it to be better. I want us to have a clearer vision. I want us to see better. I want us to love more. I want us to, you know, see our fellow man differently. You know, because the way the world is now, people are starting to lose respect for one another. And we need to gain that respect back. And I think that's a big part of why the justice system doesn't work. I worked the criminal justice system for 14 years. That's another part of my life. And I think sometimes the reason it doesn't work, the reason it's not working now is because people have such disrespect for the human life.
Yes.
You know, and I think what we need to do, we need to get back on track. We need to start to love one another, you know, put down all this hatred, you know, jealousy, bitterness, and look at us, look at our fellow man as equals, and stop looking at them differently, you know. And I just, you know, and I always say, you know, in my realm of the world, you know, we need Jesus. A man said to me the other day that I was talking to, and I was kind of surprised by it. But what he said to me, he was an elderly gentleman, and he said when they start taking God out of everything, the justice system out of everything, he said that's when corruption came in. And I
don't know about that though.
Well,
I'm just going to say there's plenty of good atheists like me that can do good social justice work without God too. So we even need those connections.
This is opinion, Dan.
Yeah, and definitely. But you bring up a good point, Dan. People can come from different aspects and different aspects and still address the issue of justice and things of that nature. You don't have to come from one form of religion or even not believing in God or anything. You can be an atheist and an agnostic, or you can be Christian, Muslim, whatever. But one of the things that I've been really admiring is going on, and I love to hear Kadira's take on this and everything, and also Stella's, is that right now we have a lot of, I think our youth are actually at the forefront of a lot of things. While we talk about Reverend Barber and the Poor People's March, when I look at who's actually leading the movement, it's a lot of the young people. The same with the Black Lives Matter movement. And Kadira, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, being somebody relatively young yourself. And then I'd love to hear Stella's take on it as well, as somebody that has worked with Reverend Barber and worked with some of the other folks that are involved in this movement that are of a younger age as well as the different age ranges. But I'd love to hear from you first, Kadira, to your take on the fact that a lot of what we're having in the peace movement and in just the movements in general, progressive movements, I would call them, have been youth-led. All right, Katira.
It's Katira. So I attended one of the protests here in Rochester, and I did see a large presence of youth there. We do have a lot of youth in some of the grassroots initiatives that we have here as well. The Avenue Black Box Theater is a local Black-owned theater, and they do a lot of grassroots initiatives that the youth take charge on. They are performers, they're poets, they're actors and actresses. There's a handful of interns there. So we definitely have opportunities for our youth to be at the forefront to address concerns. When we had the budget cuts a few months ago, the youth actually held a rally for that and talked about their concerns about losing so many of our teachers. So I've definitely seen a strong presence of youth regarding, the adversities that we're seeing, and I imagine that they will continue to be involved. So I can definitely agree with that. That our youth are speaking up and stepping out and being bold and using
And
their
Stella, if you
voices.
could add to that, 'cause like I said, you've been involved in a number of things here in North Carolina, but even nationally, and I would even argue internationally. So have you seen more of an influx of our youth leadership? And why do you think that that is? And how does it even play into what's going on with the peace movement? Because I do think that we're even seeing that in the peace movement. I think about Gretchen, who is is a child and everything, and she was definitely all about peace. And, I think that there should be no contest as to who should get the Nobel Peace Prize. They've actually put up somebody else's name as well. Why? I have no idea. We won't mention his name, but they've tried to put him as a candidate as well. So I just wondered if you could talk about the importance of youth in the peace movement.
Every major movement throughout history has been led by youth. It is the idealism of youth. It is their it's their witness of the hypocrisies of adults. We teach them an ideal. We teach them that the purity of the ideology, and then they see us living a different life. And every major movement in history, this is not labor movements, children's marches in the 60s. We can go back. But we also, as a world, have called on our youth to fight our wars for those of us who are older. And we have, I was shocked when I went to DuPont Circle. If you're ever in Washington, D.C., and you come out of the DuPont Circle subway stop, there's a description of the PTSD, basically, that was suffered by Civil War veterans. It posted on that wall. And you can see that no matter what war we were in, the victimization of the heroes were the victims and suffered these indignities, right? And so we send young people off to fight for ideals. They come back and they don't see them. Well, what was I fighting for? What did my mate die for, right? And so then that sparks a peace movement, right? I mean, this is how it has always happened, right? Then we got abolitionists, right? Well, wait a minute. We say that we're, Declaration of Independence and all men are created equal, but we have slaves. How do we reckon these things, right? And so young people, because of their idealism and their ability to see through our hypocrisy as a society, move us forward. And so, but what we have done to this generation of Gretchen is we're leaving them with nothing. If they don't step up, there won't be a safe place for them to live, right? Security, that was my thing about peace, right? There's no security when we don't take care of the environment. Look at what's happening. Wildfires and hurricanes, and we're at beta, right? We've run out of names, and it's not even the end of September. For those in North Carolina, we know we got another 6 weeks coming of hurricane season. So we left them without security. We're ladling them with debt and taking away safety nets so that they won't have security financially. They won't have security in terms of the environment. And they have to step up and say, stop. y'all have pillaged enough. We have to take control. And I'm so proud of them. And wherever they stand in fighting against the unjust wars, in fighting to protect our environment, in fighting to protect Black lives, wherever they take a stand, right? We should, as an older group, support them and lean into them with the resources and that they need to be able to push forward. They have the spirit, they have the bodies. They may not have the resources, but we do. So that's where we can work with them and let them lead, because that's the only way change has ever happened. And it's the only way it will continue to happen.
I agree with you, and I'm glad that Dr. Arthur has joined us, and I want to hear from Dr. Arthur as well. And then I think Kimberly's got a video that she wants to share as well. But before we get to the video for Kimberly and everything, and I know that that video is going to come up, I did have a quick question for Dan, and then after the video, I've got a question for Arthur. But Dan, unfortunately, this society, I remember telling my mom that I was going to be involved in the International Peace Day, and she said a statement to me that made a lot of sense. She was like, that should be an obvious. That should be, everybody should want International Peace Day. It should just be something that we automatically want and automatically need. But unfortunately, society as a whole celebrates war and violence. I mean, look at the movies, look at the other things that are popular. So what is your take on that? Why is it that we even have to have an International Peace Day? It does seem like it should be something very obvious for us.
You're right, and the war makers should have to have their one day of the year that's their war day or something like that, their violence day that they get to try to promote. But sadly, war has been much more profitable than peace for the elite. If you want to, expand your empire, if you want to increase your political power, your economic wealth, or your social status, we've learned, unfortunately, that you can use violence and you can divide people based on nationality, race, ethnicity, sex, gender, sexuality, religion, geography, and you can do those things and pit people against each other so that you can increase your political power, economic wealth, and social status. That's means that it's our job to realize how to mend those broken chains, to stop those false divisions, not fall for those traps, and make International Day of Peace every day, make it the default for the world. But we have to know why it happens, and I'm glad you asked that, right? We need to recognize those dynamics and then cut through them.
No, I definitely agree with that. And I think Kim's got a video, or Anchoin does, that they want to put on for us out. And then I'll come back with the conversation with Dr. Art as well. So I'm turning it over to the video. So
Peace is all about being lovable and creating blissful, joyful, and healthy world.
IBM TV, thank you for celebrating the International Day of Peace. Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better. Today, it's about co-parenting. Have a great day.
World Peace Day.
Peace. When you start thinking about the world like you think for yourself, there'll be definite peace.
Peace for us begins with a smile. Peace is its own reward.
Peace is the concept of societal friendship and harmony in the absence of hostility and violence.
Peace is taking responsibility of our actions and doing our bit.
Peace is possible. World peace. It means that we're going to love each other regardless of skin color, race, gender, and all that good stuff, man. world peace. You know, what we have to do is come together and help each other and lift each other up. It really does take a village, you know, world peace. You know, we need to stop worrying about our differences and start understanding the things that we all have in common.
When we love and respect one another, peace happens.
So, Dr. Arthur, I'm glad that you're joining us in the conversation as well. I thought that was an amazing spot that they put on and designed for us and everything. But one of the things that I'm finding in the world is that we're having more people thinking about world peace because of what we're going through this pandemic. So I think that this might actually be pushing more of us into even thinking about world peace, because it gave us all a playing field. It might not have been the playing field that we wanted, because it's a virus that has conquered all of the world and has put us all on our knees and everything. But I was wondering what your thoughts are about that, because it seems to me that we're in a new dimension, even when we think about peace, because of what is going on with the virus and how we're all trying to fight it, no matter what our nationality is, no matter what our religion is, no matter what our division points may be.
Absolutely. When I come into the office, you know, you see people who are handling this pandemic nice and easy and fully at peace and very confident that no matter what happens, they're okay. And then you've got other people who are frazzled and scared, can't leave the house, very afraid of dying and getting the virus and having problems. So it's very important. I think the previous speaker who talked about inner peace is very important. And even with a world pandemic, inner peace to me comes from confidence, and having a confidence that you can accept whatever happens in this world and be confident that you can make it through no matter what happens to you, whether it be you survive, whether it be you get the illness, whether it be you or your family members or friends pass away. And I unfortunately have to say, I've had some close people die. I've had close family members end up in the hospital for long-term intubation. I've had patients experience all this. But the ones who make it through with lots of peace are the ones with the inner peace that know. One of my instructors taught me this thing called acceptance confidence, where you accept whatever happens in the world and you're confident that no matter what, you're good. You're good with whatever happens. So even though this is International Peace Day, where you spread the peace around, I'd like to think of it as Interdimensional Peace Day, where we're going through several universes of peace. But the most important thing is to have an acceptance confidence that no matter what's thrown at you, whatever happens in the election, protests, Black Lives Matter, what happens with your health, what happens with this pandemic, you need to be confident that you can make it through, no matter what the consequences are, no matter what the circumstances are. If you feel you've lived a life that feels fulfilling to you, that you've done the things that you wanted to do, you'll have an acceptance confidence. So even with the pandemic going on, there are still ways to fulfill your life. There are still ways to find that inner peace where you know you're confident that no matter what gets thrown at you, in addition to a coronavirus pandemic, whether it be the economy, whether it be your career, whatever it is, if you are confident in your acceptance of what comes at you and what you can do with it, you'll have an inner peace like no other. And that'll allow you to spread that peace to the rest of the international community and the interdimensional community. So it's very important to find the peace within yourself. But to me, my peace, you know, I was the first one to volunteer in my clinic to test people with COVID, because I had the inner peace inside of me that said, I'll be fine. No matter what happens to me, I'll make sure that my family's safe. I'll make sure that I keep myself separated. And I've been exposed to so many patients with COVID, and knock on wood, I've been good because I have inner confidence in my career, in my profession, in my training. So I felt peace to just say, go ahead, put me out there and let me test these patients first for my clinic, because I had the peace that said, I'm confident that no matter what happens to me, I'll be okay. So peace, it's really weird. It's like you have to have a full confidence in your world and yourself to be able to have peace. So peace, you know, is more like about being calm, but calm comes from going through rough things that help you manage and learn. As they say, you know, a good sailor doesn't come from calm seas. A good sailor comes from rough seas. So these
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, and
so
it seems to me
let's get to it. This is a great time to become more peaceful.
Oh, no doubt about that. And it seems to me that one of the things about peace is that, as you just said, Dr. Arthur, it seems like it needs to come from all of the different planes that we exist in. I mean, I think of us all as being mental beings, definitely physical beings, and they need to have that exercise element, but also emotional beings and spiritual beings even. So I think that we have all of these dimensions to our life and emotional beings. I would say we're probably all made up of about 5 or 6 of these elements, and it's being peaceful in all of those elements. So it's like having emotional connection and having physical connection in the sense of being physically where you need to be at in your physical place. And the same thing with the mental connection. So would you agree with that as well, Dr. Arthur? Because like I said, you do come at it from the medical standpoint. So I've always believed that we have to have harmony in all the things that we are as human beings. And I would even argue that we have to have it with those that are outside of our human connection. Because I know even when I was talking earlier today to Dawn Reno Langley, the author, she was talking about that she's a very much of an advocate for our relationship with wildlife and the animals of the world.
Yep. Well, you have to have the empathy, the ability to connect with the other people, especially those on the other side. What was it that got us together with Russians when we had the Cold War? Sting wrote the song, "The Russians Love Their Children Too." And once that song came out, everybody's like, oh, so this is not just we hate each other and we've got nukes and we've got nukes. It's they love their children too, and they're going to fight for their children, and they're going to do what it takes to fight for their children. That's what an American would do as well. You fight for your children and you fight for their lives. Now, that was the commonality that got the wall to come down in Berlin. It was the commonality that Reagan worked with Gorbachev. So you got to find the commonalities. But then once again, peace sometimes is equated with calm emotions. But if your emotions don't rile up when there's something that's not happening that's right in the world,
that's right.
Your emotions don't go up, then that's not peace either. You better have those emotions that get you riled up, that get you fighting for the right things, or else you're just a flat person that doesn't react to anything. And people like that are considered, no emotions, no personality. And you can't be that way either. You got to fight for the peace for other people. So we're talking about wars and all that stuff. We'd love to have peace where there's no war. But if there isn't those fights, if there isn't that rise in emotions, you're never going to get the peace that you want. So you have to fight for it too. You have to have your emotions as well to be human and intact, but at the same time, empathetic for the other side so that you can understand them, why they're fighting for their children just as much as you are. And once you understand that they're fighting for their families, fighting for their children, then the commonalities come out. And then you can come out with, even though the Nobel Peace Prize has gone to both Obama and now Trump is nominated, it's amazing what actually happened. This Israeli peace. I never knew that was going to happen in my lifetime. What? They're signing treaties that they're peaceful now? I'm flabbergasted. It doesn't matter to me who signed that. The fact that these two groups are signing it, they found that empathetic connection that they love. They understand that they each love their own children and they're going to fight for them. And that fight includes finding those commonalities so that your children can survive and be better off and have that interdimensional piece where, I work at domestic violence. The most common cause for violence is a person who's been hurt from violence doesn't understand that they're hurting the next person with violence. Mm-hmm. A hurt person hurts a person. Anywhere you can find that commonality, fighting for your children, or, we just love America, or whatever you want to bring up. Those commonalities are what allow you to fight for that peace so your children can be interdimensionally peaceful.
That's right.
And Stella, I want to come back to you and everything, because one of the things you fight for is you fight for housing. And we talk about how important it is just to have a place to live. And I know that that's sometimes even where the opposite of peace happens. Is sometimes we get people that are concerned about just having some place to live, to have enough food and enough things of that nature. So how do you deal with even the concept of peace when you're dealing with something that is such a basic, to me, should be a basic human right? It seems to me that everybody should be entitled to good housing and good, the right amount of food. We live in a nation that we should not have hungry people, in my opinion, but we do. So I just wondered, how do you even engage in that struggle with and maintain that peaceful ability?
It's really a struggle, Mark. Every time that you think that there is progress being made, there's a pushback and there's a change. We have in America, and I don't know if it's a worldwide phenomenon, but we have this thing that that they're deserving poor and not deserving poor, and that if you're poor, that's a choice, that you made bad decisions as opposed to being brought into poverty, right? This rugged individualism. Where we have to go is, what is mutual aid, right? What is it that we need to do to help each other? And that's where we've kind of gotten away from. But one of the positives of COVID is that we're starting to see each other and see the disparities and the differences. And it's no shaming going on in that space. I was in a space where there was a young woman who grew up poor, and she said that even today, as she lives in a very middle-class lifestyle, when she walks into a room, she thinks people can smell the poverty on her from her youth. And that shaming of people and valuing possessions over people, property over people, that's something that we can't have peace until we recognize, acknowledge, and uplift the humanity of every human being. And one way we can do that is to stop othering each other. So if I disagree with you from a philosophical or ideological point of view, that does not make you any less of a human being. We just have a difference of opinion. So I don't other you, right? Let's not label each other, but recognize the humanity and the right to shelter. That's a basic human right. The right to clean air and clean water. This is what the children are fighting for in the streets. It is our humanity and what that will mean. You know, shelter is so necessary, and we can't keep punishing people for their birth circumstances.
That is so right, that we should be evolving for quality of lifestyles, right? We should be putting in place the practices that have this message of peace, but to bring us quality of life, and we're overlooking that. I want to play 2 videos real quick, and we got extra guests in the house. Hi, Dr. Art.
Good to see you.
Same here. Hold on.
Peace is all about being lovable and creating blissful, joyful, and healthy world.
IBM TV, thank you for celebrating the International Day of Peace. Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better. Today, it's about co-parenting. Have a great day.
World Peace Day.
Peace. When you start thinking about the world like you think for yourself, there'll be definite peace.
Peace for us begins with a smile. Peace is its own reward.
Peace is the concept of societal friendship and harmony in the absence of hostility and violence.
Peace is taking responsibility of our actions and doing our bit.
Peace is possible. World peace. It means that we're going to love each other regardless of skin color, race, gender, and all that good stuff, man. World peace, you know, what we have to do is come together and help each other and lift each other up. It really does take a village, you know. World peace, you know, we need to stop worrying about our differences and start understanding the things that we all have in common.
When we love and respect one another, peace
Months ago, my team and I made this next song in an effort to raise awareness towards climate change, sustainability, and world peace. Well, when COVID hit, we had to take a step back, not only as individuals, but as nations, as an entire human race. It is my aim and goal to share this song with all of you in an effort to once again remind us just how fragile life is, our planet is, our entire existence, and the generations to come. As a Canadian of Greek heritage, it pains me to see the political and geographical battles arising in my motherland once again. As a world traveler and family friend to many in the Lebanese community, it pains me to see the recent explosions and devastation. As a Canadian citizen, it pains me to see our First Nations brothers and sisters still challenged for their lands. And I can't leave out the horrendous fires in California, a place I have not been able to visit in a while, especially now as I'm quarantining in my home in Toronto. Most of all, as a global citizen, it pains me to know that we could be doing so much more to help protect and save our planet. So today, I hope we can put aside our differences, knowing that we can't agree on everything, but at least this. Please join me in solidarity, as one, worldwide, to make a change for the better, for all of humanity. Here is Be the Change.
If you could bend the hands of time, would you alter any moment in your life? If you could spin the wheel of fate, would you try to clean this mess up that we made? Tears falling, hearts cry out to anyone who'll hear them out. And if we knew then what we know now, would you carry any doubt? Why are we living our lives out this way? Why do we refuse to make any change? I keep thinking about it. Are you thinking about it? Why are we even thinking about it anymore when we can make a change? Be the change.
Wow, I mean, that song just resonates through my heart about being the change, which is what it's going to take you to unify us globally to make this difference, right? To tear down the walls and the fences and get rid of the war, the racism, fill our hearts with all of this wonderful, glorious days. And I got a surprise guest in the house with us. You know, everyone, Zach.
What's up? Zach is in the house.
Hey, bring the peace.
No world peace.
Zach,
you know.
bring the peace.
How you guys doing? All right?
Doing good.
If you don't know, Dr. Art is part of the music world big time. Every Saturday night, or almost every Saturday night.
Oh, that's the
he is
DJ.
spinning that
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. You in there. I heard you. I got you.
Yes, and you know, he's getting to hear some pretty phenomenal music, and maybe he can spin those discs on his music night. But we also have another special guest. Hi, Zach. I'm not
No.
cutting
You
off
good.
here,
You do
but
you. I got you.
I'm bringing in some other guests that are showing up for this talk hour. We've got Nicholas, who brought us that video that you just heard. Hello, Nicholas.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet everyone. Happy International Day of Peace to you all.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you so much for the videos that you've been sharing with us. We've been sharing clips throughout the day, and then we have a full clip, a full like hour, and then another 2 hours of videos of the whole event that happened that I think that everyone's going to love after this hour. And then we have a guest called Shoe Crazy Wine.
That's probably Gwen Hurt, and hopefully they'll put on the video and everything. But that's probably Gwen Hurt and her gang of folks, because they definitely are some amazing folks.
I want some of that wine.
Oh, there we go. There's my friend. There's my friend Gwen and Shoe Crazy Wine. Gwen, if you would share with the folks what peace means to you, but also your story, because you created your business after going through some hardships in your own life, and that's when you decided to create that business of yours. So if you would share that story with us, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, and happy International Day of Peace to everyone. It's something that we desperately need. So I'm Gwen, I'm founder of Shoe Crazy Wine, founded after I lost my job and was in a car accident 2 days after that. So I'm going to just close this door because I have jaws here. And during that time, I kind of asked myself, why is this happening to me? Why have I lost my job? And now I'm able to walk without assistance. Couldn't interview for a job. And so after, staying in my room and crying quite a bit about it, I took my walker and I kind of toddled out into the living room and said to my daughter, we're going into the wine business, because I have to do something. I can't stay in this room. And so she kind of looked down and said, how many drugs did they give you at the hospital that I didn't get? Because she was also injured in that car accident. So we were both semi-abled, I'll say. And we were looking towards about a year of physical therapy. And in that time, I built a wine brand and ultimately wine distribution company as well, because no one would pick up my wine as a distributor, because they said nobody would buy from a Black woman, from a Black-owned wine company. And I had some horrible things said to me as I made this journey.
I'm going to slap that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I said, is there Black wine in a bottle? I don't know. It's red, white, and rosé to my knowledge, but
right.
Okay. So we had a lot of doors slammed in our faces. So we did a pivot, and I actually started a wine distribution company and self-distributed my wine. So we're now in quite a few states. I have to say in the Southeast. We're still regional, but we're growing. And what we've done is we've taken all of those negatives that were said about us, being a woman, being a Black woman, and all those things, and said, if you're not going to do it for me, I'll do it for myself. And so, that's what it is. It's a family run business, 100% woman owned. That would be me. And so I do a lot of mentoring with women and women that are going through strife. I try to speak out about, don't be the circumstance that you're in. Get out of it, whatever way you can. And so that's kind of a net version of the Shoe Crazy wine story. So I
just want people to know there's no prejudice to wine. Get off that box. Get off that wine box. Let me tell you something. My palate loves wine. And North Carolina became this big wine industry, and not the muscadine wine. That I'm not big on muscadine, but North Carolina became this big wine industry when the tobacco farms kind of went under. So the tobacco farms started cultivating wines, and then we brought in wine scientists, chemists in North Carolina to teach us to make the Merlots, the Chardonnays, Shiraz, but no, there's no prejudice to wine. So
just really prejudice in wine. Gwen, if you could just really quickly, because I know that you're a big
just trying to
shoe
start a
person
business
as
is hard
well.
enough,
So
and
I would
tip
love
my hat off to you. And first of all, hello to everybody on the panel. So Shoe Crazy Wine, you keep doing what you're doing. I just tagged you with something. Send me a link. Because I know a lot of Funketeers drink wine, so I'll put that out there on everything that I'm attached to. I'll make sure. Now, I myself will only sip once in a while. I'm more of a Coronas person, but I'm down with the wine because I know a very important person drank some once.
Well, there you go. There's always. I want to also bring in Nicholas. Now, Zach and Mark are part of the IBM TV family. They each have. Mark has several shows. Zach has 2 right now and working on a 3rd or 4th, but he also is recording a lot of music, so I don't know when he sleeps. Yeah. And he's been recovering from surgery in the shoulder. So, these 2 guys have been phenomenal in helping me hold this up. But Nicholas, welcome to the IBM TV family as well.
Thank you so much.
Great. Share with us who you are, what you do, where you're from, and how you got in touch with the phenomenal musicians that you brought to us today.
Sure. No, thank you so much, and a real pleasure to meet everybody. Yeah, we were blessed with kind of some of these musicians saying that they really wanted to do something with International Day of Peace, and of course, because we have worked with some of them with Be the Change in the past, so it definitely made sense. So just to give you a background, I've been producing events since I was 16. So probably about 25 years around the world, fashion shows, conferences, product launches for films, etc. Just really fusing together marketing, product management, events, experiential marketing in general. We've been doing events, a lot of different areas for a lot of different initiatives. And about 3 years ago, I really wanted to get our team's focus on sustainability and really how to help the world. We all kind of like lose sight of that sometimes, especially when being in nightlife and all of that. You wanted to really understand, you lose a sense of accountability and that kind of thing. And so we really took a shift and we founded Be the Change Social Impact. And so we wanted to create an event tour, creating awareness for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals around the world through showcasing a sustainable fashion show, sustainable art showcases, having panels at some of the events. And so we launched it New York Fashion Week with Dina, actually, who you guys just all saw a performance of. Right in Times Square. She actually sang opera right in the middle of Times Square. It was something amazing. And then from there, we did Barcelona. We did Madrid for the COP25 climate change conference. Again, you're really focusing on a specific initiative per tour stop. Then in June, at the end of January, we did Hawaii, the Alohilani Resort, another great event. And then we had to stop, obviously, with the pandemic happening. We had to postpone our Monaco Grand Prix event, our Cannes Film Festival event. And then we said, you know what, Toronto's coming up. We have obviously, I'm living in Toronto and have a lot of us based here. So let's do something, virtually. So we did a virtual fireside chat with about, 8 musicians all from around the world that really understand that this is an International Day of Peace, the importance of grouping together and aligning these common visions of how we can make things better and right and in a more positive direction. And we've been blessed with Dina, Naja, Dr. Droy is this amazing electric violinist that I've been friends with for about 19 years now. Natalio Feinberg, from Argentina, but he was in France. Andrea Ibarra from Mexico City. So we just really wanted to have different genres, different kind of flair and flavor, and it turned out to be quite well. And so we edited it, and hopefully you guys are able to stream it later on, kind of understand how their current projects, their initiatives they're working on, also why they become an artist in the first place. And being in events and marketing for 20 years, I never lose the excitement to hear someone talking about their craft, especially when it comes to really being behind something like peace. And so we feel blessed and thankful that you guys have us a part of your program today.
Wow, thank you. And I hope that next, as we build on this, like somebody kept saying, why are we just having one day for peace, right?
Yeah,
like peace
exactly.
Every day. But sometimes this awareness, this is a peace awareness.
Yes.
That we've got plenty more music and art than, that's right, guys. And
This is great.
I know it is. You should see the whole family's been in and out all day long. And I think we've had about 100 to 200 people beaming in and out. And so it's just been a glorious, heartfelt day. And I've been able to play some of the short video clips that you shared with me, Nicholas.
Sure.
Who is the monk that is?
So Rinpoche or Ken Rinpoche Lama, I've been working with him, and Dragan, my business partner, and I are so glad to have been working with him because he's just ultimate peace. He's in India, Nepal. He works. He has the Zamling Buddha Foundation. On just a bit of a side note is, my partner and I started a medical supplies company, and we give a percentage to all the initiatives that Ken Rinpoche does, in Nepal, in India, Pakistan, Bhutan. So we're really kind of tying it in with a lot of the different projects. But yeah, we met him through a mutual friend about a year ago. we were looking at bringing some of the monks over to one of our tour stops, and we were waiting for, you know, the attorneys and all that kind of stuff to happen. So we still haven't made it happen. We're going to be doing it in the new year. You know, we're hitting Dubai, we're hitting Tel Aviv, we're hitting England with our tour stops. So we're definitely going to have him and his monks come out, do a blessing for the crowd at the event. Obviously, everything's changed now with COVID. You know, the whole game is switched around, you know. So we're doing what we can, making sure we keep everybody safe, and still showcasing some of this amazing art and culture.
And you're going to come back on and share with us in the future the ongoing events of what it takes to put together a show. But
sure.
I have a secret for you.
Yes.
So, you know, every event needs good wine.
Yes. Oh, look at that. And then we got the wine. See?
Guess
we got sponsorship negotiations happening right on a Zoom, on a call.
And I've got another secret too, Kim. I could be wrong, but I don't know, because I looked at the lineup. I didn't see a funk musician yet, so I'm thinking we've got some funk music for you as well. So Zach, you think we can make the Nappy Head Band or some of those other bands available for an international tour?
We want to group together like-minded, talented musicians that you can tell that it comes from their heart, you know, and you'll see from the Zoom chat, like just like you saw Dina, like before she performed, like what she said about Lebanon and Greece, and like this hits close to home for her and her, you know, her family and stuff. So you can see that people really dived into this. So when one of my mentors in life, Holmes Stoner from Pacific Rim Chamber of Commerce, literally said, "Hey Nicholas, you got to link up with this IBM TV group. They're right in the same kind of my way of thinking and global kind of understanding and really just overall, you know, it's a good thing to connect." And here we are, you know. Thank you,
and
Holmes, and now thank you, IBM TV.
Yeah, you need to watch his 2 shows on the weekend just to get a feel for the music that he brings. But he's also doing some of his own recordings, and you know what a great way to connect some people globally through music, right? And I always say funk is the soul music for healing.
Of course,
right?
You got the.
It is. It is some amazing music. I listen to it while I work on Sunday. I listen to Zach's show. Then we do a roundtable talk at the end of the day. If you want to, but both of you, right, Mark? That's Mark's show.
And I appreciate you.
Very nice to meet you.
Join. And by the way, I should also let you know.
Definitely will check out your music. Yes. I dig where you're coming from. It's beautiful. And I didn't mean to cut you off, Kim, but it's beautiful that, you know, you're actually, you know, doing that, Nicholas, as well as, you know, Win with the wine thing. I think that says Win, right? Yeah, because it's funny how sometimes just a chance meeting like this, then all of a sudden you two guys connect and then, you know, you got something popping. But peace and love. That's what music and drinking wine is all about. So, you know,
there you go.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a win-win.
Can I have just a minute, because I wasn't quite finished?
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. I got cut off because I just want to tie into what some of the things Nicholas was saying as well. So Shoe Crazy is not just a wine company. We actually bought a warehouse in one of the first areas in Virginia to help with the unemployment, right? So that's one of the things we've done. We want to affect it's a very high unemployment rate here before the COVID-19. So This is where we based ourselves. The other thing we have is we've started a foundation called A Shoe for Her. And it's shoes for women and girls all over the world is who we want to put shoes on their feet. So I think it ties into all of what you're saying. Now, that foundation should launch at some point in 2021, where we're getting shoes specifically for girls in the U.S. and everywhere. I've lived all over the world, so I am very cognizant of what everyone is saying. And for me, peace is about respect and acceptance of others' cultures, right?
Uh-oh.
No, she went mute.
You lost your
I think we
Hold
lost
on.
your audio.
No, she didn't go mute. Her sound went off.
Oh,
yeah.
No,
okay.
We can hear you now.
I left off, but I was saying I was raised to respect all people, cultures, and religions. And I think if we all are taught that from children, we have more acceptance and harmony in this world. So that's just my little take. The way my mom raised me was, you're no better than one and no one's better than you. So I think we need to take a page from that globally and say, you know what, we need to respect and embrace all races, cultures, and religions. And once you respect it, you don't have a part of it, but you then start to accept. And for me, that's what, world peace needs to be. It really does. So I want to get on my soapbox here.
No,
I appreciate it. And what I was going to add really quickly is, by the way, she also is tied into the music world.
I think getting back to what you said about children and kids in the house, I think a lot of it, and and I used to teach at the School of Rock, and I dealt with a lot of kids and things like that. But I was a big brother in New York City for a long time. I actually lived in Virginia, in Newport News for a while, so I was a watchdog, which is dads for great students over there at schools when my oldest daughter was in elementary. And a lot of kids I see, the anger that comes off of them is due to low self-esteem, because they've been somehow made to feel that if they don't have Michael Jordans, or if they don't have Versace, or whatever it may be, the fad, that they're not as good as. And that's where you said in the home, we have to teach our kids in the home, listen, you don't need $100,000 pair of sneakers just to go out and feel good about yourself. And when these kids don't feel good about themselves, they project that onto other kids, the bullying, the this, the that, and they try to bully down other kids that just want to make it through the day. So I absolutely think you're right. And this is not about double parent or single parent homes. Some people, single parent homes are equally as responsible. They don't get a pass simply because they're one parent homes. They have to still step up and still understand their children and what makes their children think. I think, my dad, he was my best friend. So for me, I told him everything. There were no secrets. And I think, and this is not a knock on young parenting at all, but I just think some parents now are so consumed with all they have to do, they don't really understand what makes their kids tick. And then they're surprised when they explode, like, oh, I didn't know he had machine guns under his bed. Now, I don't know, but in a Black household, you ain't got nothing in your room. You don't even have locks. So you ain't hiding machine guns under your bed to go shoot a movie theater. You know what I mean? Things like that bother me, like how these parents don't know. And I'm not knocking parenting at all. I'm just saying, I think a lot of times, bearing to your subject we were talking about, parents aren't in connecting with their kids. They're surprised that they're getting bullied. But if you see your child become reclusive and something's not right, I know because I went through this, you got to dig in there. I don't care how painful it is. I don't care how much it hurts. You're better off digging in and getting that problem resolved, because it starts with the kids in the home. And I guess, and again, I'm not getting on my soapbox, but, I see it. And I just want, world peace. If we teach these young ones world peace, we'll all have it.
Hey, Gwen, I would love for you to get on your soapbox as well, because one of the things that I know is that you actually involve your kids in your business. When you open the business, you open it with your daughter, but also your son as well. I can't remember if it's one or two, but I know that you have kids that you've got involved in the business. So if you would share how they are involved in this business. You did start it because of your own love of shoes and your own love of wine, but you also involved your own kids.
Yes, I did. And to everyone's point, tolerance for everyone starts in your home. I've always, that was the foundation of how my husband and I raised my kids, which was tolerance for everyone, right? And acceptance. But my sons both left high-paying jobs to join Shoe Crazy for little or nothing. I mean, they said they were in it to help, because we had not just a monetary mission, we had a social mission as well. And so they were very aware that, we wanted to do something to affect the communities around us. And they've all traveled outside of the country as well. I made sure that happened, their dad and I, so that they could get an appreciation for other cultures. And so when we decided to start a foundation, for me, shoes was it. And they agreed. And then my daughter said, what about, women that are incarcerated around the world? What about them? What can we do to help women that are incarcerated? So for us, it's about women and helping women to elevate themselves. And so that's something that she's working on. And so my kids have jumped in with both hands. I have all the skills I need. My daughter does the marketing. My sons are the sales leaders. And I do the big picture. And I do things like this today to kind of spread the word. So yeah, they joined in and they took tremendous pay cuts, and it was a hit to their pocketbooks. And they're now seeing that we have a broader mission, though. The mission is not just, like I said, about money. It's about how can we affect these communities and create jobs.
No, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Everyone, I want you to meet Arsh, and he is an artificial intelligence expert. But do you know those smart artificial intelligent bots that are on the websites, and you click on them and it'll ask you questions and answer them? It's not like the chat person, it's like the artificial chat bot. He's the creator of those. He is the smart man, the human intelligence behind the artificial intelligence. Hi, Arsh.
Hi, Arsh.
Hi, Kim. Hi, everyone.
Thanks for that, huh? Thank you.
Well, you might need one of those on your website.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
That's right. That's right. You guys, if you need somebody to answer your questions, this is the man to talk to on your website. So, Arsh, tell us how things. Share with the world who you are. I just kind of shared what you do, but you go ahead and explain it better than me. Where you're from and what world peace means to you. And thank you for coming.
All right. Thanks, Kim. I'm Arsh, co-founder of a niche AI startup, Gravitas AI, based out of London. My expertise, I'll say, business and strategy development around organizational strategies and artificial intelligence. And I try to create a lot of business value through the work which I do. By trade, I'm an MBA and engineer, and I strongly believe in ethical ways of using technology and human-centered design approach towards developing solutions, etc. And I'm an advocate of balancing personal and professional life. That's very important with respect to peace as well, and diversity. So that's me in a nutshell. I'm based out of London, originally from India. And to talk about peace, I think peace is a very subjective matter. It's really subjective. It's really hard to define peace. For me, it's friendship and harmony with yourself and the outer world, the attainment of some sort of tranquility, if I will say. And again, I'll say it's a very subjective matter, which depends on a person's mood or maybe stimulus around the person, situations, etc. And I also strongly believe it's largely driven by your inner self, and it depends on what an individual's opinion about peace is, because we can't classify peace as a definition. This is peace, and this is a book about peace, and you should go buy that book. But it's rather every other human has a different definition of peace, in my understanding. As for a person in a war zone, peace is stopping of war. For a person suffering from arthritis, peace is the ability to walk. For a person looking for a job, it's getting an opportunity. That is peace for them. So in a nutshell, I think it really depends on what you feel, what makes you feel more comfortable, what makes you feel more secure, being heard, being acknowledged, being supportive, or being supported, or feeling accomplished. So in product development, we usually use an acronym which is MVP, the minimum viable product. So if I want to give a certain acronym to this thing, I'll say it's a MVC. So it's a minimum viable criteria of feeling fulfilled. You need to feel fulfilled to attain peace.
Oh, that is beautiful. Thank you so much, Arsh. I'm going to share 2 videos real quick with you guys for world peace. Hold on a minute.
Peace, what does it mean to me?
I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
Peace is
the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
Hi, I'm Eugene Draw, Dr. Draw, originally from Russia. Been living in Canada for many, many years.
I've crossed out the world and met a lot of amazing people. My talent's taken me pretty much everywhere. And I've realized that the world is a much better place when we all act as one. Here's a little inspirational piece that I'm gonna improvise for you right now. Thank you.
That was sick.
That was real good.
That was cool.
The music that fills the soul, right? That just, I always say, you know, music is what fills the glass full of wine, right? When the glass is empty. It just, all the music we have. Zach has pretty amazing music that just lifts my soul every weekend. Nicholas, you have introduced us to some fantabulous musicians. We're going to enjoy watching them go on tour. They go on world tour. We hope that they will join the IBM TV family and share with us all of their magnificent music and art. And then there's Mark Lee's radio talk show. So if you ever want to bring some of your music in there. And then we have the Shoe Crazy Wine, which fabulous story about how she pursued and persisted and has been successful. And we're going to have wine tasting parties when this is over with. And we have an Arsh with us who does the artificial intelligent chatbots that you see out there. He's the human intelligence behind the artificial intelligence of chatbots. But we've got another special guest in the house. He's an old family member of IBM TV, not because he's old, but because he has been with us since the beginning of COVID. He beams in and out and shares with us some of the most amazing medical research advice. Dr. David Moskowitz, welcome.
Hello.
Hey, Dr.
Hi,
David.
how are you all?
Doing great.
That's right. So anyway, peace to you. Happy International Day of Peace. Do you want to share with the world a little bit about who you are, where you're from, what you do? Even though I kind of gave an intro, but why don't you give everybody world peace and then share with us what world peace means for you?
Well, lovely intro. Thanks so much. And the music from the violinist was incredible.
Glad you enjoyed it.
Very, very beautiful. So it's a hard act to follow. My name's Dave Moskowitz. I'm from Hollywood, Florida, not Hollywood, California. There is a Hollywood here. I imagine there are lots of Hollywoods besides just next to Beverly Hills. I am a nephrologist and a primary care physician, general internist, and my idea of peace is when people realize who the real enemies are and fight them, namely the diseases, and stop fighting each other. Most of what we do is irrelevant and has no carryover value from one generation to the next. The only thing that really matters is if we defeat diseases. So I am old, I'm 68, I'm a baby boomer. I don't have that much more productive time left, but what I would really love to do with it is, and it's possible now, is to use genomics to find the causative genes for these killer diseases. I happen to have diabetes. I would really love to solve why people get complications. I'd also like to solve dementia. I'd like to solve cancers, and it's completely doable for about $100,000 and under a year per disease now. And what's ironic is that the healthcare system doesn't want to solve any diseases. For the past 25 years, I've been able to prevent pretty much all of dialysis from both acute and chronic renal failure, and nobody wants to. And more recently, I've got a treatment for COVID and a treatment for emphysema and for sickle cell disease in the last 15 years, and nobody wants any of it. So I find myself pretty much in the position of Ignaz Semmelweis, with plenty of great ideas and absolutely no idea except for this family of people for who to talk to and how to get the word out and how to save lives.
And Dr. Moskowitz, your research, you've been doing this for so many years, and I've actually been I should say test case study, but you told me to try something to help with the problem I was having. I tried it. It worked.
No kidding.
Very simple. Very simple. He doesn't go out of his way to find all of these complicated solutions, but as a researcher, scientist, a doctor, he does all this research. But he told me to try quercetin. It worked for me. It's not something that I'll stay on constantly. I have a bad habit of not taking things constantly, but I'll routinely go back and take it when I feel like there's an infection coming on. And it took care of it. But you had found early on when people were still kind of knocking on the door what to do with COVID, and you found quercetin helped with some of it. So, but yes, we are a family of sharing information. The real stories from the real people. We're not gagged. One of the things when Nick and I got together, we got into media. It was very, very difficult to be in media with our mission. Our mission was to close the gap between poverty and sustainability. And to do that is financial literacy. And in order to get people inclined to do financial literacy, you have to inspire them. And we were constantly told, if you don't bleed, you don't lead. You're not going to be on the networks. So we spent years, we started getting traction. And then one day I said, you know what, it's just, we're bleeding too much ourselves because it costs thousands of dollars a minute to film and get out there. If we can't do our own network, I don't want to do this anymore. So Nick was like, okay, we can't do that. It costs too much. The overhead's too high. I go, no, I own my own phone company. We can do this. So he came up with an idea. I kind of countered it. And next thing you know, we co-created IBM TV. We legally bought the name. We were actually doing a mini series with IBM at the time. So it was all very exciting. We call it International Broadcast Media, Smart TV. And what we are about, and one of the things that we have to honor is we have to be clean, family oriented. We have to be educational, informational, and inspirational. Okay. We cannot have, the bad stuff in here. We can't bleed to lead. So I was inspired by this because I'm like, wow, but hopefully we'll get viewers. Well, sure enough, we started getting viewers. And some of the comments were, this is nice for a change to have, nice, good information. Fill your basket with good fruit, right? Fill your brain up with good stuff. So when we were asked to do International Day of Peace, I was just blown away because we are working with a lot of great people, like Nick. Where did Nick go? Nicholas is hiding. There you are.
He's right below you.
We're in the dark down there. But it's united us with the International Chamber of Commerce, which is Homestoner, Shaquille Latimer, who are just, you know, what, in 193 countries, and are just world renowned for their work and effort. And I was just so honored that they asked us to do International Day of Peace with them. After this session, there will be a 2-hour of video clips of music, all the International Day festivities that have happened. And then there's another clip that we've got from Nicholas that we'll be playing as well. And again, we mentioned these things like harmony, just things that bring us peace. Music to me is one of them that unites us all. I mean, when you hear music, you start seeing people's head nod, right? Or sway, right? Or the beat.
Like bounce.
But everybody moves, everybody vibrates with the music, and it unites us. And I think that it's one of those things that will gather us. I'm hoping that next year we'll be able to host this 24 hours. This was our first time. I think we've done a great job of doing it from, I think, and the winds that are in the backstage back there, Nick Palaveda, who kept beaming in and out and helping us control things. We did this from, I think, 8 o'clock this morning until we'll be wrapping up, not yet, but around 7 o'clock this evening. Right. But yes, what a great day. But again, like somebody said, why aren't we doing this every day? Well, this is a day of awareness, right? And that's what Nick and I learned when we did our first financial literacy TV show together. It's more about bringing awareness first, right? You got to get those people encouraged to be part of it. And then maybe we'll just slowly kind of creep into their lives a little bit.
For sure. I think it's a great initiative. It's a great marathon event to celebrate this very important day, because people don't realize what's the importance of this 5-letter word in their lives. And it's very important. It's really important to get that feeling somewhere in yourself while you are busy with your daily course, working, etc. And try to understand having some sort of self time to feel the sense of achievement, or feel the sense of completeness, or some sort of stability. And I can't explain it much better, but just trying to feel yourself and trying to feel that you are important, you've done something good, and trying to make peace with yourself is really important. So yeah, again, a great marathon event today.
Oh, thank you so much. And, when we unite together and find solutions like what Dr. Makowitz has done for us, and we work together to share this information. We've had doctors from all over the globe. I mean, all over the globe join us from March 7th until now. We are celebrating 198 nonstop days of IBM TV. We went from one show. As of, I think it was 8 weeks ago, we only had probably 13 shows. Today, we are now airing 52 shows.
Woo! That's amazing. Congratulations.
Yeah,
and growing. We've got more every day. We're getting phone calls. But that's what we decided to do with IBM TV, is let it become a distribution channel for great content that does not get on the major networks. And we're like, who needs a major network when you got a global network? So, and share your information with the world, right? But again, we're not paid for by advertisers who tell us what to say. We're about your truth, your stories, right? And we're going to let that become the world's stories. And that, I find, when you have real facts, you don't have fear. And no fear, as we heard today, is peace. Yes, Mark.
I was going to say, we're just doing a great job in terms of this growth and everything. We're almost getting ready to get to about 100 shows by the end of the year. So we'll be having about 100 shows by the end of the year. I know that's what Nick has been saying, that he's looking for 100 shows and all of that. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that happen when we get to that growth of 100. But, we talk about peace and the importance of peace. And a lot of times folks forget that, like somebody said earlier, it is such a simple word. It's a word that we all should know, and it's not a word that we should fear. But unfortunately, sometimes folks get too caught up and they are afraid of even the concept of peace. I know earlier today when I was talking, well, actually it was yesterday when I was talking to my mom, we were talking about International Peace Day and my involvement here with IBM.TV and Peace Day. And she asked me, she's like, that seems to be a no-brainer. Everybody should be for peace and things of that nature. And it should be a no-brainer. But unfortunately, we have too many elements that want to not be about peace and not be about what we should be doing. So I'm just glad that we've been involved in this. We've had some amazing guests. I was glad to help Kimberly bring a few of my friends on as well. So we've definitely had some amazing guests on and just have done a great job and everything. Unfortunately, Kimberly, one of the folks that I could not get on this time, but we're going to get them on next week, is my friend Dean. So, I've got to get ready to bounce off in a few minutes because I've got that Blog Talk Radio show that is separate from IBM TV, which will be airing in about 8 minutes or so. So I've got to get ready to bounce off and catch up with Dean. But you do know that I will be talking about International Peace Day even on Blog Talk Radio with Dean, and I will be getting Dean to do some stuff for us as well, including some voiceover work. So just wanted to share that with folks and everything. So I'm going to jump on over to Blog Talk Radio where Nicholas found me at when he was looking for podcasters and do my show Straight Talk with Dean and Mark. So get ready to jump over there, but just wanted to share this wisdom with y'all, and just that we need to have this happening on a regular day. I think that this should be programming that we do almost, if we could do it 365 days a year, I would be having no problem with that. Just like we need to find those cures that David was talking about, and which we have, but there are too many folks that want to stop the cures from happening, too many power brokers that want to stop the madness. And we need to actually have more of the positive madness, have these cures that we have the ability to do. And even like the things that Arsh is doing with the things that he's doing in terms of artificial intelligence. So we have a lot of the solutions. We just need to actually put those solutions into action. And on that note, I'm going to get ready to sign on out of here.
Well, before you go, I wanted you to meet a special guest all the way from Africa, Emmanuel. Hi, Emmanuel. Can you hear us? Hello?
Hello.
Okay, sometimes the bandwidth is very difficult from where they're at. Yeah. One of the things, hi.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Man. How you doing,
Emmanuel?
Do you want to tell everyone where you're from?
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be joining you. Okay.
Yes. Hi. So go ahead and share with us what peace means to you.
Yeah.
Can you share?
Personally, in order to make the world a peaceful place. Hello?
Yes, we hear you. So sometimes in other countries we struggle, but he is a teacher over in Africa, and we met through the online system, and I just love hearing from him. Hello.
All right. Personally,
so while his bandwidth gets caught up, I'm going to play a quick video for everyone.
In 1981, the United Nations established the International Day of Peace on September 21st. A day for us all to pause our busy lives, take a breath, look at our neighbors, and to be at peace. A day to celebrate our differences, to hug our neighbors. A day to celebrate humanity on this vast planet. In 2020, we need this moment more than ever. A moment of respite from the fighting, conflicts, and chaos we're all going through. Join us live on IBM TV on September 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time to take a moment to celebrate our differences and join together in our virtual community for the International Day of Peace.
Peace. What does it mean to me?
I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
Peace is
the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
And from all over the world, we have people. Emmy, can you hear us?
Hello,
Emmy, can you hear us?
I'm having difficulty
Peace.
hearing you.
Kim, I just wanted to introduce my grandson, Jackson.
All right, bring your grandson in. I get to meet family of Dr. David. Hi.
Hello. Another doctor.
Okay. So, what's it like being with Grandpa?
Fun.
What do you guys do? Do you guys get to play all day?
No, I have homework, but I get to be with them.
Oh, that is
what's up.
fun. Isn't that great? Grandparent time. I love it.
It's great. He's teaching me Harry Potter, and I know that you've got a lot of thoughts about involving kids
Yes.
in IBM TV.
We do, and actually, we've started a teen show. We have 2 children's shows on Sunday, and we try to get the children to engage and partake in it. But absolutely, we want children to become a part of it, because what we try to offer, even at the adult level here, of what you're seeing, is what we try to offer is family information that you would feel comfortable sharing with your children. So, we try to have the conversations. Some of them are very high level adult, but we try to make it so that it's not anything that you would be ashamed to share with your children. But anyway, we're coming near the end of it's 7 o'clock. So before we go, I want Zach to tell me what does world peace mean for you? Each of us are going to say something.
World peace means to me at this moment what we are actually doing right here on IBM.TV, spreading love, meeting so many different people of all cultures, all walks of life, and we all have one common goal: world peace.
All right, Arsh.
Yeah, for me, realizing your inner self and helping others in attaining that realization and supporting each other, spreading the love and removing hatred from the world.
Oh, okay. All right, Nicholas.
World peace, just understanding that different people are going to have different viewpoints, and we all have had our own experiences building up to who we are today, and just understanding that there's going to be, different ways of viewing things and perceptions is the one really important aspect to having progress with those people. And just understanding that when you get together as one, it's just that much more powerful and special and magical. And it tends to quite go in an organic direction where you just really don't even realize how amazing and quick it's going to grow. And I think that that's what's happening right now. We're really finding that other people really on the same page and wanting to make change and be the change in general, and align with all these other people. You see the things that are happening around the world, that people are expressing what they think about politics, about life, about in general. People are caring, and they're having more awareness of how we can move forward as a world and a planet.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. And Dr. Grandpa Moskowitz and his grandson, share with us what world peace means to you.
Well, Jackson, do you want to say?
You go first. I'm thinking.
For me, it's trying to do God's will.
Wow. Jonathan?
Yeah.
Is it my turn?
Yep.
Yeah.
My peace is like when you meet someone and then you guys you want to have a nice friendship, and you want to be kind to them, not bad, and like you help them out and like play with them and be nice to them. It just all It just means friendship.
I like it.
That will be the best ever closing. For sure.
Oh yeah, that's the best right there.
You just made me cry. And thank you all, because, you know, I always have to say, what will you do for world peace? And I think we just did it. Thank you so very much for joining us.
Great
here.
job. Thank
We're
you.
going to close up with a couple of song videos, but thank you guys for joining us.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
Thank
Thanks
you
a
so
lot.
much.
Months ago, my team and I made this next song in an effort to raise awareness towards climate change, sustainability, and world peace. Well, when COVID hit, we had to take a step back, not only as individuals, but as nations, as an entire human race. It is my aim and goal to share this song with all of you in an effort to once again remind us just how fragile life is, our planet is, our entire existence, and the generations to come. As a Canadian of Greek heritage, it pains me to see the political and geographical battles arising in my motherland once again. As a world traveler and family friend to many in the Lebanese community, it pains me to see the recent explosions and devastation. As a Canadian citizen, it pains me to see our First Nations brothers and sisters still challenged for their lands. And I can't leave out the horrendous fires in California, a place I have not been able to visit in a while, especially now as I'm quarantining in my home in Toronto. Most of all, as a global citizen, it pains me to know that we could be doing so much more to help protect and save our planet. So today, I hope we can put aside our differences, knowing that we can't agree on everything, but at least this. Please join me in solidarity, as one, worldwide, to make a change for the better, for all of humanity. Here is Be the Change.
If you could bend the hands of time, would you alter any moment in your life? If you could spin the wheel of fate, would you try to clean this mess up that we made? Tears falling, hearts cry out to anyone who'll hear them out. And if we knew then what we know now, would you carry any doubt? Why are we living our lives out this way? Why do we refuse to make any change? I keep thinking about it. Are you thinking about it? Why are we even thinking about it anymore when we can make a change? Be the change.
Hi, I'm Eugene Draw, Dr. Draw, originally from Russia. Been living in Canada for many, many years. I've crossed out the world and met a lot of amazing people. My talent's taken me pretty much everywhere. And I've realized that the world is a much better place when we all act as one. Here's a little inspirational piece that I'm gonna improvise for you right now. Thank you.
Peace is all about being lovable and creating blissful, joyful, and healthy world.
IBM TV, thank you for celebrating the International Day of Peace. Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better. Today, it's about co-parenting. Have a great day.
World Peace Day.
Peace. When you start thinking about the world like you think for yourself, there'll be definite peace.
Peace for us begins with a smile. Peace is its own reward.
Peace is the concept of societal friendship and harmony in the absence of hostility and violence.
Peace is taking responsibility of our actions and doing our bit.
Peace is possible. World peace. It means that we're going to love each other regardless of skin color, race, gender, and all that good stuff, man. World peace, you know, what we have to do is come together and help each other and lift each other up. It really does take a village, you know. World peace, you know, we need to stop worrying about our differences and start understanding the things that we all have in common.
When we love and respect one another, peace happens.
From IBM TV, International Broadcast Media, this is your report from Washington. There are 42 days left until the presidential election. Last week, we turned our focus in these final days of the election to the nation's court.
Peace, what does it mean to me?
I am a big proponent of world peace.
Peace is compassion, empathy, understanding.
What are you willing to do for peace?
Peace is the ability to see the positive side of every experience and realize that no matter what happens, it helps you grow to become the best version of you.
Peace means serenity to me. When I love myself more, I can love others better.
Peace is the highest goal of our species.
In 1981, the United Nations established the International Day of Peace on September 21st, a day for us all to pause our busy lives, take a breath, look at our neighbors, and to be at peace. A day to celebrate our differences, to hug our neighbors. A day to celebrate humanity on this vast planet. In 2020, we need this moment more than ever. A moment of respite from the fighting, conflicts, and chaos we're all going through. Join us live on IBM TV on September 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Time to take a moment to celebrate our differences and join together in our virtual community for the International Day of Peace.